I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people are not going to agree with this, but
not a question of if, but when there's going to be a chemical or biological attack on the American people. And what is their solution? They say, give up our rights, submit to Big Brother.
Don't get the vaccine, you can't go to the supermarket. Don't have the vaccine, you don't show it, you can't go to the ball game. Don't have the vaccine, can't go to work. Don't have the vaccine, can't come here. No shirt, no shoes, no service.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yes, peace and love, family. Hold up, I think I got one more for y'all. Hold up.
Welcome to the Cherise the Realist Show.
Yes, peace and love. Hey, y'all. I hope y'all doing good today. Thank you guys for coming on in and banging with the kid. Yeah, it's just a couple of things that I want to, go over. Hey, Smoke Signal. Hold up. What's up in my chat? Hey, y'all. I just wanted to let y'all, see what's going on, see what it's giving right now. Not much. Just my dreads and some ponytails, y'all. It's all giving all natural beauty. Anyway, I hope y'all doing very, very good. Shout out to all the motherfucking Aboriginal Indigenous Americans. Shout out to y'all. We already know what time it is. We know who we are in this bitch. And we not playing no more about our fucking heritage and our lineage and how that resides within us, guys. So we not playing no more. I'm just so happy to see y'all. Y'all know I'm gonna have to turn my camera off so I can handle my business. But I just thought I would just real quick show y'all my face, and I'm gonna show this video today, guys. It's an interview actually with a woman. Some of y'all might have seen it. Some of y'all might not have seen it. But I think that this will be able to touch on what is your strong. Okay. All right. So just bear with me, y'all. And just also I want to get a chance to shout everybody out in the chat as well. Shout out to Big Dog Philly OG. My condolences, my prayers to you and your family and to everyone. And I really wish you guys the best in this time because I know how hard this can be. Can you guys hear me? Can y'all hear me real good? Hold up. Let me turn this shit up. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, I'm about to say so. Everything should be copacetic, okay? I don't owe these people no coins. So everything should be copacetic. Can y'all hear me? Put a fucking one in the chat if y'all can hear me real good. Okay. Yes, so it's a lot of things I want to talk about. I really want to have an article also that I might get into, because that article is going to really touch on how this whole African American thing came about, why that's, what was going on in the process of them coming up with this terminology. And also I think that this straw man interview is dope. Someone showed it to me some years ago, but like now I'm actually able to show it to y'all. Like I said, I'm sure y'all seen it before, but I checked it for everything, so it shouldn't turn off or do anything like that. So let me just double check on that part and make sure, yeah, for entertainment purposes only. Yep, so we should be good to go here. All right. Yeah, so real quick, thank you, Uncle Richard Neal Bay, for doing what you gotta do, letting everybody know what's popping. Okay. Thank you. So real quick. Hey Big Dog, of course. Hi OTK. My DC brother Greedy. You gotta look out for my email too. Like, that's my fault. I gotta do better with that type of shit, but I will do better with that moving forward, right? All right, who else we got in here? Of course, my brother Richard Neal Bay, brother, uncle, whatever you feel best. Hey, Chief Crazy Overstanding, how you doing? All right, who else? My baby copper Aborigines. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
That was upstairs.
Oh, smoke signal, peace and love. Anthony Lowe, how you doing? Peace and love, sweetie. Who else? All right, I think that's just everybody for now. We on some slight stuff, but hopefully, you know what I'm saying, like, share, subscribe, you know what I'm saying? Post this shit to y'all community tabs. Y'all know what to do. Let everybody know the kid is live. So let's get straight into it, y'all. We're going to get into this video. Like I said, I think it'll be very dope for understanding, and then I'll go into my article.
Baby.
You still tripping, y'all?
And what exactly is the straw man?
The straw man is your name written in block letters. Very simple. It was done at birth. What the government did, or the corporations now, not government, a second birth certificate. They made it in all block letters.
So y'all following so far? Y'all following? I just want to make sure y'all following, okay? About how this happened. about how some of these things has happened. But this is really good. Y'all gonna see. A citizen of the United States is a civilly dead entity operating as a co-trustee and co-beneficiary of the PCT, Public Charitable Trust, the Constructive Cestate QV Trust of U.S. Inc. under the 14th Amendment, which upholds the debt of the USA in U.S. Inc. Congressional Record, June 13th, 1967. So that's what that says. All living souls are thus turned into fictions and are traded as human chattel on stock markets, making profits for the parent corporation and its odious middlemen, bankers. Your nation state is a privately owned corporation, and you are a bonded slave.
And for them to interact with you, they have to interact with you as a fiction, because they're all corporations. Corporation cannot interact with real people. So they made a straw man. They call it a straw man because it has no soul and is spiritually dead.
So let's break this down. You're born in the hospital room, a certificate of live birth is issued.
What happens is that she has to register office and register. If she does not register, she will be taken to court according to what the law is saying. They take the birth certificate that she registered as an informant then that she has the child, and they made a duplicate in all block letters. She didn't, they did.
So they turned the living child now into a trust,
fiction.
into a fiction.
Trust, yes.
Which has a certain value allocated to it.
Value, yes. Millions of dollars or pounds.
And that effectively becomes traded thereafter.
Yes. It becomes warehouse bond for money.
So every human being that has been registered to the state or the crown by the mother ends up becoming some kind of a bond that is traded on the stock market.
Yes.
Without you ever knowing it.
Yes, without disclosing. And this is happening since the early 1900s. What they've done is really fraud, because they're fraudulently taking your child's birth certificate and make it into a dead entity. The dead entity birth certificate is making billions of pounds or dollars, depends on which country you're in. So your straw man is considered a dead entity, and the corporation can interact with it. If you have, all they have is the dead entity, and they interact with that.
If the American people allow private banks to control the issuance of their currency, first by inflation and then by deflation, the banks and corporations will grow up around them, will deprive the people of all of their property until their children will wake up homeless. Thomas Jefferson. That's if they allow banking to happen. There can be no such thing as fairness in taxation. Taxation is nothing but organized theft, and the concept of a fair tax is therefore every bit as absurd as that of fair theft.
So who is reaping the rewards of the value of your bond as it's being traded?
I would say the Federal Reserve, which belongs to the royal family. And
she said the Federal Reserve belongs to the royal family. Okay.
The HMRC, IRS, these are the people where your money goes, where the money goes to them.
Okay, let's talk about the difference between your signature and your autograph.
Okay, a signature is the fiction, the straw man. Your autograph is the real person. So if you go up to a movie star and says, "Can I have your autograph?" You never say, "Can I have your signature?" It's always autograph because you have flesh and blood. Signature is what you say.
Every time you do sign a piece of paper, you can bet that signature of yours is being monetized, securitized.
It is. By the banks, by everybody that you, wherever you sign, credit cards, everything that you sign, they're getting funds off your trust fund from that birth certificate.
What is it?
This to get the game card with the game. Look.
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 No, I'm in the middle of my stream. We'll talk about it in a second, okay, baby? We'll talk about it in a second. Call your papa.
Honesty,
okay, but
I don't have the game card to play it, and I really want to play it. I haven't played it in a long time. I only played it once.
Ryan, I love you, but you see what I'm doing, okay? Give me 1 second. Don't start. We talked about this before I did this. I don't even know why you're trying to do that now. Shut my door, and I'll be out there in a moment. Sorry, y'all. You know, mommy duty calls. Every time she hear me running my mouth in here, she needs something.
And all sorts of things, and invisible costs are being discharged against your birth bond in that sense.
Yes.
Without you ever knowing about it.
Without you ever knowing about it, yes. It was never disclosed. All this stuff was done without disclosing, and it's deception, it's fraud, and it's happening every day to everyone that's...
Okay, signatures lead you into a court.
Good job for understanding.
Your trust fund from that birth certificate.
Okay, so fees and all sorts of things, and invisible costs are being discharged, ever knowing about
without you ever knowing about it, yes. It was never disclosed to you. All the stuff was done without disclosing, and it's deception, it's fraud, and it's happening every day to everyone that's outside the inner circle.
Okay, let's talk about the court system, because invariably your signatures lead you into a courtroom at some point, you know, whether it's for, and under the aegis of the court system, whether it's a marriage, a birth, a death, a registration of land, whatever. So we have a distinction between the signature and the autograph. What exactly is a court of law?
Well, at the moment, we don't have a court of law. We have a color of law, which is fiction. So when you go into a court system here or America, you walk into a system where there is no law. So it is lawless. So when you go in there and you speak to us, there is no judge. You could ask the judge to see his oath. He doesn't have one.
He's a cashier.
Yeah, he's a banker.
A banker.
Yes. So when you sign any papers in the court, that's when he gets paid out of your 60 QV trust on your birth certificate. That's where he gets the money. If you go into the court, you still lose because it is not a court of law for you.
In a situation like that, when should you use your signature and sign something, and when shouldn't you?
There is a special way of, under the UCC, we go back to that, there's a special way of signing without responsibility for your signature. So that if you sign in the special way according to the UCC, you're not responsible for anything that's on the paper.
Okay. Now, for the layman, describe UCC. What is the UCC?
The UCC is a set of codes that was set up over 100 years ago by lawyers. And with the Uniform Commercial Code comes contract law. It's all to do with contract. So we are not under any law. We're just under contract. Someone could.
And what have we been saying the whole time about being under contract?
Call you up and says, "Oh, would you like the contract with me to get TV license or to get something that you need?" And you contract. Telephone, everything is contract, everything. And under the UCC, you do not have to sign. A stamped signature or a typed up signature is considered signed under UCC. So when you get a letter in the mail and it has no signature, or you just have a stamp signature, then it is considered important for people to learn about what's going on with their lives, because we are on the contract law, no other law. There is no law at all. In America, the court system is operated under military. When you walk into a courtroom, I don't care which courtroom, if it's a higher court or a lower court, and you're not told that you've been tried under the military. If you mention the Constitution, the judge says it does not apply in my courtroom. But you don't know what he's saying, because you don't know what they're doing to you when you're there.
And all of that language is designed to confuse the hell out of you.
Yes, it's designed under the UCC, and they know. They know what they're doing, and they know how to manipulate you.
In UCC.
Yes.
They're taking special training.
And that's a fact. Is it still jumping? That's a fact.
Yes.
Schools in order to learn this.
Yeah.
What about now,
the
y'all?
president appoints all the federal judges in America, and he.
Hold on. Let me. Yeah, this joint about to get good.
Judge says it does not apply in my courtroom, but you don't know what he's saying, because you don't know what they're doing to you when you're there.
And all of that language is designed to confuse the hell out of you.
Yes, it's designed under the UCC, and they know. They know what they're doing, and they know how to manipulate you.
So you're saying all judges are very schooled and versed in UCC?
Yes.
What you talk about, OTK? Take my back screen down. What you talk about? Yeah, some people know it and some people don't know it. That's the whole point, you know. Some people know it, some people don't know it. But this is actually breaking it down for those who don't know about this kind of stuff and don't know the, you know, the underlayer tones and the, you know, the nuances that's going on. And when we are in courtrooms and what's going on and we don't really understand, you know, this can give some. Lord, it is always something every day. All right, go back and press play.
And they go to Scottsdale, Arizona, and Reno, Nevada, to train how to apply this fraud contract in the courtroom.
And in the United Kingdom?
The United Kingdom. Majority of the just doing business. They might be a retired lawyer. Business is judge.
And so-called judges in Malawi and in Canada?
All of them, exactly the same system. They're under the UCC.
Who owns your car?
The DVLA in England.
In the United Kingdom?
Yes. Department of
Vehicle Licensing
right. Agency.
Okay.
Yes. Well, the DVLA owns the car. It tells you on your registration, you are not the owner. You are just the registered keeper. Now, if you look up registered keeper, it says a person who is responsible for taking care of the vehicle, pay the taxes, pay the license, pay the insurance, and take care of it. But the DVLA could take it from you anytime they feel like, crush it. They could clamp it.
Because once you've registered it,
it's not yours, never.
So again, when you buy a car, you are invited to defraud yourself by then handing it over to the Crown of the state unwittingly.
Yes, because it's fraud, and they're committing this fraud, and there's millions. The highway belongs to us. It says you have to pay to drive on the road. You don't. The DVLA is just a corporation set up by the Crown. All these corporations are set up by the Crown. The HMRC, the DVLA, they all do the same thing. So if you look carefully at your registration, it tells you right there.
And in the United States of America, it's not the DVLA. What's the equivalent?
Is the Department of Motor Vehicles.
And again, they invite you to hand the
yes.
register the.
All right, I'm on it, y'all. Let me. Okay.
Vehicle to them, and they become the owner.
They become the owner. The only reason to have a license when you drive a car is if you're doing taxi service or doing it for business. But if you're driving for your personal use,
That requires you can move about the surface of the earth unmolested.
Yes.
That's law.
That is the law. Yes, that is the law.
These fictions, these costumes, these people wielding batons and guns and tasers, they've somehow been given license by the government to apprehend you, arbitrarily stop and search you, terrorize you, rip you out of your vehicle. Who gave the traffic enforcement officers the right to stop and apprehend people in business?
The corporations that they're under. The police are not constables. And the Queen took an oath to represent the sovereign people, which she's not doing. She's now a corporation herself. So the police is under corporate. They're not constables. Constables are the people who that beats the street and get to know your neighborhood and speak to the people.
Keeps the peace.
Keeps the peace, yes. But they're not constables. They're corporate police. If you call a police officer and you know it's at your door, they will tell you they cannot come because it's a civil matter. But if the bailiff calls them, they will come. That means that they're not working for you, period.
They're working for the parent corporation.
They're working for the corporation, yes. They're corporate police.
How many of the police do you think know this and understand this distinction?
I think 90%.
Do you really?
I do.
In the United States and
And here, yes. Yes, 90% of the police know they're corporate police.
But surely then they understand that they are in serious breach of their foundational oath. And they should thereby surely understand that the Queen of England is in serious breach of her coronation oath, which requires her to intervene if her parliament or government is conducting any cruel and unusual punishments against the people. And it's my understanding that being stopped going about your business in the street and dragged out of your vehicle and beaten with a baton for whatever reason, that to me, by definition, is cruel and unusual punishment.
Okay, but they're given that permission to do that by the corporation they're in. That they could not drag you out of your car or molest you or take you to the station for no reason.
But it's not a law that gives them the right. It's a statute. It's a technocratic words on paper, statutes that have allowed them contractually to go ahead and beat the citizenry, right?
Yes.
But it's not lawful.
No, it's not.
It's entirely unlawful.
It's legal and it's fraudulent activities, and they're being backed up by their corporate headquarters. So you cannot win because there's always somebody there to protect them, and they know that.
So let's drill down into this. A policeman is there and should be able to respond to a living soul doing injury against another living soul. If they witness that, they have every right to intervene. In the same way that you and I can conduct a citizen's arrest. If we see that somebody's being harmed, we should step in and try to intervene. But that's the reason people us for walking across streets or for not stopping at an amber light or whatever. All of that stuff is just nonsense, dreamt up by the corporation.
It is.
Right.
Yes, it is. It's all fraud. Everything they do. And that's why they giving the opportunity to do this to the sovereign people, because the sovereign people are track law and how these people operate. They go into the court and they do the same thing. You tell them, don't vote. Even if you don't go into the court, they still fine you for the same thing as if you go into the court. But if you go into unless you know the law, and they know that you do not know the contract law and that you're on the contract and you're walking into a trap, you go in there and the police or whoever is going in there with you, it's always they're the ones who win. You never win. Let's, for instance, say stopped by the police and the police breathalyze you and says, I have to take you in or I have to fine you. Or
And what just happened to Glow? I was about to say gross. And what just happened to Glorilla? Literally, what just happened to Glorilla out here violating that girl rights?
or both of those. Who did you hurt? Who did you hurt?
Who did you
Who
hurt?
are you going to be paying this money to?
Who did you hurt? Who did you hurt? These niggas under contract to get down on you. Y'all better listen.
You go in there and the police or whoever is going in there with you, it's always they're the ones who win. You never win. Let's, for instance, say you're driving down the street. You have not hurt anyone and you got stopped by the police. And the police breathalyze you and says, I have to take you in or I have to fine you. Or both of those. Who did you hurt? Who did you hurt? Who are you going to be paying this money to? You didn't hurt anyone.
There's no victim.
There's no victim. You have to be a victim under the common law.
For there to be a crime.
For there to be a crime.
It's as simple as that.
It is as simple as that because
it has to be a victim under common law in order for it to be a crime. Okay. So even that video that Cuddy was showing yesterday is a prime example of who they let get away with shit and who they don't let get away with shit under the UCC, under laws, and this is what I was trying to say yesterday without really saying it, because that's why white people are treated differently under the UCC.
to give you a ticket or to book you and take you to the station, who did you hurt? There is no one that you have hurt.
That's just a commercial penalty.
It is a commercial penalty.
Okay, so we're getting the picture here that the court systems, the justice system, the policing system, all of these systems are designed to commercialize human beings, harvest them monetarily.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Very, very little of that expenditure, that energy goes towards keeping the peace.
Oh, none of it goes towards keeping the peace. They don't keep the peace. All they do is they create the problem and then they find a solution.
You heard what she said? They don't keep the peace. They don't keep what peace is they keeping? They causing chaos. Y'all heard her?
Is that because to give you a ticket or to book you and take you to the station, who did you hurt? There is no one that you have hurt.
That's just a commercial penalty.
It is a commercial penalty.
Okay, so we're getting the picture here that the court systems, the justice system, the policing system, all of these systems are designed to commercialize human beings, harvest them monetarily.
Commercialize,
right, very, very
harvest human beings.
Little of that.
Because now it's bigger than just color when you speaking like that. And that's what we got to come out of, because it's so much bigger than just black and white. You know what I'm saying? Like us trying to come into our natural status is what's important. But like we be down here fighting about whether or not we are who we are.
That expenditure, that energy is
I don't
agree with that, but I believe it's a combination of all of this shit. Copper.
The peace. All they do is they create the problem and
penalize you if you don't accept the solution.
That's right.
Right, sounds like.
And they penalize you if you don't accept the solution.
A very rigged casino to me, rotten to the core.
It is.
And it seems to me that the average human being would, if they understood this, would utterly reject this system.
Of course.
If they understood it.
Of course.
But of course, most people are completely indentured to it,
Yes.
are mind controlled,
Yes.
reading the newspapers, watching the television, and repeating verbatim the bullshit that's taught to them.
Yes.
So the truth is, it seems to me that human beings are not predisposed toward hurting one another. We don't enjoy going to war.
No.
We don't enjoy
No.
hurting each other. In the main, most people get along and just want to get along.
Of course.
But the systems conspire
Yes.
with a scarcity economics and drive war and disease and poverty.
Of course, that's the only way they can make money. When this prime minister said she's going to give 300 billion to the common market, where do you think she's getting the money? Not from your wages that you pay taxes on. That's a different set of money. She gets it from your trust fund, from your birth certificate. That's where they get the money to build the roads and do everything you could think of.
So they're discharging billions and billions and billions of dollars against our birth bonds without
Yes.
ever disclosing that to us,
Of course.
without there ever being an audit or any accounting for it.
Of course, because nobody's asking.
Right.
And even if you do ask, they give you a hard time to tell you about it.
So if you try to go and discover your own birth bond, let's call it that, and you try to discover the true value, how does one go about doing that?
You apply to the Federal Reserve for it. There's forms that you can fill in, and you can, once you find the bonds and the serial numbers, you can get it from the Federal Reserve because they have it.
And you can then discover the value of your bond?
Of course.
And the average, let's say, 50-year-old in the United States would be worth what?
A 50-year-old in the United States, it could be worth hundreds of millions. But one...
You notice she never mentions the name of the trust. You talk about the Ceste QV trust. She mentioned that in the beginning. Unless you talk about something different, Copper.
Comments, if you go on the website and you put in your birth certificate number and it comes up only one, you have...
She said that the Federal Reserve is controlled by the Crown.
Hundreds of thousands of people are trading on it.
Right.
That's only one that you know of.
I think what I'm getting at is, what do you think it would be the median value of the average 50-year-old by the time they turn 50 in the United States? What is being traded?
I would say maybe $1 billion, over $1 billion.
Right.
Has been traded.
Okay.
Because when I checked, on one of my numbers is over 283,000 people are trading on it. Can you imagine how much money that is?
So when we hear that the US has a debt of $23 trillion or whatever it is, that fictitious money was all pumped out of the air, but effectively it was discharged against the value of
Yes.
the people.
Yes.
Right. So that's where the fiction emerges.
Yes.
And it becomes...
Who did you...
And repeating verbatim the bullshit that's taught to them.
Yes.
So the truth is, it seems to me that human beings are not predisposed toward hurting one another. We don't enjoy going to war.
No.
We don't enjoy
No.
hurting each other.
Yes.
In the main, most people get along and just want to get along.
Of course.
But the systems conspire
Yes.
with a model of scarcity economics and drive war and disease and poverty.
Of course. That's the only way they can make money. When this prime minister said she's going to give 300 billion to the common market, where do you think she's getting the money? Not from your wages that you pay taxes on. That's a different set of money. She gets it from your trust fund, from your birth certificate. That's where they get the money to build the roads and do everything you could think of.
So they just, without
Yes.
ever disclosing that to us, without there ever being an audit or any accounting for it.
Of course, because nobody's asking.
Right.
And even if you do ask, they give you a hard time to tell you about it.
So if you try to go and discover your own birth bond, let's call it that, and you try to discover the true value, how does one go about doing that?
You apply to the Federal Reserve for it. There's forms that you can fill in, and you can, once you find the bonds and the serial numbers, you can get it from the Federal Reserve because they have it.
And you can then discover the value of your bond?
Of course.
And the average, let's say, 50-year-old in the United States would be worth what?
A 50-year-old in the United States, it could be worth hundreds of millions. But one comes, if you go on the website and you put in your hundreds of thousands of people are trading on it.
Right.
That's only one that you know of.
I think what I'm getting at is, what do you think it would be the median value of the average 50-year-old by the time they turn 50 in the United States? What has been traded?
I would say maybe a billion, over a billion.
Right.
Has been traded.
Okay.
Because when I checked, on one of my numbers is over 283,000 people are trading on it. Can you imagine how much money that is?
So when we hear that the US has a debt of $23 trillion or whatever it is, that fictitious money was all pumped out of the air, but effectively it was discharged against the value of the people.
Yes.
Right. So that's where the fiction emerges.
Yes.
And it becomes this huge imbalance that no one quite understands. How on earth do we get that much money?
They just made it up as they go along and tell us what they want to tell us.
Yes, but they'll validate the making up of that money by, on paper, discharging it against the value of the citizenry.
And the citizens' gold, our sovereign gold. We have gold. For every pound that if you weigh 8 pounds at birth, you have 8 pounds of gold set aside for you.
Assigned to you by whom?
By the Crown.
In England?
Yes.
And in the United States?
Yes.
By the Treasury?
Yes.
And
because the United States is owned by the Crown.
Let's okay. So let's say there's 200 odd nations of the world. There's hundreds and hundreds of small island states. But there's about 200 nation states, big nation states. They are, all of them, a franchise of the Anglo-American Corporation.
Yes.
Let's call it that.
Yes.
And that the Anglo-American Corporation is an extension of the British Crown.
Crown, yes.
We are talking about how we are all jumping up in this bullshit through this straw man and through other entities of the law, learning about the Seste QV Trust, how the birth certificate is a bond, and she's just explaining it. So yeah, we don't know. We're just this is just something I wanted everyone to see.
And the British Crown is collateralized by what, or backed by what?
Gold. And by the people. The hundreds of millions of people. The British Empire has just went on the ground. It's still there.
Controls the Bank of International Settlements, controls all the reserve banks around the world.
Yes.
Correct. So at what point do you believe the world sees through this grotesque fiction and then addresses the source code and then writes it?
I think if people get to know what the UCC and the contract law does, and your straw man is your main problem. Once you can control your straw man and it is yours and not theirs anymore, then you're in the right path.
This is beautiful what you just said. You're talking about reclaiming the fiction that was established, the false light.
Yes.
Reclaiming the false light that was established in your name, given your identity, so to speak, at birth, without your knowledge. You're talking about us needing to reclaim that false light and step into ourselves, our true selves, as a people of the world, in order to reclaim reality from the fiction.
Yes.
That's powerful.
Yes, it is. And that's what I think everyone needs to do. All the sovereign they put us in, that's what we need to do. We need to reclaim that, what they are making money on. That is ours. Then you wouldn't have wars. You wouldn't have people fighting for money. You wouldn't have poor people. Everybody will be okay. Everybody. But they do not want you to. If you do that, that will break down their system, and they do not want that. So once you know, you need to get into it, and you need to start reclaiming your straw man. It is yours.
Now, Bibi, you learnt all of this the hard way. You were sitting in your office in the United States running a very successful real estate business a number of years ago. Very successful, selling 20 to 30 properties every month.
Yes.
You had a lot of your own properties. You were living there with your family.
Yes.
Life was good.
Yes.
And into your office walked a corrupt policeman and an IRS agent.
Yes.
And these gentlemen effectively put you on the spot, told you that there was one of your clients that you were selling a house to was a drug dealer.
Yes.
And which you had no idea.
Yes.
How would you know? And they effectively then tried to pin this a crime onto you by suggesting that you laundered funds.
Yes.
And out of the blue, your life turned into some grotesque horror story.
Yes.
You were dragged into court,
Yes.
and the next thing, you were put in prison for 8 years.
Yes.
Your life destroyed.
Yes.
And that was where you learnt
Yes.
law. Tell us about this.
Well, when I went to trial, and I thought, well, how could they do this? I have shown for 10 years my bank statements, so they see that I had no money. No money was laundered by me. The gentleman I sold the property to brought $5,000 of his own money, and he got a loan from the bank for the difference. And the bank loan officer testified at my trial, but I end up in prison. And I wondered how they did it. I thought, well, there has to be something that I've missed. I saw in the courtroom what was displayed. It was all acting, like everybody, like we were a victim. Yes, the lawyers, the prosecutor, they were all. My lawyer guaranteed my freedom, and I got sentenced to 8 years. Now, when I got locked up, my main aim was to find out how I ended up there without doing. And I had over $1 million of real estate paid for, money in the bank. My children finished university. We were in a very comfortable, very hardworking family, very comfortable position. And I thought, no, it has to be something wrong, something they did that I couldn't see. And for every single day, for 7 years, I learned every single day. Christmas, birthdays, every day.
You studied.
I studied.
You studied law.
Yes.
And you understand that you came to understand the highest expression of law, this UCC law.
Yes. And what they're doing and how they could get you in there and how they could lie, how they commit fraud. They were all laughing when I was found guilty, like, well, they get paid, you see. I didn't know, lots of money. I didn't know at the time. And these people, I was in the prison, and there were hundreds of women that were there that was in the same position as I was.
They were tricked into the system.
Yes, yes, they didn't do anything.
And then once they're in prison, they're having a prison bond issued.
Oh, yes.
And then their prison bond is traded on the stock market,
Yes.
making huge amounts of money.
With their numbers, yeah.
And they're relegated to becoming slave workers.
Yes.
And no one's told this.
No, they get 12 cents per day. The food that was served in the kitchen was from the Gulf War. Cans of meat and all kinds of stuff. And
she said the food that they served today was from the Gulf War.
And they said the prison is not making any money, and they're telling the people out there that the prisons are losing money, and all these drug dealers and all these people coming into prison, and we don't have enough money. That's a lie.
They're making thousands of prisons.
Yeah, but they invest into the prison system, into Unicor.
Prisons for profit.
Prisons for profit.
Disgusting.
And they invest in the prisons, and they make hundreds of billions of dollars. And
who in prison the most in our country, y'all? And think about all that bread they fucking making.
prisoners get 12 cents a day, and the food that they feed the prisoners.
Not fit for dogs.
No, it comes from the farms, and they get tax write-off on it. The chicken may be 2-3 months old, and all kinds of stuff. They serve horse meat for beef.
Well, you're about to launch an online workshop and tutorials through the Newark University and explaining to people from around the world how they can navigate their situation, whatever their situation may be, because all of us are facing penalties and cruel and unusual punishments. But let's discuss something as mundane as a parking ticket, okay? Something that everybody understands. What are the do's and don'ts? You've just gone back to your vehicle and there's a parking ticket on it.
These parking tickets are a contract. You do not have a contract with your council. They put a ticket on there. There's no contract, so you don't have to pay that ticket.
So what are your steps?
You send the ticket back to them.
No contract.
And you tell them no contract. They have to produce a contract where you sign to say that if you park somewhere that you're not supposed to, you will have to pay the ticket. I remember someone showing me a ticket not so long ago, and the ticket had...
That's a very interesting thing. She said they put a ticket on your car, you send it back, and you send it back with no contract.
Dollars. And the prisoners get 12 cents a day, and the food that they feed the prisoners...
Not fit for dogs.
No, it comes from the farms, and they get tax write-off on it. The chicken may be 2-3 months old, and all kinds of stuff. They serve horse meat for beef.
Well, you're about to launch an online workshop and tutorials through the Newark University, teaching UCC and explaining to people from around the world how they can navigate their situation, whatever their situation may be, because all of us are facing penalties and cruel and unusual punishments. But let's discuss something as mundane as a parking ticket, okay? Something that everybody understands. What are the do's and don'ts? You've just gone back to your vehicle and there's a parking ticket on it.
These parking tickets are a contract. You do not have a contract with your council. They put a ticket on there. There's no contract, so you don't have to pay that ticket.
So what are your steps?
You send the ticket back to them.
No contract.
And you tell them no contract. They have to produce a contract where you sign to say that if you park somewhere that you're not supposed to, you will have to pay the ticket. I remember someone showing me a ticket not so long ago, and the ticket had a CEO. It says CEO on the ticket and a signature.
CEO.
To the CEO, and I asked him, when was he there at 8 o'clock at night putting tickets on the cars? It just goes to show that people do not look at their tickets either, because they don't know. And it's very sad, because a parking ticket, why should you have to own it?
Or grapes, or apples. Ooh, why? My bad, y'all. Why? She's right. Why? When you own a road, that's what she was about to say.
No contract.
And you tell them no contract. They have to produce a contract where you sign to say that if you park somewhere that you're not supposed to, you will have to pay the ticket. I remember someone showing me a ticket not so long ago, and the ticket had a CEO. It says CEO on the ticket and a signature.
CEO.
Yes.
Chief Executive Officer.
Yes. So I sent the ticket back to the CEO, and I asked him, when was he there at 8 o'clock at night? But it just goes to show their tickets either, because they don't know. And it's very sad, because a parking ticket, why should you have to pay for when you own
a parking ticket back with no contract on it? What are the next steps that they're likely to take?
They would write to you and said you have to pay. If you pay within a certain time, it's only half. You have to pay half of the fine.
What's your response?
My response is I don't have to pay any, because I don't have a contract with you.
So again, you ask them, show me the contract.
Yeah. I send them a letter And I asked them, I said, okay, the person that you addressed in this letter is spiritually dead and have no soul, which is your straw
The
man.
straw man.
Yes. And I said that I had not given you permission to use it to make money. And
So the straw man is spiritually dead and has no soul.
Executive officer.
yes. So I sent the ticket back to the CEO and I asked him, when was he there at 8 o'clock at night putting tickets on the cars? It just goes to show that people do not look at their tickets either because they don't know. And it's very sad because a parking ticket, why should you have to pay for parking when you own the roads? We owned it. We own everything.
So you've sent your parking ticket back with no contract on it. What are the next steps that they're likely to take?
They would write to you and said you have to pay. If you pay within a certain time, it's only half. You have to pay half of the fine.
What's your response?
My response is I don't have to pay any because I don't have a contract with you.
So again, you ask them, show me the contract.
Yeah. I send them a letter and I asked them, I said, okay, the person that you addressed in this letter is spiritually dead and have no soul, which is your straw man.
The straw man.
Yes, to make money. And there's a fine behind this of £250,000 every time you use it. They refuse to answer. So I send them, the following letter was a default letter. I says, you're now in default for not responding because that's what they're going to do to you.
So you played law against them?
Yes.
Good.
Yes. So when I sent them that, 5 days later, I received a letter stating that the account is closed and I do not owe.
Very good. Thank you for that. Well, that's rather straightforward. Let's discuss mortgages, because this is the bane of most people's existence, is needing to secure their home. Everyone has the right to a home in this world. And mortgages, I mean, what's the etymology of mortgage in the first instance? Death grip, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is.
Mortgage means death grip in French.
Well, the mortgage is what if you miss a payment when you get a mortgage from the bank is they're after you. The first time you miss a payment, it goes straight into the insurance company that the mortgage company have.
And they want you to miss a payment.
And they want you to miss a payment because they don't lend you.
$100,000. Now, when you apply for a mortgage, they don't have the $100,000. But you come along with your block black capital signature, you sign the application, they then monetize your signature by having $100,000 worth of your value discharged against your treasury bond.
Yes.
That money, they then lend to you. And they double dip because they then get you to pay that money back plus interest.
What they do is they don't lend you that. They don't lend you anything. You fill up your papers and you sign. Good. They lend you a piece of. That's where the legalese comes in because that's what they do. Then you sign it, signature. They take that and they tell you, okay, the funds will be ready in 2 to 3 days to come back. The following day, paid the $100,000. They never disclose to you that, okay, we got paid, so the house is now yours. No, they come back when you go, and the third day, they've already got their money, the interest rate, all that you've already signed for. So now they put the $100,000 on the computer screen for you so you can finish your house. It is not money because they all own the banks for cash, just paper, but they have your $100,000 already. If you don't pay, they take the house. They don't want nothing. They want the property because the money is just paper. It has no value. So the property has value, so they take the property.
So let's talk about allodium title. What is allodium title? Why is it so important?
Okay, allodium title is important because you do not own the land. They tell you it's freehold, but it's not freehold. The land is owned by the crown. All the land in England.
I'm a farmer in Minnesota, and you're saying that my land is owned by the Queen.
Yes.
I'm a farmer in Mozambique.
Your land is owned by the Queen.
The Queen of England.
The Queen of England. She owns all the land. So what happens is you own or your house. You own that. You don't own the land. So the land, the allodium title is to own your land. So you can put a sign up and says no trespassing, private property. When you put that sign up, you have to own the land. Because owning the house doesn't mean anything. It's the land they want. See?
I think we need to run that back. It's the land they want. And the land
they never disclose to you that, okay, we got paid, so the house is now yours. No. They come back when you go, and the third day, this is the agreement, you pay so much every month, the interest rate, all that you've already signed for. So now they put the 100,000 on the computer screen for you, so you can finish your house closing. Now that 100,000 is just numbers. It is not money, because they all own the banks. So there's no money pass, no cash, just paper. But they have your 100,000 already. If you don't pay, they take the house. They don't want nothing. They want the property, because the money is just paper. It has no value. So the property has value, so they take the property.
So let's talk about allodium title. What is allodium title? Why is it so important?
Okay, allodium title is important because you do not own the land. They tell you it's freehold, all the land in England.
I'm a farmer in Minnesota, and you're saying that my land is owned by the Queen.
Yes.
I'm a farmer in Mozambique.
Your land is owned by the Queen.
The Queen of England.
The Queen of England. She owns all the land. So what happens is you own that piece of brick that's sitting private property. When you put that sign up, you have to own the land, because owning the house doesn't mean anything. It's the land they want. See? The land. That's how it works. And you would own anything. Ever. You are just a mere user.
Do y'all hear this? Oh my Jesus.
Control indentured National Reserve banks themselves, indentured into the Bank of International Settlements. That control through the US Treasury, the Federal Reserve, the IFC, the IMF, the World Bank, and so on. That fiction. When do you see us as a people of the world reclaiming real reality from that fiction? And how is that likely to play out?
I think if people get to know and they come together, it doesn't take sovereigns get together. Can make a hell of a lot of difference, because
when you apply for a mortgage, they don't have the $100,000, but you come along with your Block Black Capital signature, you sign the application, they then monetize your signature by having $100,000 worth of your value discharged against your treasury bond.
Yes.
That money they then lend to you, and they double dip because they then get you to pay that money back.
They don't lend you anything. You fill up your papers and you sign. The signature is what they want. Then they tell you, okay, you have to be a. So they'll lend you a piece of paper that you sign with very fine writing in the back. That's where the legalese comes in, because that's what they do. Okay, the funds will be ready in 2 to 3 days to come back. The following day, with the signature, they go into your trust fund and they get paid the $100,000. They never disclose to you that, okay, we got paid, so the house is now yours. No, they come back when you go on the third day. They've already got their money. They say to you, okay, this is the agreement. You pay so much every month, the interest rate, all that you've already signed for. So now they put the 100 for you, so you can finish your house closing. Now that 100,000 is just numbers. It is not money, because they all own the banks. So there's no money pass, no cash, just paper. But they have your 100,000 already. If you don't pay, the money is just you, so they take the property.
So it's so important.
Sorry, y'all, I had to go back because it was glitching a little bit. So I just needed to go back and for my people who needed me to go back. Sorry.
They tell you it's freehold, but it's not freehold. The land is owned by the crown. All the land in England.
I'm a farmer in Minnesota, and you're saying that my land is owned by the Queen.
Yes.
I'm a farmer in Mozambique.
Your land is owned by the Queen.
The Queen of England.
The Queen of England. She owns that piece of brick that's sitting on it, that they call freehold, or your house. You own that. You don't own the land. So the land, the allodium title, says no trespassing, private property. The house doesn't mean anything. It's the land they want. See, the bank takes the house, which is part of the crown, and the crown owns the land. That's how it works. And you don't own your user.
So long as you are acting as your straw man. Now, when we reclaim ourselves from this fiction, and we do it as a people, many of us do it.
Yeah.
What then do you see? How do you see the dissolution of government, the dissolution of this behemoth, this Molochite monster that has taken over our lives, indentured us into bonded slavery all around the world, 7 billion souls, owned and controlled, indentured to a couple of hundred national reserve banks themselves, indentured into the Bank Federal Reserve, the IFC, the IMF, the World Bank, and so on, back to the Crown of England, that fiction. When do you see us as a people of the world reclaiming real reality from that fiction? And how is that likely to play out?
I think if people get to know and they come together, it doesn't take hundreds of millions. 1 million sovereigns get together can make a hell of a lot of difference, because the word spreads from one to the other. And once people get to know that this is what is being done to them, it's going to be like wildfire once people get to know the law, what they're under, and what they're doing to them. Like the news and all this fake, all this stuff, television, and this is what they do. So once people can get together, if 100 people go to the bank and all the bank will close, it's very simple if people get to understand what's going on. And it would be good for them to know, because we need to stop this. We need to stop what they're doing to people, hurting people for no reason, put people in poverty.
And by they, we're talking about the parent corporation.
The parent corporation.
The
yes.
banks and governments and justice systems.
Together, every.
When we say they, that's who the fuck we talking about. All that shit. Okay? Understand, they all in cahoots. She ain't never lie.
Once people get to know the law, what they're under, and what they're doing to them, and how they're making, you see, they make things to distract you, like the news and all this fake, all this stuff, television, and this is what they do. So once people can get together, if 100 people go to the bank and all keep taking out £100, before the end of the day, the bank will close. It's very simple if people get to understand what's going on. And it would be good for them to know, because we need to stop this. We need to stop what they're doing, reason, put people in poverty.
And by they, we're talking about the parent corporation.
The parent corporation.
The
yes.
banks and governments and justice systems all working to penalize and harvest humanity.
Yeah, they're in bed together, everybody. They said, if they send you to the Citizens Advice Bureau, don't even bother to go, because they're working too with them.
Yeah.
Everybody, people will do things to other people for very little money.
Are you hopeful for humanity?
I am, very much so.
Bibi Bacchus, thank you.
Yeah.
I love you, I do love you.
Yes. So, all right, y'all. I got a little bit more too, but put some fucking sunflowers in the chat. Let me know if y'all enjoyed that. I really hope y'all enjoyed that. I really wanted to bring that out. Somebody brought that to me. And I said, understand how important it is to understand how shit works and how shit operates. You know what I'm saying? And I always feel like I'm talking about how certain systems and things are in the way. You know what I mean? They're hindering us from being great. It's like, I ain't never lie. I ain't never lie at all.
Yeah. What the wild Indians like, go. Say what? Hit them low, aboriginal flow. You pants best to lay low and get the rap for show. Coming around here trying to tell us who we is, but these niggas don't know who the fuck they is. With that pseudo talk about we came on boats, chained on boats, fools can't even stay afloat. Debate league where they all get choked out, smoked. Riding on them boys with the truth we spoke. Deplete they whole fleet, burnt mesquite, tear them out the front. Every time we bang, bing bing on they brains. Got slumped up on the panels. Fools don't stand on candles. World all in shambles and begging for handles. Sitting at the back door for hours talking about let me in. Nah, nigga. We ain't friends. It's all about the Aboriginals, wild Indians. It's all about the Aboriginals, the wild Indians. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for them haters when I see a man. That's what's up. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for them haters when I see a man. When I see a pan when I see a pan. Love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan. See a pan, kill a pan. Kill a pan, kill a pan, see a pan. Kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan. See a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan. When I see a pan, see a pan.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo.
Hey y'all, hang on. All right, so I got one more thing for y'all, and I want to play another joint. I gotta go check on some stuff. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna play Cosmo real quick. Shout out to everybody in my motherfucking chat, bitch. Shout out to y'all. I love y'all for real, and I'm so happy that y'all here. Shout out to the American Aborigines. Shout out to the Indigenous Indians. Shout out to everybody in this paradigm. So much love to you guys. So much respect for y'all. Y'all already know what it is. Like, for real. Don't ever get it fucked up, man. We here and we here to stay.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air,
Just that job theft, that chow mein, that papa bull, that towel man since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Zane, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See the pattern is panic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sealer. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make you met the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Yes, peace and love, y'all. I hope y'all doing real good out there. It's 3:51 p.m. Yes, y'all. We doing good out here in these streets. So listen, I thought it was a very interesting piece from author Ben L. Martin, and the source is Political Science Quarterly, Volume 106, Number 1, Spring 1991. So it's pages 83 to 107. It says, From Negro to Black to African American, the power of names and naming. So this is going to really touch on, that whole African American piece and how it's come to be. And, we're going to really get into it. And then after that, I would love if we could have some people come on the panel and we can just have some conversations about everything that, was discussed so far. So I hope y'all really enjoying it. I really enjoyed that interview with that lady, and it was eye-opening for me when I first heard it as well. So I hope it was eye-opening for y'all and y'all can understand more about contract law. And, I want to get into those things a little bit more on this channel, because it's so much bigger than everything that we, than like surface layers, so much under the surface. And like when me and John had our conversation, it was the same thing. The rabbit hole goes deeper and deeper and deeper. Sometimes you be feeling like you don't even know if you want to know some of that shit. Give me a second, y'all. Y'all know what's up. I don't even think I gotta say it. I don't even think I gotta say it. I don't even think I gotta say it for real. Hold up, y'all. Seriously. Hold on, y'all. For real. I ain't even cracked my boo-boo Bailey so.
Father Ray, Reed Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. White man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Tryna get back to them slave hoes. Hey, tryna get back to them slave hoes. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Beginning. Yo, so, peace, teeth, acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
All right, y'all, let's get into it. So people want to know. I think one of the main things I got out of Smoke Signals live was, you know, when that slab was up there, was that how did this happen? Like, I don't understand how it happened. I don't understand how they changed, how they reclassified, how they changed names, blah blah blah. So we're gonna touch on this, like everything that's reflected here. Like I said, this is this person's opinion, okay, people. But we're gonna try to get a good understanding today about a lot of shit with this African American and Jesse Jackson bullshit. Okay. All right. So the voice thing will read it for me, but I listened to it. I don't know. It wasn't given. I don't know. OTK and them like it, but yeah. In a December 1988 news conference at Chicago Hyatt's Regency O'Hare Hotel, where leaders of 75 Black groups met to discuss a new national Black agenda, Jesse Jackson announced that members of their race preferred to be called, quote unquote, African Americans. The campaign he then led to replace the term Black met immediate success among African American opinion makers and more gradual acceptance in the national press. Jackson's cultural offensive proposed an ethnic reference for a racial one, aiming thereby to help create as much as express a sense of ethnic identity among Black Americans. It recalled the successful imposition of Black over Negro 20 years earlier and renewed other themes of the Black Power movement of the late 1960s. Names can be more than tags. They can convey powerful imagery. So naming, proposing, imposing, and accepting names can be a political exercise. And the call for Blacks to be called African Americans was for more than a manner of speaking. To be called African Americans has cultural integrity, Jackson said. It puts us in our proper historical context. Every ethnic group in this country has a reference to some land base, some historical cultural base. African Americans have hit that level of cultural maturity. There are Armenian Americans and Jewish Americans and Arab Americans and Italian Americans. With a degree of accepted and reasonable pride, they connect their heritage to their mother country and where they are now. Okay? So y'all gotta understand, they're only doing this shit for political gain. And because everyone else is a Armenian American and a Jewish American, somehow Black Americans don't already have their home land base. Somehow we need to be connected to another landmass. Jesse Jackson's proposal to conceive race relations as multi-ethnic pluralism was not entirely new. He himself called for ethnic consciousness 20 years earlier. The other American ethnic groups maintain their national styles, live in their same neighborhoods, visit the old country, have ethnic holidays. The continuity between the roots and the fruits of those ethnic groups remain, but the continuity between our root in Africa and our fruit in America has been broken. As the civil rights ideal of individual integration was being displaced by Black power separatism, there was a brief period when Black power advocates explained it as a conventional pressure group tactics. From May 1966 to January 1967, Stokely Carmichael paradoxically combined a rejection of American institutions with an appeal to interest group pluralism before progressing to advocacy of armed struggle. In the group model of politics, public policy is the result of competition among organized interests in the political arena. Individuals' interests are represented in group activity, and the primary function of the government is distribution or redistribution of rewards for successful group competitors. The contemporary welfare state is generally responsive to ethnic claims because of elites' commitment to the values of democracy, self-determination, egalitarianism, anti-racism, and increasingly cultural pluralism. Nathan Glazer and Daniel Moynihan described the apparent ease with which modern government uses ethnic categories as a basis for distributing its rewards. Excuse me, y'all. The phrase Black Power had been used by Richard Wright, Paul Robeson, and Adam Clayton Powell in earlier decades, but apart from racial assertiveness and rejection of assimilative integration, the slogan revived by Stokely Carmichael in 1966 never had an agreed, precise meaning for its advocates. NAACP Executive Director Roy Wilkins consistently condemned it as an anti-white separatism, and Martin Luther King said the phrase falls on ear as racism in reverse. King called instead for sharing the power with white people, and this benign interpretation power was accepted by most moderate white and Black elites in the next 2 years. Along with Stokely Carmichael in his brief pluralist period, Charles Hamilton codified this view of Black power as pressure group tactics in the accepted tradition of the American political process, as well as a positive attempt to instill a sense of identity and pride in Black people. Carmichael and Hamilton rejected individual assimilation and integration as self-deceptive exploitation. Only after group mobilization and assertion could Blacks as a group demand their rightful share, a place at the table, and at the level of group interaction join or confront whites. Black people have not suffered as individuals, but as members of a group. Therefore, their liberation lies in group action. Political strategy aimed then at developing a power base for a relatively autonomous Black community rather than achieving civil rights for individuals or encouraging interracial contacts. Black power leaders insisted that institutions serving Blacks should be directed and staffed by Blacks. In Black areas, it meant Black control. And where Negroes lack a majority, Black power means proper representation and sharing of control. By 1967, white liberals were already accepting Black power rejection of the traditional civil rights values of colorblindness and assimilation. They were willing to call separatism as local control and assertion of Black identity a prelude to larger integration in a multicultural, pluralist society, and credit demands for the redistribution as legitimate claims in interest groups politics. By 1968, most federal policy elites, Black elected officials, civil rights leaders, and influential media accepted Hamilton's interest group interpretation of Black power as both reasonable and well within the framework of traditional American ethnic interest politics. Winnie M. Young Jr. of the National Urban League criticized early Black power extremism, but endorsed the non-violent, non-revolutionary version that emphasized self-determination, pride, self-respect, and participation and control of one's destiny and community affairs. Presidential candidate Richard Nixon explained that what's most militants want is not separatism, but to be included in, to have a share of the wealth and a piece of the action. And the young Jesse Jackson, though he refused to criticize the Black Panthers, also employed this moderately separatist version of Black power, calling for racial pride and redistribution. It's nation time, he called to the National Black Political Convention in 1972. Ooh. Hold up. Cut us in or cut us out. Nearly 20 years later, his call for African Americans to be considered an ethnic group revived the pluralist imagery, along with other Black power themes. In a 1980s political setting, more crowded with claimants for status and benefits. Reasserting moral primacy. The expansion in the scope of government in the United States in the 1960s and 70s provoked a parallel growth in pressure groups formed around the new government programs. Many of these groups adopted the Black model of organization, mobilization, media management, and lobbying, as well as civil rights imagery. Victimization by the majority, access denied, legitimate aspirations, pressing needs to demand government benefits and preferences. Between 1966 and 1972, many Black interest organizations formed to take advantage of the new race-conscious definition of integration as group inclusion rather than individual access. One reason for the new ethnicity in the One reason for the new ethnicity of the early 1980s was the impetus to organize in order to get what the state is distributing and to prevent others from getting it. Many made claims as victims of society or of government if possible. Native Americans won compensation for government seizure of tribal lands in the last century. Affirmative action benefits were extended to several categories of claimants. Resentful members of white ethnic groups were less likely to reject the rush to redress history than to complain that their ancestors too had suffered discrimination. The Civil Liberties Act of 1988 provided reparations for some 60,000 survivors of the World War II removal and the incarceration of Japanese Americans. In part, the late 1988 announcement of African American ethnicity was a reassertion of the primacy of Black moral claims on American society. In the election that year, Jesse Jackson spoke often of the political debt owed him and his constituency because of the votes they brought to the party. But after figuring only slightly in the election, that claim to political entitlement had to be set upon something more fundamental. After the demoralizing November vote, when the outcome of the electoral democracy proved unsatisfactory, Black leaders, especially unelected ones, sought to reassert the alternative model of pluralist democracy in which group interests are legitimate and group demands credited without careful regard to electoral strength. Yeah, didn't even have enough to vote for your ass. When politics is viewed as the interaction of groups rather than individuals, the status of group leaders is enhanced. But at the same time, the success of an ethnic organization and its leaders in a welfare state tends to be assessed primarily in terms of the recognition and concessions it can wring from the state. There are few things more valuable in the competition for government largesse than the clearly perceived status of victim, and Blacks have benefited from the widely held perception that their demands on the political system are a fundamental test of its fairness. In the late 1960s, those demands were backed sometimes by more or less open threats of violence, but in recent years, they have relied more on shame and guilt rather than fear. Well, yeah, that's correct. The call for recognition of an African American ethnicity restated the Black claim to primacy among groups deserving redress from American society because of the special experience of slavery. I don't know if I agree with that, but I guess that's what they basing it on. The campaign for renewal of for the renewal of an African heritage recalled earlier searches among Black intellectuals for African cultural achievements and survivals in the Black diaspora, as well as disputes in the late 1960s over the meaning of Blackness. Sub-Saharan Africa, like Northwestern Europe for long periods, was isolated physically from the core areas in which the great civilizations developing metal, Lord, metallurgy, writing, agriculture, and cities maintained indirect contact with each other in an arc from Spain and Morocco to China. Since there is no evidence of indigenous writings among the hundreds of different societies appearing and disappearing over centuries across the vast heterogeneous area of the South. Oh, excuse me, y'all. The vast heterogeneous area south of the Sahara, written records are few, and early histories relied on explorer accounts and anthropological discoveries to describe nearly static traditional cultures. So let's read that again. Because seriously though, oops. Mm-mm. The campaign for renewal of an African heritage recalled earlier searches among Black intellectuals for African cultural achievements and survivals in the Black diaspora, as well as disputes in the late 1960s over the meaning of Blackness. Sub-Saharan Africa, like Northwestern Europe for long periods, was isolated physically from the core areas in which the great early civilizations developing metallurgy, writing, agriculture, and cities maintained indirect contact with each other in an arc from Spain and Morocco to China. Come on, y'all. So what that say to y'all? Who was there? Since there's no evidence of indigenous written languages among the hundreds of different societies disappearing over centuries across the vast heterogeneous area south of the Sahara. Written records are few, and early histories rely on explorers' accounts and anthropological discoveries to describe nearly static traditional cultures. Attempts to reinterpret this data began with the anti-colonial propaganda by African nationalists in alliance with Africans of the diaspora and radical Europeans. Nationalist propagandists pointed to evidence of major empires in the tradition of the golden remote past of heroic ancestors and asserted that there was a basic unity of all African cultures that had long historical roots reaching back to a common source. So they sitting over here slicing shit. French-speaking Black intellectuals in the 1940s launched a search for the negritude to refute the idea that Africa had made no great contributions to world civilization. At one extreme, to show the African as inherently gifted technically, writers held that Black Africans first invented most of the achievements of civilization, from mathematics, arts, and science to writing, engineering, and architecture. But Mm. But advocates of negritude also relied on the concept of cultural relativity to stress the validity of African cultural forms in their own right through non-technological. Black American elites have drawn to similar themes which incorporate resentment at colonialists and slavers, disposition, as well as whites' distortion of the African heritage. In his autobiography, Malcolm X presented Elijah Muhammad's white devil legend, which Malcolm later repudiated. You are of a race of ancient civilizations and riches and golds and kings. You don't even know your true family name. You have been cut off by the devil white man from all true knowledge of your kind. You have been a victim of the evil of the you have been a victim of the evil of the devil white man ever since he murdered and raped and stole your native land in the seas of your forefathers. Jesse Jackson holds that Jesus Christ was of African descent and that historians have distorted history by ignoring the African roots of Western civilization. When Black leaders call for renewed awareness of African history, they evoke as well these themes of exploitation and entitlement. Jackson said that slavery alienated Black Americans from their African roots, and today the descendants of slave masters discourage any real study of ties between Africa and America. Hold up. Let me go up. Okay, there you go. Creating in the community and aroused and continuing Black consciousness that would provide the basis for political strength was a major part of the Black Power movement, necessary because from birth, Black people are told a set of lies about themselves. The 1989 cultural offensive to build an African American identity renewed the attack on that lingering false consciousness embedded in a social structure of racial oppression. Boston Globe writer Derek Z. Jackson welcomed the new phrase because it is a tribute to ourselves that we sought to restore our cultural umbilical cord in the face of the persistence of white America to drum inferiority into us. Through references to African heritage have been common since even before the Black Power movement and were renewed in 1989, detailed descriptions of African survivals among contemporary Black Americans are rare. Huh? Detailed descriptions of African survivals among contemporary Black Americans are rare. One reason may be that although most of the Africans brought to North America were captured up country, tribal wars and raids within 500 miles of the West African coast before being sold to one of the major slave marketing tribes, the Fanti, Ashanti, Yoruba, Dahomey, or Benin, which then traded slaves to Europeans. The captives came. Hold up, y'all. Came from many ethnically distinct tribes. Validating a concrete survival requires data on exact African origins, which is not usually available. And so more scholarly claims have been made for abstract elements of West African cultures surviving for a long time among slaves in America than for more tangible carryovers. Among the traits of contemporary Afro-Americans said to be African retentions are an emphasis on the spoken rather than the written word, incessant African rhythms that came to the vocabulary of music with the concept of beat. a riff style flexibility and an open disposition towards the vernacular, emphasis on the non-verbal, the non-conceptual, and some food staples like black-eyed peas, okra, and yams. The thinness of empirical base for a powerful sense of ethnic identity may explain why the African cultural heritage is described far less often than it is evoked. Come on now. They describe it more than we do it. More than we exude that. Jesse Jackson said every ethnic group in this country has a reference to some land base, some historical, cultural base. African Americans have hit that level of cultural maturity, but Black Americans are not tied to a specific homeland by an identifiable culture, language, church, history, or by family traditions like Greeks, Jews, Irish, Italians, or Armenians. Do y'all hear this? Few American Blacks know from which African state, ancient or modern, their ancestors came. Most, except for a few intellectuals, feel little affinity for or loyalty toward any country other than the United States. First of all, Jesse Jackson, who the fuck said we oh Lord. See? This that bullshit right there. Because we ain't never been African. Keep telling these people this shit. We're going to keep going, though. It's going to get deeper, y'all. Let's keep going. Ooh. Declining the African American label, Philip Gay argues that the descendants of Africans brought to the United States have long since created a unique culture virtually unrelated to Africa. Its elements include a distinctly Black American cuisine of low-cost edibles, more indigenous to Europe and the New World than to Africa, a distinctly Black American patois firmly rooted in the English language, relatively distinct Black American patterns of familial organization and religious practices grounded in Christianity, a non-African religion. Gay observes that the overwhelmingly majority of Black Americans are at least 6 or 7 generations culturally removed from Africa. They speak no African language. They have no relatives in Africa, and they themselves have never been to Africa. Somebody went off. The term African American can provide then only an artificial sense of homeland or nationality, for Africa is not a nation, but a huge heterogeneous continent. Put some sunflowers in the chat, y'all. For motherfucking Philip Gay out this bitch. Because obviously nobody else is fighting for us. Put some motherfucking something in the chat for my man. Because what the fuck? Because this is insane, guy. Because we want to keep talking about how this African American thing came to be. Now we getting down to it right now. Where my people at? Hold up for a second. Let me take a quick break. I didn't even realize I read like 9 pages. Kill. But we doing good, y'all. Just hang on with me.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Okay, peace, y'all. Peace and love. I'm gonna run that paragraph back because damn Philip Gay had that motherfucking smoke for they ass. Okay. Even if that shit was to be the case, y'all, we ain't been in Africa, and then it had been 7-8 generations. So we know we way more generations removed now. It's about 11, 12. Kill. We not about to play with these people no more, y'all. We know who the fuck we are, and they knew who the fuck we was back then. That's why they keep, those people was agents, man. You know what I'm saying? These people were set out there to do what they did. It should, man. People should have been able to see through this. But this article was written in 1991, so this is fresh off of all that shit. So this is just very interesting to me. Declining the African American label, Philip Gay argues Africans brought to the United States have long since created a unique culture virtually unrelated to Africa. Its elements include a distinctly Black American cuisine of low-cost edibles more indigenous to Europe and the New World than to Africa, a distinctly Black American patois firmly rooted in the English language, relatively distinct Black American patterns of familial organization and religious practices grounded in Christianity, a non-African religion. Gay observes that the overwhelming majority of Black Americans are at least 6 or 7 generations culturally removed from Africa. They speak no African language. They have no relatives in Africa. And they have never themselves been to Africa. The fuck, period. The term African American can provide then only an artificial sense of homeland or nationality, for Africa is not a nation, but a heterogeneous continent. Of how many countries, guys? We all know how many countries in Africa. Cut the cap. Of course, nationalisms, child, getting on my nerves. Of course, nationalisms are inherently more or less artificial, based on invented traditions, establishing or symbolizing social cohesion or group membership, real or artificial communities, including sometimes an ancient past beyond effective historical continuity. If a nation is an imagined political community to which an image of antiquity is central, nationalism is a past-oriented group identification emphasizing origins or belief in common descent, which, if not readily demonstrable, may be shored up by myths or a partly fictitious history. Do y'all hear that? We know this though. Just them even conjuring up this fucking name is conjuring up a fictitious history in itself. They wild as shit. Come on, man. Let's keep cooking. This joint, it's all right. The new ethnicity of the 1970s often focused less on original immigrant cultures than on the reconstructed ethnicity of later generations' adaptations to the American environment. The elusiveness of tangible African ties may not matter then, if the purpose of the African American cultural offensive was less to discover discrete African sources of cultural unity than to create a stronger sense of group identity. One common function of ethnic leadership is the codification of idioms, the selection of signals for identity, and the assertion of value for these cultural diacritica. So what's the reason? Why are we selecting this, huh? And what's what's the reason for you all coming together trying to change this identity so bad and connect it to another landmass, changing our identity? Come on, y'all. A great amount of attention may be paid to the revival of select traditional culture traits and to the establishment of historical traditions to justify and glorify the idioms and the identity. The scarcity of traceable ties to Africa does underscore the political nature of the campaign for African American in the test of the credibility it poses. Though that campaign has not attempted the open intimidation of the demand for Blacks 20 years earlier. Come on, y'all. Raising race, lower class consciousness. Raising race, lowering class consciousness. Until the late 1960s, Black was an insult for many Negroes. And the nationalist separatist campaign for the term posed a test edition which on whites. It aimed at Black mobilization and self-assertion. Black was starkly confrontational and militant, and imposing it on Negroes forced them not only to accept, but to embrace their embrace theretofore undesirable racial qualities. This is the power of naming and the public success and private partial failure of the idea that Black is beautiful illustrates both the reach and limitations of the 1960s separatist culture revolution. After 20 years, tension between lighter and darker skinned Blacks still surface sometimes, and standards of beauty have still not been dominated uniformly by an African ideal. Jesse Jackson now rejects the term Black because it is inaccurate. Black does not describe our situation. In my household, there are 7 people and none of us have the same complexion. We are of African American heritage. Now, in another test of the power of naming, Black leaders have proposed another nearly artificial, mostly symbolic attribute, African heritage, instead of Blackness as the key to group identity. Such invented traditions often are unspecific and vague as to the nature of the values, rights, and obligations of the group membership they inculcate. Africanness as essence is no more carefully defined than Blackness, but the function of the relabeling is clear: to strengthen group loyalty by renewing a sense of differences from and grievances towards outsiders, labeling from within or without of particular populations as somehow different from the majority and of their members as genealogically related to one another is crucial to the construction of ethnicity, and labeling them a community confers upon it a hope for alliance of interest, solidity, tradition. A sense of identity is built by contrasting oneself with others, and relabeling urges upon African Americans newly contrastive roles and representations that have a separating function within society. Creating myths of shared origins and destinies is an important part of ethnogenesis, the process whereby ethnic groups come into being. especially the autonomous myths of human origin from a given sacred place, which buttress a conviction that one's group arrived here from somewhere else. Black leaders refer to Africa to raise racial consciousness and redefine it as an ethnic identity. Revivalist movements and legends of ordeal are an affirmation of the state of affairs that existed before a traumatic defeat, which has marked a people and in claiming a group origin prior to defeat or degradation. The individual is asserting that defeat is temporary and one must create a new dignity by reestablishing the status that was disturbed. We are not descended from slaves, nor up from slavery. Jesse Jackson told African American activists in 1989 who were enslaved. Africa appealed to militant blacks in the 1960s and earlier for the same reasons. A pristine paradise which could be as glorious as the imagination could make it. One could become a Pan-Africanist and find respite in contemplating one's supposed descent from the splendid African nobility rather than from despised American slaves. Man. Bullshit, bruh. How they did this damn African American term. We ain't got no connection to that shit. They made it crystal clear that shit was political. This shit was political, y'all. It wasn't because they found any motherfucking proof that you was a fucking African. No, it's because this shit. Yeah, I know, right? Where is the Pan-Africans at now? Maybe they busy. You know, they only come in when they want to come in and start their hell raising. But rather Africans who were enslaved. Do you hear this? This was written in 1991. Yes. Right after all of this was happening. So this person got a very interesting opinion. But I agree with it in a sense, though, because it is political. It was a political move. It didn't have nothing to do with them finding our ancestors in Africa. It didn't have nothing to do with them discovering that shit one day. None of that. Shit was strictly propaganda. Strictly was an agenda. So let's go back right there. Africa appealed to militant blacks in the 1960s and earlier for the same reasons. A pristine paradise which could be as glorious as the imagination could make it. One could become a Pan-Africanist and find respite in contemplating one's supposed descent from splendid African nobility rather than from despised American slaves. The African American campaign to raise race consciousness by redefining it as ethnicity resembles, but it is not exactly the same as white ethnics remanufacturing ethnic feeling because their original culture have been so eroded by generations of adaptation to the American setting. For one thing, Blacks' collective self-confidence and sense of soul and of racial differences from whites are more robust than ever, though Black leaders may fear decay. For another, the campaign for African American stresses African over American and sets the two apart and against each other. which stressed the compatibility of their slightly mixed loyalties. Africans in America would probably be the first choice of most people leading the campaign for African American. Of the combination American names, only the African American is as negative as it is positive, and an accusatory reminder of past wrongs and pending debts. Only the African American is loaded with the political resentment and implicit indictment and demand for restitution. Not even descendants of late arriving immigrants are free from racial debt. As Orlando Patterson put it, if the present descendants of post-emancipation immigrants wish to be relieved of the moral burden of slavery, they had better stop cheering on the 4th of July. The call for African Americans seeks to renew group solidarity by recreating a sense of shared disadvantage that can mute class and other differences among Blacks. It recalls the anti-bourgeois animus of the Black Power movement that rejected middle-class civil rights organizations committed to integration like the NAACP and the National Urban League. Black was given political content and reserved for Black brothers and sisters who are emancipating themselves, while Negro was applied contemptuously to those still in Whitey's bag and who still speak and think of themselves as Negro. Whoa. Within little more than a year of Stokely Carmichael's call for Black Power in the mid-1966, young Blacks, especially in the urban North, stopped using Negro, except in ridicule. Black was associated with youth, unity, militancy, and pride, while Negro increasingly connoted middle age, complacency, and the status quo. Among nationally prominent Blacks, only Roy Wilkins and Bayard Rustin consistently condemned the Black Power radicals, anti-white racism, and separatism. Martin Luther King and Wilkins were heckled and denounced for using Negro. Though the 1967 Southern Christian Leadership Convention joined the Black Consciousness Drive with Black is Beautiful placards and frequent mention of the negritude and Afro-American unity. Pressure came also from Black Muslims and early from Malcolm X, who referred routinely to the so-called Negro. So for all those who said Malcolm X wasn't saying we was Aborigines is liars. He even even the Muslims got on their ass about this bullshit. Okay. Pressure came from Black Muslims and earlier from Malcolm X, who referred routinely to the so-called Negro. The Black Power movement condemned racial assimilation and the embourgeoisement of upwardly mobile Blacks as self-denial and shame. It demanded cultivation and celebration of racial differences before allowing the possibility of peaceful coexistence between races at the group level to be negotiated by Black leaders. Black Power rejected colorblindness at the individual level as cultural suicide, demanding race consciousness as self-acceptance. Mixing race, class, and culture, radicals condemned middle-class Blacks committed to the integration as traitors to the community and to their own true selves. To be integrated, it was necessary to deny one's heritage, one's own culture, to be ashamed of one's own Black skin, thick lips, and kinky hair. Black SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee workers who had white friends or who were too light-skinned or too imbued with the white culture values became targets for criticism. Before mounting a racial revolution against whites, Black Power advocates posed a class and cultural confrontation against middle-class Blacks to force them on the Black Power definition of group identity. In that anti-bourgeois cultural offensive of the late 1960s, middle-class Negroes were required to adopt cultural values of lower-class urban Blacks as marks of racial loyalty. Black Power, as an ideology, resonated with the values and lifestyles of ghetto dwellers. Rap Brown urged Black college students to identify with the brothers in the streets. Emphasizing racial unity, the Black Power movement sought to collapse class differences. And by the early 1968, there were increasingly evidence that middle-class Negroes were conforming by identity more within the Black community. Identifying more with the Black community. By the summer of 1968, Black was displacing Negro in the pages of Ebony, though Afro-American appeared occasionally as well, while a few staunch integrationalists like Roy Wilkins insisted on Negro. Many moderates like Whitney Young and Ralph Bunche adopted both terms, and most white liberals like New York Mayor John Lindsay switched to Black by 1968. By October, when James Brown says, "Say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud," made the top 10 hit list, Black was well on its way to becoming the preferred term in major media and political society. Radical white organizations like the National Student Association in 1967 power imagery and vocabulary. But presidential candidate Nixon used the term in his campaign and pledged in his inaugural speech to make freedom real for both Black and white. Depending on the ideological setting, saying Negro continued to be socially acceptable for whites in public for several more years, and it was not until the early 1970s that the term disappeared from the national press. The Negro mass public yielded to Black elite leadership for the new term only gradually, more gradually than white opinion makers yielded in most cases. In June 1968, 69% of Negroes favored Negro compared to the less than 6% choosing Black. In fact, 15% picked Afro-American as the best name then. 15%. A Newsweek poll in 1969 found twice as many Negroes still favored that name as those who chose Black. In fact, as many still favored colored as made Black their first choice as the late 1969. It was not until 1974 that polls found solid majorities of Blacks finally accepted elite usage in names. The 20-year effort of Black leaders to build racial unity succeeded also in overcoming class differences on most issues. The social and political attitudes of higher and lower status Blacks vary little. Moreover, the conformity has been achieved at the lowest social denominator. Middle-class Blacks have identified with the lower status Blacks and share a sense of grievance and entitlement. Upper status Blacks have accepted a Black power-defined political community of all social classes, including a set of beliefs and a mood of protest shared with lower status segments. National Black elites have tended to portray Blacks as uniformly disadvantaged in socioeconomic status, contributing to stereotyping as poor, uneducated, unemployed, and dependent, despite a large majority living above the poverty line. See, always some bullshit. Jesse Jackson's assessment in 1988 was normal. These are very tough times for Black people, no matter who you are and how well you are doing. This identification of Blacks with the poor has been extent. Half the white respondents in the 1985 poll overestimated the proportion of the poor who are Black, as did 2/3 of Blacks. Black respondents were 10 times more likely to overestimate than to underestimate the percent of poor who are Black, while whites were more than twice as likely to underestimate that. Those misperceptions are functional. The suffering of the poorest Blacks creates a fund of political capital upon which all members of the group can draw when pressing racially based claims. Minority or masses. The call for African American ethnic consciousness also revived others of the 20-year-old post-integration images used by Black leaders to portray their community in American society. As soon as the Civil Rights Revolution established that color blindness and equality of individual opportunity as political and social norms, denying the importance of group membership for the individual status and achievement. Black power advocates moved on to substitute race consciousness and equality of group conditions socially and economically. The accompanying pluralist imagery, revived 20 years later in the Call for African American, features Blacks as a specially deserving group among groups and demanded redistribution, local control of Black areas, and assured access elsewhere. The pluralist minority among minorities view then joined the more traditional Black-white minority-majority imagery with its flashbacks to slavery and segregation. The African American campaign since 1988 has been less successful in finding African roots than reminders of slavery in the New World. I'm sorry, y'all. That's funny as shit. Oh my goodness. Like other national Black leaders, Jesse Jackson refers often to slavery, inviting unified resentment from Blacks and guilt from whites, able to imagine racial oppression more than a century removed. Child, he ate that up. He ate that shit up, okay? They haven't even found the roots. And this is what he's saying in 1991. So we know that this term, guys, it is a fallacy. You know what I'm saying? We know that this term is a fallacy, bruh. And I'm reading it to y'all. The man is outlining every last reason why this shit is like that. Jesse Jackson is at the cult. He's at the top of this shit. His wild ass. We can talk about the rest of these motherfuckers too. He was going in on these Pan-Africanists. All right. Minorities can claim sympathy and entitlement, but the most powerful moral claims are wielded by groups who see themselves as the many exploited by a few. The African American campaign renewed the nearly 100-year-old effort of Pan-Africanists from W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey to Black Muslims to persuade Black Americans to consider themselves Africans wrongfully separated from their motherland. To persuade Black Americans to consider themselves. What was Du Bois and Garvey doing? And we got to talk about the term African American. That's got to be talked about in more recent terms, because this is a recent term. And I'm going to read that again. That's what I said. Every time I'm in here cooking up that motherfucking fire, they not in here when I'm really cooking up that shit. They don't want to come in here. But they're not going to be saying that now because they got to be subscribed to my channel for 5 minutes. Ow. Let me read that again. Minorities can claim sympathy and entitlement, but the most powerful moral claims are wielded by groups who see themselves as the many exploited by a few. The African American campaign renewed the nearly 100-year-old effort of Pan-Africanists from W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey to the Black Muslims to persuade Black Americans to consider themselves Africans wrongfully separated from their motherland. Ramona Edelin, who persuaded the Chicago meeting of Black leaders in 1988 to pursue the African American offensive, said, "We want African people throughout the world to refer to ourselves as Africans wherever we are in the diaspora. This is our proper geopolitical identification." Do you hear this? Ramona Edelin. The campaign for African American renewed explicitly Also, the efforts of anti-apartheid lobbying staffs like Trans Africa to persuade Black Americans to identity with South Africans and to consider apartheid an analogy for the exploitation of Black masses elsewhere by the white global minority, claiming implicitly for African Americans by long distance, some of the sympathy due South African Blacks is the same as borrowing it from the past with reminders of segregation and slavery. Yep. So I hope y'all see that. So everybody want to know how this African American thing came about? Y'all see it. That shit was not being used before that. I don't give a fuck what the internet lie about. We're knocking them, all those fake sources, that pseudo shit. That's just a lie. That is not no common term they was using to describe our people. Because we are not those Africans that they are trying to say that we are, family. This is a fact. All right, let's keep going. We don't got that much to go. It is when African Americans are identified not just with other Africans, but with the entire third world, however, that they are associated with the broadest masses of victims of Western imperialism. For a century, Stokely Carmichael wrote, "This nation has been like an octopus of exploitation, stretching from Mississippi and Harlem to South America and Vietnam. A powerful few have been maintained and enriched at the expense of the poor and voiceless colored masses." Infusing class analysis with racial content, identifying imperialism with racism was an accomplishment of the new left and Black revolutionaries of the late 1960s that has endured among many intellectuals and Black political elites. It encourages African Americans to identify and ally with other exploited masses in a non-racial united front. The Poor People's March on Washington in 1968 was offered as a mass movement, not limited to Blacks, and Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition was also a cast as a quilt of many colors of the dispossessed, but not limited to the African American patch. These people are game players. And it's just nothing but ideology. It's nothing but policy. It's nothing but, that's all it is, guys. This is exploitation. Ouch. Refers to himself as having grown up a third world resident in the first world and of having been born in occupied territory, having lived for all of my developing years under apartheid in Greenville, South Carolina. Several activists have found the choice of revolutionary constituencies and alliances, ideology, and tactics difficult since the 1960s. After late 1967, Stokely Carmichael stressed ties between the Black liberation struggle in the United States and Third World liberation everywhere. But he broke with the Panthers in 1969 because of their willingness to ally with white radicals like the Weatherman for broader class struggle against American imperialism. Malcolm X, on the other hand, became less interested in a separate Afro-American nation than in revolutionary internationalism after he broke with Elijah Muhammad. Similarly, the writer Amiri Baraka, Leroy Jones, worked for nationalist mobilization of urban blacks until 1976, when he renounced separatism and its black aesthetic movement, calling them racist and reactionary, and returned to Marxism. Jesse Jackson has refused to choose from starkly opposed radical models, and in his call for an African American ethnicity, he has combined race and class consciousness in what might be called a late Malcolm X formula: first ethnic unity, then multi-ethnic, and revolutionary internationalism. But Jackson also explained African American cultural nationalism in an early Stokely Carmichael style, alternating a colonial black colony in the United States, analogy with the model of open pluralism. One element of the Black Power movement, threats of violence, has been missing entirely from the African American offensive. But in each of the portrayals of the African American offered on behalf of the phrase, whether minorities or masses, the many of the few, blacks are victims entitled to restitution. The themes of the African American campaign resonated through many black issues in 1989, including the demands for reparations, for Afrocentric curricula in schools, for an African American museum in Washington, D.C., and for D.C. statehood. That shit still ain't happened. Well, they got the museum. Oops. The December 1988 Chicago meeting of heads of dozens of black organizations, after which Jesse Jackson announced that blacks wanted to be called African Americans, led to a gathering of 1,000 activists at an African American summit in New Orleans the next April. The summit meeting, to set a black agenda for the 1990s, was intended to be a strategic planning session on the scale of the first National Black Political Convention in March 1972 in Gary, Indiana. As before, the 1989 African American Summit was dominated by activists of the protest wing of Black elites, and the warmest applause was reserved for Angela Davis of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, Lenora Fulani of the New Alliance Party, and Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam. Most of the 4,000 invited did not attend, including the heads of mainstream organizations like the NAACP and the Urban League, all but 3 members of the Congressional Black Caucus and mayors from big cities except for New Orleans. But the organizers from the December Chicago meeting were there, along with Coretta Scott King, SCLC President Joseph Lowery, and Democratic Party National Chairman Ron Brown. Among the speakers, Louis Farrakhan and Jesse Jackson stressed most heavily the need for renewed awareness of African heritage. Updating 1960s charges of Black genocide that underlined most heavily the common view of Blacks as victims of manipulation and exploitation, Farrakhan warned of secret U.S. government policies to perpetuate poverty and drug abuse in the Black community. His demands for reparations drew standing ovations. "We call for reparations," the summit resolution declared. "If they are good enough for the Japanese Americans and Native Americans, they are good for those of us who worked for hundreds of years unpaid and who now need that capital that was used to build America and Europe for our own development in this country." Gathering concisely most of the premises of the African American movement and those of its late 1960s Black Power predecessor, this resolution expressed, as well as the movement's primary policy implication, racial reparations. It recalled the reparations demand in 1969 of SNCC's James Foreman for $500 million, later raised to $3 billion, from white churches, and of the Council on Racial Equality, Roy Innis, for $6 billion from the banking industry as compensation for centuries of racist and imperialist oppression. Except for Bayard Rustin, who called Foreman's demands another form of hustle. Both moderate and radical Black leaders endorsed the reparations goal. For example, even moderate Whitney M. Young Jr. declared the 1968 Core Convention that Black people had given their sweat and tears in the development of this country, and they have a claim to every acre and institution. It was not, however, a mass movement. A majority of Blacks opposed the demand for reparations from churches in 1969. The 20-year-old claim to reparations underscored several premises widely accepted among Black elites, including a view of capital as treasure to be held, seized, or shared. Redistribution through politics then has been seen as the key to economic development, as in Stokely Carmichael's call for empowerment and self-reliance. Black people must do things for themselves. They must get poverty money. They will control and spend themselves. African American political elites have tended to share third world socialist view of wealth as something acquired at the expense of the poor, and economic development as something wrested from others. In April 1989, the Detroit Council asked Congress to establish a $40 billion education fund for the descendants of slaves. Did y'all know that? And U.S. Representative John Conyers introduced a bill in November for a commission to consider reparations. The passage of the Japanese World War II bill providing $20,000 to each of the 60,000 surviving Japanese American internees has rekindled sparks in the Black community, according to D.C. Congressional Delegate Walter Fauntroy. Y'all, fun fact about Walter Fauntroy: I went to school with his granddaughter. But anyway, yeah, we went to college this one year, the same school. Well, before I graduated now, of course, this is a long time ago, but I remember her. She was a cool girl. All right, so anyway. Okay, the passage of the Japanese World War II bill providing $20,000 to each of the 60,000 survivor Japanese American internees has rekindled sparks in the Black community, according to D.C. Congressional Delegate Walter Fauntroy, and a Massachusetts Senate bill will require the Commonwealth to negotiate with the legitimate representatives of Africans descendants born in the United States to consider claims like those filed by American Indians for compensation for lost land. So who is these legitimate representatives of Africans descendants born in the United States?
Mommy, can I get a snack?
Sure. Yeah, because that. Whoa, excuse me, y'all. In California at Berkeley, students are required to take a comparative course on American ethnic groups, focusing on 3 of 5: African Americans, Latinos, Asian Americans, Native Americans, or European Americans. In New York, the State Board of Regents report of a new curriculum of inclusion began by observing that African Americans, Asian Americans, Puerto Ricans, Latinos, and Native Americans have all been victims of an intellectual and educational oppression that has characterized the culture and institutions of the United States and the European American world for centuries, and in Washington, D.C. Oh, my bad. For the United States and the European American world for centuries. Child. And the school system received a $150,000 grant from the Rockefeller Foundation to develop Afrocentric lesson plans and activities to replace its Eurocentric curriculum. Though there are more than 100 Black museums featuring Black culture nationwide, none is seen as a national center. Backers of a National African American Museum lobbied in 1989 for legislation to construct a freestanding building on the Mall in Washington along the lines of plans for a national museum on the American Indian pending in the House. Supporters of an African American museum rejected the idea of including it in the Smithsonian, insisting that the African American experience in history. The African American theme of separate representation appeared as well in calls for statehood for the District of Columbia, the nation's last colony, according to the road signs by supporters. Jesse Jackson called the city under occupation and said he does not rest easy with a Senate in 1989 that, based upon this formula of exclusion, has 100 white senators and African Americans and Hispanics are locked out of the equation. District statehood will virtually guarantee 2 African American seats in the U.S. Senate and achieve 2 goals of some Black nationalists of the 1960s: self-determination and territorial separation from white America. Free Papa, he must have missed the one. He missed the first video. Mobilizing Black opinion, elites and masses. Both the Black Power movement and its African American successor aimed at raising Black consciousness and mobilizing Black opinion, and the contours of that opinion indicate the success of those efforts as well as their limits. For 20 years, Black elites have encouraged their constituents to consider themselves victims of institutional racism. When polled in general terms, Black respondents tend to agree that discrimination is widespread. Asked about the reasons for Blacks' worse jobs, housing, and incomes, 69% agreed that in September 1989 that it is mainly due to discrimination, and 67% agreed that it is because Blacks lack the chance for an education. 3/4 agreed that Blacks are not achieving equality because many whites do not want them to get ahead. Asked in 1968 about discrimination against various groups in the United States, Black respondents were the non-Blacks to perceive discrimination everywhere against all other groups, though they saw themselves as the greatest victims. Middle-class Blacks were a major target for racial mobilization by the Black Power movement, and that effort has generally succeeded. Blacks with a college experience are more likely than others to perceive widespread discrimination and blame whites for Black circumstances. Some interracial class differences remain, however. One recent study found higher status Blacks expressing less of a sense of Black autonomy and feeling less close than lower status Blacks to Black masses and to Black elites. But while Blacks, especially those with some college, tend to agree that prejudice is widespread when asked about racism in general, they also report surprisingly few personal experiences with discrimination and display optimism about the future. In 1978, 3/4 of Black respondents in large northern industrial cities said that a young, hardworking Black can usually get ahead in this country in spite of the prejudice and discrimination. And when asked in 1988 about the importance of several factors in getting ahead in life, 76% said that well-educated parents were very important or essential. 96% cited the importance of having a good education yourself. 94% cited the importance of hard work, but only 38% said that a person's race was similarly important in getting ahead in life. Accepting elites' portrayal of a systemic racism, Black respondents are generally more likely to say they see discrimination nationally than they find in their own areas. In 1980, 73% said that there was very little or no tension between whites and Blacks in their own area, and only 4% said those relations were worse than a couple of years ago. A couple of years before. 10 years earlier, a Harris poll found more than 2/3 similarly reporting pleasant and easy personal relationships with whites. In 1978, 66% said they had never been personally discriminated against for a job or promotion or in housing. 72% of the respondents in Watts in 1980 said they had experienced discrimination personally, not much or practically not at all. And that's crazy. That's interesting that they're saying that. Maybe they ain't feel it because we were in our own areas. So of course we're not going to feel discrimination amongst our own. Okay. All right, y'all. That's 20 pages. I need a second. But I really do hope y'all enjoying the fucking build.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama say
I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Yes, peace, y'all. I hope y'all doing good out there. I really do. I hope y'all doing fucking amazing. I put my link out there. You know what I'm saying? I ain't been getting no panel action lately, but I thought I'd go ahead and throw it down there. 2-1, come fuck with the kid. You know what I'm saying? If not, I'm not gonna really hold y'all. But I would love to be able to have some conversations, like especially about the first video. You know what I'm saying? But I get it. Cause there's been a lot of conversations going on, man.
Yeah. Woo. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double song. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up mad stuff like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the sheets. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn. Understand? Fuck who stole this land. White or black or tan. Understand? It's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get a little buddy these hands. He wasn't no apple man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. No ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Family, shit, I was trying to give y'all Negroes some time. Shit, I see Free Poppin', Cop Aborigines having a conversation. Y'all want to have the link and talk it out? Y'all want to hit the link? Look at this. I got to convince y'all to hit the link, Negroes. Y'all be scared to hit the link. Please like, share, subscribe, y'all. Hold on, because I had that article for y'all. I'm trying to think if I had something else. Peace, Big Chief. I did want to show that. I can't remember where I came in at though on Smoke Signal joint. I can't remember where I came in at. But real quick, I don't know if y'all seen it yet, but let's see if I could pull it up. I just put out like a small sample of child, what's going on here? Okay, hold on. Where they at? All right, y'all, hang on. Bear with the sis. Say he's scared. Oh, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Why were they teaching you, and who funded those teachers? They have to teach a curriculum, and that curriculum is funded by someone. That's going to show you that whoever funded that curriculum can push whatever narrative they want because they're footing the bill. That needs to be understood. Then after you understand that, because that's very, very, very key, is to understand who's funding your education. Why were they teaching you?
Y'all be trying to give Monique a lot of flack.
Funded those teachers.
But that's like a little sample of the interview, y'all. I got one more in there, though. Hold up.
What's the other kid name?
Trayvon Martin.
Trayvon Martin. Yeah. Questions. So I'm like, so I'm thinking I'm African. So I'm like, okay. So they just kidnapped us and got us over here on this land. That's when I start making common sense out of it. Like, okay, so we're all just prisoners on this land, and nobody came to come get us, or none of that. What's the other kid name?
I got one more I want to throw up there too. I had one more that, hang on, y'all. Let me see if I could get in there real quick and put it up there. Yeah, that's Jaw Bricks. Yep. Somebody on Bap Channel try to get smart talking about some. Oh, we know him. I ain't never say you didn't know him. It's not about you knowing him or not. It's just weird. It's like it's not about you fucking knowing him. Like, people be on some wild shit and I don't even be getting it. Let me see if I could get the one up there. Oh fuck. All right, y'all, never mind. So anyway, those are the two little shorts I posted. Y'all can check that out on my, channel or whatever. And y'all be able to see, you know what I'm saying, where I was coming from with that interview. But I'm going to be really putting that out soon. I got to edit it and do some things to it. But we had a great conversation. We talked for about 40 or 50 minutes. Like, I wish we could have talked about a lot more. But, now that we got a good vibe for each other, he going to come on the platform and all that one day. So, we're going to chop it up. And I'm very excited. Like, yeah, I'm trying to get some more people to come up here. Let's just have this big Indian business. Let's have these conversations. Like, let's talk about what these scholars is talking about. Yes, peace and love, Copper Aborigines.
Peace and love, sister. I was hoping you put the link out there. Yeah, I hurried up and jumped on. I ain't gonna sit and waste no time on this.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Everything,
did you enjoy it? I'm glad.
Everything that lady said on that first video, she was 100% correct. She just didn't give in detail how to use our trust.
Yeah, that's what she be charging people at right there.
See, and what I was saying in the chat, about that. You know, we got into a back and forth about that African American, and I let him know. I said, "Well, look, you know, the African American ain't nobody but a South African. That's what a
What I just read.
that's what a African American is. Half these folks wasn't born back in the 50s like I was. I'm not gonna sit there and listen to these clowns talk that nonsense."
Period. And that's what I'm saying. And that's why I be feeling like that's why all this stuff gotta be cleared up. All of this stuff gotta be cleared up. And we gotta understand how all of this stuff have encapsulated itself and how it's come to be. So I thought it was a great interview, you know.
It
And I
was.
think it was a great, I think even without her saying everything, I felt like we were able to get a good understanding of how this shit is operating, especially when she was talking about the bar and you know that being connected to the crown.
Yeah, the
People go and
bar.
take that bar
You
and
know
all
what
that
the
stuff,
word.
you know.
You know what the word bar
The
means,
British,
right? B-A. You know the
yeah, the
acronym
British,
BAR.
yes, sir, the British Accredited Registry.
Exactly. Now, if it says British Accredited Registry, where is it at?
And with the British, the UK.
It's in Canada, British Columbia. I gave the 3. I said you got Washington District of Columbia, and you got British Columbia, and then you got the British Crown. Both of those run the Western Hemisphere for the Crown. I put in the chat. Does anybody know what the anti-bribery act says, or do they know what the Foreign Registration Act says? I put it all in the chat. I don't know. I don't know if people were getting it or not. I asked those specific questions for a reason, and I let them know. You know, in the chat earlier. Yes, I have been locked up for a day, one day. Now I'm not going to tell you what it was for, but I was locked up on a Saturday, walked out of there on a Sunday, went to court that Thursday. The case was heard, and I was cleared, and I got a clearance, and I still got that clearance to this day. But what happened to that other individual? Well, that's something different. And I said everything operates on contract and code. And I put it in there. I said, well, look, you know, when you're looking at it, you got to remember there is what is called a penal code, which operates under peonage. Now, it's not my fault because these people just don't know. And I said there are people who have been bringing this stuff up some years ago. I'm going to say in the early 90s that I can remember. I can't go back into the 80s because that was a different time and era. And they wasn't doing it in the 70s, at least not to my knowledge. But I said there are people that look just like we look, who are out to keep us from operating under the trust. And there are those who don't look like us, who are in a confederacy with those that do look like us to keep us from operating under this trust with these particular forms. Now, I used 6 of them to get out of this court case. I know what I'm talking about. She mentioned that parking ticket, didn't she?
Yes.
And you see, she got right out of that, right?
Yep. That's what she
because
said.
she knew the forms. She knew the 6 forms to mail into them. And did I not mention there are 6 forms that I needed to talk to you about, but offline?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put your information in the back. whatever information that you prefer to be contacted on. But yeah, I when I saw that for the first time, I just said to myself, wow, like this is just nothing but a big old huge just Ponzi scheme, just a game that's being played, and we're at the hem of it all. And that's why I feel like when we discuss that kind of stuff, like it goes beyond like your race and all of that stuff. Like that now it's a human issue now. It's like it's everyone's issue, honestly. But I do feel like when we talk about hierarchical systems and things like that, those do play a role in the same system. So
listen, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this in the chat right now. There are 2 documents that you need to have in your possession at all times. All times. I don't care what nobody tell you. Y'all can sit on here and don't have to listen to me if you don't want to. That's okay. But I know what works. So I'm gonna give you those same 2 documents again. And you got to read this stuff. One is called the anti-bribery statement. You might want to write that down. Anti-bribery statement. The second one is the foreign registration statement. And I told y'all those are not judges in those courtrooms. They are bankers. Everything in a courtroom operates under contract. And if you don't know this when you go in there, well, wait a minute, I couldn't hear you. Say that again, because you ain't coming across clear.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Everything in the courtroom deals in contract, and I'm gonna prove it to you. How many? Now I don't know about the sisters in the chat, but I know there's quite a few of you brothers in the chat been arrested. And the first document that is thrown on you after you get arrested is called bond. B-O-N-D. And the first words that come out your mouth is, well, how much is the bail? Am I correct? Somebody put all that in the chat. Yes. Because somebody coming down to that jailhouse and they paying 10% of that bond. And then you'll walk out, and then they give you a court date to show up on, or they'll send you a letter, certified letter in the mail, what day to show up in court. You either show up or you don't, because there's going to be a warrant out for your arrest if you don't. And you will go in that court not knowing there are 2 more bonds on your behind. And I know you want me to mention them in the chat, but I'm not. Like I told you, I got arrested on a Saturday, walked out of there on a Sunday. Why? Because I had all 6 of them bonds already in place. Now, somebody in the chat who want to sit up there and tell me something about the trust, you can't tell me anything. There ain't nothing you can discuss because you don't know. So you go ahead and stick with that, what you said about some African American suit. It ain't gonna happen. Only ones who could file that suit is those that's from South Africa who are African Americans now. So go ahead and file it, and let's see how many of you all gonna get shipped to South Africa.
Salute.
Hey, Smoke Signal.
What's up, Cherise?
Hey,
This is an interesting point
Salute.
we have arrived to in this segment concerning this mythological straw man thing. Let me ask you a question though, bro.
What?
Every time I hear about this, it's always a completely different version. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I hear about how do you go about maneuvering and negotiate in the maneuvering and navigating through this world of commerce, I hear a completely different version. Where did you acquire your version from?
Right out of the law dictionary. I don't use a version. When I use this, I use the law dictionary, and I look up these particular words that they're using out here. And then I started putting it together because the very first thing any second grader learns when they go to school is this one word. They don't teach us the truth of this word. They just tell it to us and we learn the definition to the word, but we don't really learn the definition. And that word is called noun. What is a noun? And if you say it real slow, and I'm gonna say it like this, and the reason why I'm saying it like this, Smoke Signal, is because I'm just gonna tell a little story about my mother for a hot second. My mother beat the crap out of us because of that one word, noun. And it was the way that we were saying it that was pissing her off. And so she got with her children about that word. And so you coming up with a mother like this, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you know darn well when they get that switch out or that belt out, you gonna get it. You gonna learn what this is about. Because what I'm gonna say is this. Look, people, my mother was born in the 1920s. So can you imagine what they had to go through in order to get us to this day? They went through hell, ridicule. The same things y'all witnessing out here today, they went through it too, but they didn't have the internet to help them out. What did they have? Those that could read, they had books. We didn't learn from just regular books. My mother taught us using that dictionary. So what I'm gonna say is this, Smoke. That word noun is a very, very powerful word when you say the word and then you really look at it and break it down for yourself, because the word noun describes a person. The person is a place or thing. So therefore, you and I are not a person. So we deal with a place or thing. Is it making sense?
Hell to the novel. Go ahead. I'm letting you elaborate, bro.
Okay, so if anybody is in the chat, can somebody pull up that word, noun, and then write the definition to the word noun in the chat?
I already got the definition.
Because the word thing is the straw man. Thing is the straw man.
Well, I'm gonna need you to calm down, man. Keep your composure, brother.
I got my composure, Smoke. I got my composure.
I got the definition, bro.
Okay.
I got
Now
the definition.
Okay, now read the definition real slow. And watch this.
A noun is a word that refers to a thing, such as a book, a person, such as Noah Webster, an animal, such as a cat, a place, such as Omaha, a quality, such as softness, an ideal, such as justice, or an action, such as yodeling. It's usually a single word, but not always. take, shoes, school bus, and time. And they have are all nouns. Now, what am I overlooking here, bro?
Okay, so when you read that, you read the straw man and didn't know you read the straw man.
Hear me out. How did I miss the straw man? I was so looking for it.
Okay. The straw man is the description. That's the description, straw man. But when used in a noun, it's a thing. Just like a driver's license, it's a thing. Your keys are a thing. If you wear eyeglasses, that's a thing. The straw man is a thing. It's not real. It don't breathe, nothing. The straw man is connected to a contract. And since our name is connected to this straw man, we have to learn how to use the contract. Just like you do your driver's license. When they ask us for driver's license, do you really think that they're going back there doing their investigation on you, the live breathing soul? No, they're doing that because of the driver's license is a contract. These people work for this corporation called the DMV. So whatever they can charge to that contract to get those Federal Reserve notes out of the live breathing soul, they'll do it, which is.
Hold on. Let's stay within some parameters here, right? We don't want to be going all over the place with the straw man. It already seems like a bit much to bear, right? So let me ask you this, bro. A contract, let's just break it down. A contract, right? An agreement between various parties with the implications of certain terms and conditions. I'm paraphrasing here, but is that an accurate assessment of a contract, brother?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we're talking about contract. There are certain laws that pertains to people who are bound to contracts. Am I within my parameters so far?
Absolutely.
Okay, so right. And in order for a contract to be legally and or lawfully binding, both parties must be signed to the contract. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Okay, so what type of contracts are we talking here? Are we talking contracts where all parties have met and full disclosure? Or are we talking secret contracts that are unilateral, adhesive? What are we talking about here, bro? What's going on?
Well, the majority of the contracts that are being used, that we use every day, and I use that term license because it's a contract. Who is it between? Between the DMV and the name that's in all capital letters on that document, which we signed our name to that contract. So we're in an agreement with the state or DMV. Same thing when you or me or anyone, you work, or let me rephrase that, you get hired to do a job, and when you get that check and you look at it, you got the straw man name on there. And you take it to whatever banking industry that you deal with, and they ask you for the driver's license. They look at it, they see that same name, and if anybody wanna take a look at it, take a look at your light bill if you got one. DTE. Look at it. Look at that name. It's in all capital letters. Look at your bank account. It's in all capital letters. Look at your Social Security card. Look at the name on there. It's in all capital letters. That is the straw man. You are connected to that through your signature because you agreed to it. And whatever the terms and conditions are attached to that, you agreed to it. And you agreed to do it with the state. The state made up the rules. You wrote your signature on there that you read the contract and that you understood that contract. Would that be accurate?
Let's be particular here, right? Do the contract apply? Do the contract apply to the all caps fiction, or does it apply to the man or the woman?
Wait a minute. Say that again.
Does the contract apply to the all caps fictitious straw man character, or does it apply to the man or the woman?
It applies to the first one.
It applies. It applies to the fiction, correct?
Correct.
So that means that ultimately, all the obligations, right, and all the terms and conditions would fall on either the all caps or the other parties to the contract, correct?
Correct.
All right. So what's the big problem here? Why do we find ourselves in such a pickle if all the obligations are falling on the fictitious characters? Why do we find ourselves in such a pickle? Help me out, bro.
Because we used our signature on that contract, and we're to be okay. How do I say this? The way I've learned this is that over a period of time, Smoke, I've learned that everything is in reverse. So once I started realizing that all of this stuff is in reverse, meaning
hold on, I don't mean to break your wisdom. But when you introduce terms like reverse, are you saying that some type of way the terms, conditions, and the obligations have been reversed from the fictitious character and now superimposed onto the man or the woman? Is that what you mean by reverse?
Yes, absolutely.
How do we combat such deplorable tactics? How do we do that? How do we combat?
We have to come smoke. We have to learn to turn this around back on them, where they are in a contract with us and not us in the contract with them. We have to learn how to use these documents that are out here in reverse to place it back on them and put them responsible for this. Not you or me being responsible for this and they living like kings and queens high on the hog. Because that's what's going on. And we have a lot of people out here, and I mentioned this in the chat, that there are those that look like us who are in cahoots with them other ones to keep us from learning how to do this. They don't want us learning how to maneuver using contracts the way they do. I kind of gave it I sort of mentioned this. I said this about people getting arrested. They get arrested because of the contract. The contract is in the contract. The individual didn't handle its business, didn't handle the business. And so when the police pulled them over.
Excuse me, y'all. I'm sorry. Go Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm listening. I just had to sneeze. Was going through something.
When the police pull,
real quick, old school. Hey, Sharice, this shit be sounding weird, don't it?
It is weird. I ain't gonna deny that.
It sounds weird. I be trying to get down to the core logic of this fictitious commercial construct. Right? I be trying to get down to the core logic of it, but it's a very
confusing.
enormous task just getting down to the core logic of this shit. It's always a twist. It's always a turn, right? It's always some magical element that can't be explained, and it's very hard to ascertain. You feel me? But it eludes me how the corporations are functioning quite well with this magical element, right? And the man and the woman are having such a hard time acquiring the mystical, magical element that keeps you in honor. But go ahead, bro. You got it. I just noticed these things. You got it, bro.
You know what, Smoke? I have been noticing that stuff years ago. But what I did learn is that there were certain things that I had done that worked for me in a serious situation. And when I posed these forms in the court case, and when the case got to court, I ended up walking out of there. And that's when I knew. I said, oh, wow. So everything operates under code. Everything. And what they've been doing is that the people, the flesh and blood man and woman, have not been using any codes. We just been using our mouths. So when I found out that the state itself, and I'm gonna tell you how I found out. When I found out that the state itself was an entity, this is how I did it in court. I said, when they called out that name, and I went ahead and accepted it because I already knew what was going to happen if I didn't. So when I accepted it, when they called the name, and I said, here, I'm the flesh and blood man. My name, middle name, last name, Junior. The guy in the black robe looked at me. The prosecutor himself got pissed off. And I knew he got pissed off because I could see it in him. He couldn't object because I am there in the flesh. So when it came down to it, it was like what the lady said on that tape. I don't know if you heard it. You might want to listen to it, but she mentioned about the injured party. I did too, right there in that courtroom. And I asked him, I said, well, who's the injured party? The injured party wasn't in the courtroom. So when I alluded to who's the injured party, you know what that judge said? That so-called judge who ain't nobody but a banker. Most people don't know this, but that's what he is. You know what he said?
He told you get out.
He said the state is the injured party. And I just smirked. You know, I put my head down and smirked. I said, checkmate. I said, whether you know it or not, this is checkmate now. I got him. And I raised my head back up. And I said, Your Honor, I said, I would like the injured party to walk over there to that witness stand and show the medical report that I injured it. Got to have a medical report. Smoke, does it make sense now?
Yeah, see, that sound like some shit you would say in court and you end up getting beat the fuck up. I'm
Who?
just saying, to me, it sound like some shit you would
Hold
say
it,
in
hold it,
court.
hold it, smoke, smoke.
End up
You didn't
getting
smoke.
beat the
You
fuck up.
didn't smoke. You didn't hear what I said of what I had already put in the court case. This is why I said that you're not gonna get beat up. You're not gonna get beat up. I don't know. I don't know what courtroom you ever been in, but these here in Michigan, you ain't getting beat up in. I didn't say anything out the way. I asked a question. I needed to have the injured party. That was the question. I need the injured party to come sit on the witness stand and to produce its medical report, since he said the state was the injured party. This is checkmate, because I know that the state is a noun. It's a thing.
Let's look at something real quick, y'all.
Okay.
It's only 4 minutes. It's not long. Let's look at this real quick. I want to get y'all opinion. All right, let's play this.
No. All right, sit down, please, sir. Let's speak. Well, first of all, the court has made a mistake. Are you Wilford Keith Thompson? No, it's not what I normally go by now. Can I see the information? That's a fictitious affidavit in terms of person legally speaking, sir. I've tried to clarify this a few times, but apparently the level of incompetence. So your name is Keith Thompson? My name is Keith, that's all. Nothing more, nothing less. You don't have a last name, sir? I have a family name, clan name, but that's irrelevant today. You join? So you are not. I am Keith. Nothing more. And sit down, sir. I'm looking for a Wilford Keith Thompson. Please sit down, sir. Actually, please sit down, sir. Sorry. Sir, I'm looking for a Wilford Keith Thompson. You are not that. This is person. Sit down, sir. Bailiff, please remove this gentleman from the courtroom. Thank you. That's the person you're looking for. Please, sir, that is the person. I'm trying to remedy things. Touch me and you will be charged. I'm a peace officer. Sir, are you here on behalf of Mr. Thompson? I said I was the administrator for that account. Are you here as agent for? Could you guys please back there, much like you are administrator of this court? Sir, you're either him or you're here as his agent. I'm speaking on his behalf. Are you either of those? Yes, it's lawful. Pardon? And so he's in common law jurisdiction, which I established as soon as I came in here this morning and reestablished again. The bailiff understood me. This other bailiff, wherever she went, she understood me as well. And this gentleman doesn't like talking. We're going to take a recess. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
How long? How long, sir? I don't have all day. Thank you. I have things to do. Actually, please note that the judge has abandoned the court. He has abandoned ship, and I, as the sovereign in this room, claim authority. Case dismissed with cause and prejudice. Have a nice day. See you later.
I'll start making my way down from
Hold on, it's back.
It's back.
Hold on, it's back.
Oh, wait, and my birth certificate. And you got the
He said the judge abandoned ship.
All of our forward gears and reverse.
In my case, Sharice, they dismissed the whole case.
And then we will be.
And in my case, they dismissed the whole case, and the judge was pissed off with the prosecutor. Because the prosecutor, when they lose, when the prosecutor loses a case, whether y'all know it or not, they have to pay for that. I'm talking about the prosecutor, not the court. That prosecutor has to pay for that case. Remember, I told you that they put a bond on you when you go to jail. So whatever that bond is, you only posting 10% of that bond. But now if you can beat the rest of it, who you think gonna pay for that case? Because it was the prosecutor that brought that case to court in the first place. You done brought that crap in that man's courtroom? Are you serious? This is not difficult. What it is knowledge. It's not difficult. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, because I know I've been there. Fear rules us. Fear. Being scared rules us. Lack of knowledge rules us. And I know us don't like to hear it being said like that.
Literally a rope. I know.
I was just like that at one time too.
I mean, even for me, like, you know, it's still, I only showed it because I showed it, and I wanted to get everybody's opinion as well, because even me, like, I know about that stuff, you know what I mean? And I'm still trying to understand how one puts it into practice. I think that's the biggest thing. I think that's everybody's biggest contention is like, well, how do we utilize this to our advantage? And, you know, how do you go about it? You know, I think that's the looming mystery around all of that surrounding like
I'm gonna tell y'all the easiest way. I'm gonna tell y'all the easiest way. Those of us that know this, how we did it. Okay, I'm gonna tell it to you. It's real simple. We set up a room that looked similar to a courtroom. All right. And as we did this, we set that up, and it was a classroom. And we learned what to say, meaning we had it written down. You can have something written, you can have your stuff written down when you go into them places. You don't have to go in there with it just off the top of your head. You see them attorneys and them lawyers in there with notes all the time. What makes you think you're not allowed to have notes? You just got to know what you're standing in. And if you go into most courtrooms, I'm going to give you all a vision. If you go into most courtrooms, if not all of them, they're all set up in a triangle. You got the state flag in there, and then you got the military flag in there with them yellow fringes around it. That's a military flag. It's not the flag of the United States, the 48 stars on it. It's a military flag. Anybody that been in the military know what that flag look like. And you're not dealing in laws of the land. You're dealing in laws of the sea. It's called maritime or admiralty. You on deck, whether you know it or not. And like I said, the only reason why most people speak the way they speak is because they speak out of fear. They speak because of lack of knowledge. And I tell all of y'all, whatever you do, get you a law dictionary. Don't mess around with Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Get Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary and get a law dictionary, because this is what these people use. And that's why I said everything is in reverse, meaning they sitting in your place and we sitting in their place. They're supposed to be we're supposed to be treating them like they treating us. They're our servants, but they made us their servants. And most people, and most of our people, men mainly, they're the first ones to direct people away from those scriptures, when the law is right there in the scripture. It's called the Ecclesiastics. Use it. Read it and use it. Not one who sits on that bench goes against ecclesiastical law, because that's what they use. You just don't know that's what they use. Matter of fact, hold on. A, B, C, D, E. Hold on.
All right.
Hold on. A, B, C. Okay. Anybody got a law dictionary? If you don't, let me show y'all something. There is what is called ecclesiastical, pertaining to anything belonging to or set apart for the church, as distinguished from civil or secular, with regard to the world. Then you got ecclesiastical authorities, which is the clergy under the sovereign as temporal head of the church, set apart from the rest of the people. And then you got ecclesiastical commissioners, ecclesiastical corporation. It says C corporation, ecclesiastical council, ecclesiastical courts, ecclesiastical divisions of England, ecclesiastical jurisdiction, ecclesiastical law, ecclesiastical matter, ecclesiastical things. It's right there even in the scripture, in a book called Ecclesiastics.
All right, let me ask you this then.
But yet, wait a minute. Hold on, please. Wait a minute, please. It's right there in the scripture called Ecclesiastics. These laws have been there. We are the ones who operate on the outside of the laws, because we're stuck with legalities. They're supposed to be dealing in legality. We're not. We're supposed to deal in law.
I have a question. Yes. How much you pay for this? $3,600.
But they made sure of it. And if you read them scriptures, you'd see in there also in the book of Luke, it says, "Woe unto you lawyers and you judges, for you have taken the law of God from the people, and you have hidden them, and you make them suffer under things that you yourselves don't suffer." Okay, I'm done. Go ahead, bro. You got the flow.
See, this is why the average nigga don't like delving into these type of topics, right? Because you niggas who learned in this shit, y'all have a certain way of conveying it that it just don't add up, bro. It don't add up. It's all over the damn place.
It's not all over the place. The conversation is a conversation, Smoke.
I'm trying to convey my thoughts, bro. That's all I'm trying to do, right? I'm not trying to challenge your superior stance when it comes to this paradigm. right? Only being transparent with you. I'm conveying to you why the average nigga don't delve into this type of shit, right? Because it's all over the place, right? You start off on contracts, you go to trust, you got to make a twist that equity. The next thing you know, you end up in goddamn Ecclesiastes. You feel me?
Oh yeah, I feel you.
I'm just saying, Sharif, shit be all over the place, right? Is there any type of way these type of conversations could be narrowed down to something that's motherfucking effective, right? I can't be telling no nigga about this shit, and I'm just all over the goddamn place, right? I have to end up teaching a nigga or preaching a nigga a damn sermon, right? Preaching them a damn sermon based off what the damn Bible says. You feel me? How is this shit practical, my nigga? What I'm trying to get. It's what I'm trying to extract out of you right now. How is this shit practical, bro? Go ahead, you got it.
Okay, listen, Smoke. I didn't learn none of this stuff overnight. The contract, what was earlier, I learned that when I was in my 40s. This Ecclesiastics, I learned that back in Sunday school as a child growing up into a teenager, into young manhood. Yeah. That's how I know a lot of this stuff. But I didn't know anything about the trust, as it's called, and definitely had never heard of an Indian trust. And I said, whoa, wait a minute. Indian trust is different from the rest of that stuff. And then I started doing just a little bit of research on Indian trust. And I'm noticing that what people seem to think here in this country of that Indian trust is that it's coming from the federal government to the Native Americans, and that's wrong. That's a whole totally different trust for them people.
I have no idea how it works at all.
Whole totally different.
Yeah, super basic. It's still working 100 years later. So these kind of wood bricks in the factory with like vinyl over it.
You don't never hear nothing about none of them Native Americans getting anything from the Federal Reserve. Never.
Oh man, this thing is too cool. I'm glad it's pretty
So
solid. I hate that it's got
this said corporation uses the Federal Reserve to do its own bidding, to where we are not taught or learned to use the Federal Reserve. We are kept on the outside of that, and it's done on purpose. And it's not that you don't know, or I don't know, or others don't know. It's done by design, by program, to keep many of us from knowing this. Now, I will say this. We spoke on, there was a conversation, we didn't speak on, it was a conversation earlier in some reading by, it was in some reading by Sister Clarice. So when she went to reading about what Jesse Jackson and them had done, what most of us don't know is that Jesse Jackson, as much as I dislike this man, he is a card-carrying Indian. And he's using the terms Black and African American on the rest of us. And he and his own family, among others that know, they're using this trust. Because if you ask anyone that's in their mid-50s, in their 60s or 70s and asked them what church did they ever go to that Jesse Jackson was a minister in. Think about what I'm saying. What church did he minister out of? What church did Al Sharpton minister out of? Now, they may have been invited to certain churches to talk, but those two guys ain't never ministered out of no church. But yet, both of them are ministers, not preachers, ministers. And I know people say, well, preachers, ministers, rabbis, all of them, they're all the same. No, they're not. Those are all different titles that they carry. So that's why I brought up the word, Smoke, ecclesiastics. That's why I brought up the word, Brother Smoke, about that law dictionary. See, these terms that are being used are used in law dictionaries. See, we think, and I say we because I'm among them. We're going to any of these courtrooms and we seem to think that these people are speaking English to us. And they're not. They're speaking legalese that sounds like English, but it's not. And to speak legalese, they'll turn around and use what is called statutes, rules, regulations, ordinances, zones, coercion, put you under duress, using threat, and you can get discombobulated with all of that mess. But when you know what them terms really mean out of a law dictionary, man, they can't touch you because you can turn right around and get right back at them. Just like I was explaining earlier when I was saying to you that I used the term injured party. And when that judge said the state was the injured party, I did put my head down and I did smile. And I did say to myself, checkmate. Because now what I'm getting ready to spring on him, he's going to be shocked because ain't none of us saying it. And I asked him, I said, well, who's the injured party? And he said the state was the injured party. Well, that's when I gave him another word. Well, I would like to subpoena the state to the witness stand and to show that they got a medical report showing that I injured him. Well, Smoke, you can get by that. I like to see it. It wasn't about him running out of the courtroom or nothing, because I wasn't in that kind of case. I did injure somebody, but it wasn't the state. I did take somebody out of here, but it wasn't the state. And that's why I wanted the state to be the witness. Can't bear false witnesses right there in the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not bear false witness. You can use this stuff. It's real simple, but they don't tell it to you like this. They want you to think of some hoopla religious nonsense. No, eggs no. Eggs no. See, that's how we've been guided. And I'm gonna use that word that you used earlier. That's how we've been guided by these niggas. Because they don't know nothing. Because if they did, we'd be in a whole lot better shape as a people. But they want to keep that anger going, that hostility, that foolishness. They want to go against stuff. Well, I ain't got time for them. Ain't my fault. It's not my fault that they don't know when they got the opportunity to know. All they have to do is take their time, like anything else. Just like listen, Smoke. I was telling some people here, not on this conference call, but I got a cousin. I ain't bragging on this fool, because that's what he is, a fool. But I can't go against him because of the game that he in. Mostly everybody that you ever knew that was out there selling drugs, sooner or later they was on the run. Am I correct or am I wrong? Hello? Dang, everybody gone?
No, I'm right here. I just.
Oh, well, my cousin was a pretty big drug dealer here in Detroit. So I didn't hang out with him or nothing because, like I said, I didn't know. And I ain't taking no chances being around him because I ain't trying to go to jail. And I ain't trying to end up 40 years in prison behind no crap like that. And I was in my 20s and I was thinking like that then because at that time I'm raising children. I don't need that crap around. I don't need nobody coming to my door. So I kept wondering, I said, man, you a snitch. And they wondering why I'm calling him a snitch because he ain't never been locked up. He was selling drugs, he was selling crack when the rest of them out there was getting locked up. So if you out here selling crack and you ain't getting locked up, you snitching. At least that's what was told. At least those were the words by niggas. So listening to niggas will have us messed up. So what I found out later on, he finally divulged it to me. And I'm going to tell you what it is. And I did not know that if you had this particular thing and you had these other things in place, well, they're not locking you up. Now, anybody can say what they want to say. The proof, the brother's still living today. I'm going to tell you what he was selling drugs legally. I didn't say lawfully. I said legally he was selling drugs. And you want me to tell you what he was doing? He had an EIN number and he had a tax ID number that he was paying the tax on them drugs. Now, I had never heard of no crap like that. I sat there and called this man a liar and every doggone thing else in the book. And I said he wasn't doing nothing but snitching on everybody else. Because there's nowhere in the world you paying no taxes and ain't nowhere in the world that you got this as your employment using an EIN number. But yes, he was. And guess what he had to back him up, Smoke? And you would think others would think of this too, but they didn't because they wasn't around the kind of people that he was around. To show this to everybody else. But niggas think they doing stuff slick and they getting locked up for 40 years. You know what this man got in his possession?
Nah, tell me.
He got a pharmaceutical license. That's what dumb niggas don't know. Niggas. That's right. I'm saying it now. Once I figured out the way he told it to me, I was like, I'll be darned. That's why they couldn't lock you up. You got an EIN number and you paying taxes on this. Does it make sense now? He was doing it under contract. And that's what woke me up. I was like, oh my goodness. No, he didn't. No, he wasn't. I said, man, you sent your children to private school like this? He said, yeah. Him and another partner of his both got pharmaceutical license, and they both got EIN number, and they got a TIN number, which is a tax identification number, and they pay the taxes. So who you locking up now? Niggas. That's who gets locked up. Niggas. Angry ass niggas.
So what you think, Smoke? Because
I can prove this. I can prove it. I get that. If I can get my cousin on the phone, James, he'll sure tell it.
I heard of it.
Oh, okay.
Never tried it, but I heard of it.
Yeah. He had been doing this for years. See, all the time I thought he was a snitch. I ain't want nothing to do with him. Why? Because I'm out here with these niggas. You snitching on niggas. Man, fuck you. That's how I felt about it. He wasn't telling off on nobody. He was just doing his own business. I just didn't have sense enough to ask him. I'm sitting up angry with him. With that nigga mentality, angry with him. And that's what's got us all screwed up. That nigga mentality. And I really hate to admit this on this line, but I'm gonna go ahead and admit it. The sister's been warning us about this for years. About that nigga mentality. Yeah. Like I said, Smoke, I thought he was a snitch. It got so bad for me, like I said, shoot, if it was up to me, I'd have put him to sleep. That's how much I detested him. That's how much I disliked him. But I didn't know. I lacked the understanding. And he helped out a lot of people doing it like this. There are things about him I didn't even know. And I'm hating on him. And I'm being honest about it. I was hating on him. Wishing bad luck on him, that he get caught. All the time he had already been uncovered. He had already covered himself. There wasn't nothing they could do with him. How many people you know growing up was selling weed when they could have did the same thing? We didn't know at that time. These are things that I'm learning now, in a sense. You want to operate with it? Get the license. Then have an EIN number attached to that license. And then have a TIN attached to that EIN and go from there. Now you're not using your signature. Whatever that business name is, that's the name you're using. Not yours.
What I can say for an old nigga that seemed to be like he all over the damn place. You dropped a couple of dudes in there, so I can't I can't say you don't know I can't absolutely say you don't know what the hell you talking about. So yeah, you dropped something that Yeah, you dropped something that came from a nigga who did a little digging.
Hey, look, I listen, Smoke. I had to connect the dots to a lot of this stuff. They wasn't telling me nothing, man. I hear a little bit here and a little bit there, and what I do is take that and I just go and do a little research on it. Because I said, wait a minute, this is the same thing I had to listen. I'm gonna say it like this, and I know it's gonna sound real mean to a lot of people in the chat. All of us who are probably the age 56 on up. Your woman go to the hospital and you have your son or your daughter, and then all of a sudden that nurse walks in, and only these women know what I'm talking about. That nurse will walk in, and they had this they had what they call, it was all over the country at the time, and this probably still is, I don't know, I ain't been in there to find out. Anyway, what they were offering to every parent who had a child was what they call goober insurance. Do y'all remember that? Most men probably wouldn't remember, but I know them women know. Goober had an insurance for babies, because a lot of the women were using a lot of the goober stuff for babies. Y'all remember that? Well, anyway, when my children were born, we had I got introduced to the goober, but I got introduced to it by my wife, and of course I didn't understand none of it, but it was insurance, and at that time, you know, it was only $10 a month at that time, so I ain't had no problem paying $10 a month for it. But I didn't know that it was much bigger than what I even learned. So anyway, you got 5 children, you paying $50 a month. But I didn't know at the time that I was paying for their college education. So by the time 1998 rolls in, the oldest child turns 18. You got the opportunity to use this goober insurance for their college education, because it's paid for. You already paid into it. Or if they don't go to college, you can cash it out.
OTK,
So,
you hit the link too.
So the oldest one, she decided she wasn't going to college. Of course, I got a little pissed off and I had to explain some stuff to her. Then she decided to go. Okay, so now that's paid for. Second one, he right behind her the following year. But he decided he going, but what he did was he played football, so he had a full scholarship, but he wasn't trying to play pro football. What he was trying to do is use the education for something else. He's going to use that scholarship for that education, like I said, for something else, which that's what he did. The third one, the same way. This last one, same way. Let's go to Alabama A&M right now. Well, the oldest one, she decided she was going to drop out. Okay, so the rest of that money is there, but you dropped out because you got married and had a child of your own. Okay, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I ain't got nothing against that. But you done used already half of that money. Son, he did it all the way through. The second daughter, which is the third child, she did hers and went all the way through. The fourth one, the son, he didn't use it at all. He jumped in the military. Okay, well, we cashing that out. And this last one, she decided to use it too. She went to Alabama A&M, like I said. So with this being offered to them as babies, it was well worth the investment. I wasn't in tune like I am now. But them women were in tune. Most of them signed up for that. My point is, everything is operating under these contracts, and we really don't understand contract. And I mentioned in the chat that it's going to take at least 10 of us, maybe 20 of us, to learn together. Because it's a difficult thing to try to learn all this by yourself. And it's frustrating. But it's a whole lot easier when you have anywhere from 10 to 20 people learning the same thing, because between 10 and 20 people, each one of them are going to pick up something different than the next one. And the worst.
Second copper.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Yes, peace and love, family. Peace and love to all the original indigenous Indians. Peace, bro. Hi, OTK. Hold on, because I still look cute, but what's up?
What's going on? What's going on? I seen you earlier with your Indian puffs, and shit. Yeah, he had a good
That's
show.
that motherfucker Indian. They already know what it is. I'm so happy that everybody. Yeah,
Good show. Great information today.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, OTK, because I know you was like in and out a little bit. I'm like, nah, he gotta hit that link at least once.
No, what I did, I just fell back and I laid across the couch, man, and listened. Word. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Oh, amazing. Period.
Yeah.
I'm glad you was able to relax and just listen to the video.
Yeah, man. Smoke
But
signal,
I like,
man.
you know what I'm saying? I came across that somebody showed that video to me like a minute ago.
Yeah, I like that. You know, I remember seeing that
smoke
a long time ago, but I'm glad you brought it back out.
Yeah, because I seen it a minute ago too. But I'm gonna bring it out. You know, I said that's why I put the disclaimer at the beginning. I know some of y'all might have seen it, but you know, if you haven't, it's information that could be useful. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, however way you want to take it in, however way you want to look at it, you know what I'm saying? I think like a lot of gems was dropped, especially about how everything is ran. And I know it to be a fact because I understand how systems operate, because this is what we learn all the time. You know, in social work, everything is interconnected with one another. So in order to get one service, you got to go through somebody else to get it. And that's just how it is. And it's like that in, you know, the aspect of society. You know what I'm saying? Different entities hold different resources that people need. You know what I'm saying? And they kind of exploit people on that. So that's kind of how I see it. Even down to driving and all that. That shit is exploitation. So, you know what I'm saying? I think that was my reason for showing it. And, you know what I'm saying? I hope everybody was able to get something from it. So I kind of wanted to move it along a little bit and pull up this research guide video, because I found this very interesting. About Hollywood exposed Black Indian tribes in America, Part 1. So we ain't gonna go through them, but I mean, maybe some of these movies y'all know, or you know what I'm saying, and probably catch these little nuances. So let's get into it. And shout out to his brother, the research guy. You know, I'm gonna try to get into contact with him as well and see what we could do.
Yeah, he be in our chat sometime. You don't know it, but he be in our chat. Yeah, he be showing love, man. Yeah, I be over there in his chats and on his show, man. And you know what I mean? Just something. He be hitting it on point with some things, and then you know, what I mean, he you know, when he start chiming in with that Hebrew Israelite, that's when I have to just, you know, step back and just look at it and see what the fuck going on. Then you know what I mean? Straight up.
Right, so,
oh yeah.
What's up, Smoke Signal? What's up, Smoke?
What's up, OTK?
Chilling, man. Glad to have your voice back, bro.
Yeah, it's bouncing back. It's bouncing back quite nicely. Hey, let me let Papa Aborigine know though. I left my email in the back. Hey, write that junk down and get up with me, bro.
Oh shoot! Now I can't get on there right now because I can't see it.
It's in the back chat.
It's in the private. It's in the private.
Now, how do I get to the back chat? Now, I never told y'all I was computer savvy. I ain't said that. I'm mechanically savvy. Building engines and transmissions, rear ends. Oh yeah, I can do that with my eyes closed. But this computer stuff, hey man. Oh, now you done lost me just about. Some of it, not all of it.
I ain't computer savvy either, but on your phone, it'll say comments. Hit that comments button, and it should automatically be the private chat.
All right, wait a minute.
Oh, you know what, Smoke? If he on his phone, it would be underneath settings, I think, right?
No, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me write this down right quick. Oh.
Too. So Smoke Signal, that's what it can tell you. Like, I'm so proud of you, young. I'm like, damn, Smoke over this joint cooking. I really love it, man. And that's what it's all about. Like, I feel like everybody just, you know, if you got your voice, you need to use it. You need to use it. Period.
Right. Use it till it's goddamn gone. You seen how you did it.
It was definitely over that John.
Yeah, that Gerber
was over there. So, you know, that was just
okay. Smoke, I got it.
So, y'all don't have Gerber insurance where you at? Oh, my bad, Smoke. Go ahead.
Now I'm just gonna tell them to get at me at your earliest convenience. Y'all got it. I'm out. Give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more rest. I'll be listening in the background. Salute.
He done dropped off behind that, Smoke, trying to work his phone. But go ahead, Cerise. Let's go. Let's ride, bitch.
Yeah, shoot, they both gone off that.
Hey yo, I hope y'all ain't running because I got on the podcast.
Welcome back to my channel. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. I went to some of these clips that talk about our Indian ancestry, man. You know, I had these videos, these clips up a while ago. YouTube, they told me
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Hey, I was laughing at Jeremiah.
Go ahead.
I said I hope they ain't running because I got on the podcast for real. Cause I've been laid back. I've been listening to the argument go on. I've been chilling for real. I was like, yo. I was like, nah, I can't get into that. What'd you say?
Shit, I wanted to make sure you was good and shit. I said, damn, I ain't seen Jeremiah making his rounds or nothing. I'm like, ho. So when I saw you in my chat, I was like, yeah, let me make sure he hit the link, make sure he good and shit. Cause like that ain't like you to not be speaking. It's been like a week or two, like a week.
Now I've been popping in people's chat in and out, but like throughout my daughter case, they actually want to be watching all the podcasts that I be on. So I be like, look, I ain't gonna try to say too much on these podcasts because I be getting into the point of bringing up my situation, and like that's why I was like, let me fall back off of talking about that because they're gonna try to use that against me.
Damn sure will. Damn sure will, my brother. Damn sure will.
Yeah, and I've been.
I'm seeing you in the chat, though. Appreciate you coming through in my chat. You see, I done wrench you up over there. You know what I'm talking about? Appreciate you, bro.
Talk about.
But yo, I'm telling you though, this system messed up, yo. This system really messed up, yo. I ain't gonna lie, cause I've been in court for the past 2 weeks, back to back to back. Man, I had social service. Boy, I had like 7 of these caseworkers actually going in on me. I'm like, wow, yo, these people lied on oath. I was like, yo, they got up on the stand and just lied. I was like, yo, oh my God. So like right now, I'm waiting for the judge to make a decision right now. So he gonna mail me something in the mail to let me know if I'm going to be able to continue with the case going on. So I'm just waiting to hear from if the case going to keep on going on with getting my daughter. So, I mean, these people terrible. I'm telling you.
Hey, can I help you with that?
I wish you the best. Okay, Jeremiah. Go ahead, Copper.
Hey, Jeremiah, can I help you with that?
You're
Go ahead, because I want to get into this.
Well, this what you should do.
Man, y'all might need to be careful. He just said them boys be watching him. Y'all might need to talk about that on a, you know what I mean? You might need to get in contact with him.
Good. I'm already good. I mean, he's good now. I'm just waiting for whatever the judge decision gonna be. So,
okay.
I mean,
all right.
it's already I mean, almost done.
Okay. All right, my bad.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, listen. 9 times out of 10, that judge is going to rule in your favor. But I was just mainly saying about them people who sitting up in there lying on you. See, there's some things that there's 2 things I know for a fact. If you put that in that court case, that's going to make them get up out of there. And it's just it'll be between you and that judge.
Family records and stuff like that. Yeah, I did bring up my family records and stuff like that. Yeah.
All you need is 2.
The problem. See, I'm gonna tell you what happened. This is some crazy stuff, yo, that I noticed. Like, all right, they actually sent my record to the Cherokee Nation, right? So they approved for a fact who my people did, but they tried to not accept my daughter. Which my lawyer said that was good because my daughter had white, so I already knew that was gonna happen. They said that it gotta be because there's a certain degree of what she is as my daughter. And
wait a minute.
Prove that, yeah.
Wait a minute. Let me give you an example of something, okay? It's gonna appear to be a lame example, but when you think about it, it's not a lame example. All right. Let's say hypothetically, there is a pop machine in the courtroom or a soda machine, right? And you go to that machine and you put your dollar in there and you push the button for whatever soft drink you want, right? Now, you put that dollar in that machine, you press that button, you got the object out of the machine. Now, who is really the guardian of that pop that came out of that machine?
Me and the mother.
Just you. The mother delivered it, which is the machine. The mother delivered it, which is the machine. You got the product, which is the soda. That's exactly how all of this is working. But nobody's using their brains to see it. It's really that simple. The child came from your loins into that woman, and out of that woman into your arms.
I'm telling you, these people don't care. These people don't care, yo. They don't respect nothing when it comes down to that. Because they feel like this. This is how they feel. They feel like since the people that had my daughter for this long, got a little bit more than me, and how they participated in the community, and since she been actually taken out of my presence since 10 months after she was born, that they feel like when it is according to the book, that it's going to be hard for my daughter to be able to adapt back to me because she's been in their life for so long.
How old is this child?
2.5.
That's a bunch of BS.
That's bullshit.
Exactly. BS.
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
see, now they're trying to work. I'm going to tell you what they're trying to work in that courtroom on you with that. The word that they're using in that courtroom on you without using it is called psychology.
Psychology. Reversing it too on some aspect because they telling you've been accepted in Cherokee, but your daughter can't. Let me tell you something. You need to go ahead and find you a case where a person of white that looks white or whatever that's mixed with white has claimed the nations too, because they do that blood quantum shit of that 1/32, one something like that, and that's how they get approved. So that's bullshit.
I would agree.
But I took that out of the equation.
Yeah, with the Cherokee Nation,
I took
you
that
can
out of
buy your way in that motherfucker.
See, but this is why I took that out of the equation, because they told me even if I wanted to do that, they would have to, like, if I was to lose the case, they would send my daughter to a reservation. So I was like, I'm not even going to press the issue with it, because then they would send my daughter to a reservation.
Well, remember this. Keep this in mind. Just because you use the word Cherokee, all you have to do now is just use another part of it. How many nations were under the Cherokee? See, because in order to make a nation, you have to have many tribes.
You got upper and a lower Cherokee.
Yeah, so like I said, what they're trying to use on you, Jeremiah,
like I told people, my great grandmother's Pagadaway. She's Pagadaway from Montgomery County, Maryland. Like, I got the records on that. But see, I use my grandfather's side, and my grandfather's side is different. He the different part of Cherokee. I never got to get to the actual tribe of Cherokee through my grandfather's side because I never even got to meet my grandfather. So I ain't even bring up my grandmother. All you need
to know is the area, bro. One thing about Indian tribes, bro, all you need to know is the area.
Remember, you use the word Cherokee. I'm saying I know that there's many tribes under Cherokee. It's still the same bloodline. Makes no difference of the name. You and your grandmother don't hold the same name.
The dog got the jungle.
I'm gonna have to call my brother back. He's gonna talk that crap.
Go ahead, talk that shit.
You got. There are many different tribes under the term Cherokee Nation. Just like your last name isn't the same last name as your grandmother's last name. That's your grandmother, though. Just like your last name may not be the same last name as your great-great-grandfather, but that's your great-great-grandfather.
Oh, my great-grandfather got the same last name because I actually got it through my father's father and his father. So that's where my last name was able to trace back.
Okay.
Because my father,
I'm just making a point.
My father was a junior, and then his father was a senior.
All right.
I'm just making a point. I'm just making a point about that psychology crap that they trying to run on you in that court. That's what they're doing, trying to run psychology on you. And I ain't gonna sit back and listen to this story knowing that it's BS.
Well, apparently they done ran it on him, man, because he saying he just waiting for a decision now.
Yeah.
But always gotta appeal. So think about getting up with Copper Aborigine for an appeal, just in case they don't go your way. Always prepare for the worst. And
I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Do not ever appeal your case. You want me to tell you what you have to do? Because we're Indians. We have to use what is called, when you say the word appeal, that would mean that we would have to go to the appeals court. No, we appeal our cases in the appellate court in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in that court. I'm just letting y'all know.
It's still an appeal, though, right?
Well, yeah, but you're dealing with the 3 article judges in the Constitution. Article 3, Section 1.
I was just making sure that I ain't say the wrong thing when I said appeal.
No, you didn't say the wrong thing.
You just made sure that they know where to do that appeal at.
Exactly.
I got you. I like that. Sharice, what's up with this video, goddess?
Yeah,
see, most of them
video.
Let's check this out for a second.
Lose all compression, like margins on the pre-swag.
I had to delete them, but you know I could do them now because you know what I'm saying we doing these reactions. So we're gonna get right into it, man. And the first clip we gonna watch is Django. Watch this.
Okay, rotate the valve. Now push down the
Django!
valve.
What? Billy Crash here got his pistol upside her head. You don't stop all that carrying on, he gonna blow our brains out. And that ain't no threat, boy. That damn, you can give up, so we won't kill him. Honest engine, Django, I swear up, oh God.
You see that? Samuel L. Jackson said honest engine. Now the word engine, but engine, let's go.
Exactly.
Hey, Sharice.
Etymology
Sister Sharice. Pause that real
what
quick.
the word
Pause that real quick, sister.
engine means.
Because it's Sister
It
Sharice.
says it's a spelling engine as an asseveration of truthfulness first recorded in Indians of their lack of duplicity in a.
Hey, sis. You know why your YouTube skipping like that? When you play your video, you see all these tabs you got open up top. You're on a live stream. You're screaming on StreamYard. You can't have all these tabs open and show a video on YouTube like that. It does that. I found that out. Yeah, close out all your tabs except for what you want to show, and then it should catch up. It should play way better than. Definitely close that one out on the screen because you don't want everybody to know that. You know what I mean? That even, you know what I'm saying? Watch how you be showing them screens, folks.
I've been telling people for some years now to watch that movie Django and listen to the verbiage that is being spoken in that movie. They dropping jewels all over the place.
It's plenty of movies, shit. Sammy Davis Jr. been in a lot of them too. Oh, a bunch of them. Go ahead, Sharice.
All right, that's good.
Particular situation. You see that? And they even quoted that term or phrase, honest engine, in the etymology. You see that? So Samuel L. Jackson was on point. And when I seen this gym, I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Like, I think I dropped this about last year. I was the first one to drop this. I'm just playing. But I was the first one to drop this. I brought this out about last year. I think maybe it could have been 2 years ago. Maybe 2 years ago. I don't know when I brought it out. But I was on Arawat. I do know that. Coming from Cuban.
Count mangy little.
Definitely Taina movie. Watch.
Indian, I'm gonna knock your head off. Gentlemen, please. Violence here. What lawman? Yeah.
As you can see, they dropped that gem in the movie. They called Sammy Davis Jr. a black Indian. You see that? They called him that in the movie. These are things that we don't pay attention to because, see, Hollywood has always known who we were.
They did
You know what I
Chuck
mean?
Berry like
Along with
that
our
too.
Native
You'd have been
American
watching his
brothers,
movie.
you know what
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And Cadillac Records.
Yeah.
Going in. Go real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta go to handle my situation.
All right, let it play. Just let it play then, sis.
Yeah, the other one is a better trade. Let's pull up this one.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool. Kind of lay it over, I guess.
saying? We've all been in these American Europeans came along or anybody else came along. We let, you know what I'm saying? We let colonization and all of these things separate us to where we're arguing and we indigenous and we this and we that and y'all Mongoloids and y'all African and blah, 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 blah. Like, come on, man. Like that's because I let, you know what I'm saying, people get to me and say certain things, so I start putting certain stuff out because people say things, and you know what I'm saying, it's all wrong, to be honest, man. But you know, like I said, we want to make sure that we're represented as well, the modern Native Americans, but we want to make sure we represented because that's what we want to make sure is represented, and that's why we put this stuff out. You feel me? So it has nothing to do with nothing else. It's just we're just trying to make sure the truth is out. All right. So the next clip we're gonna watch, this is another outburst in the community. This is from the movie Roots. Watch this.
And Janelle would tease you into horsing in the bed with her. Was you horsing in the bed with her? Is that so?
I remember this. Ooh, from no Africa.
You think she's pretty?
Boy, I spent.
She sure told him, didn't she? She sure told him, didn't she?
That man Dicker face.
Mandinka.
Mandinka. She said, Mandinka. What?
Yeah. Hey, listen. Hey, watch this now, Sharif. Hey, Sharif, you don't have anything else running in your background, do you?
Mandinka. We're proud people.
That is it. Your thing in the background is your screen. That screen in the back. You might need to take that down when you show videos too, baby girl.
What screen?
Your Sharice the realest screen.
What screen?
Your Sharice the realest screen in the background.
Oh, in the background.
Yeah. All that stuff slows it down, man. Make sure you ain't got nothing else open either, sis. Yeah, they be doing us bad, man. They be doing us bad.
All right,
go ahead, rewind it back just a little bit, sis.
I'm American. I was born daddy's daddy. I ain't no African.
Yeah, what you said, I is American.
Mandinka. What fool stuff's that you talking about? That's African. I ain't no African.
I'm Mandinka. We're proud people.
And I'm American. I was born here. My mammy and my daddy was born here, and my daddy's daddy. And I ain't no African.
In the video, she said, I'm American. I am American. I am not an African. And it's crazy to me how we can have Europeans from Europe, all right, or they from here or from there, and you can have different white people. You can have different types of Asians. Like Japanese people are not from China, they're from Japan. And Chinese people are not from Japan, they're from China. Korean people are not from China, they're from Korea. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why do they always try small Africa?
You wanted to comment on what you see? No.
Hey, all I can say is that woman spoke facts in that movie. Straight facts. And I remember that movie back when I was 14 or 15.
Oh yeah. Shit. I was in 5th grade in Chicago when they showed that to me. They showed that, but they didn't show no Indian mound. The Cahokia mound. Ain't that something?
That's mine.
Shit, we got a huge mound right here in Detroit, and I'm talking about huge.
Yeah, Cosmon always be telling me about that. Yeah. I said, man, why you film it yet? Why y'all ain't filming this stuff?
I ain't, but right now is a little bit further. I was only but about 5 minutes from the city of Wyandotte, where the Wyandotte Indians was slaughtered out at. Yeah, same thing with the you only got but very few Huron Indians and Erie Indians. Man, shoot. And y'all know the Erie Indians go from here all the way on up through Pennsylvania into Jersey.
Shit, she already on 360. You can go to 240. Drop it down to 240. That might help it speed up too. But I'm gonna tell you, Sharice, you see this running screen you got at the bottom? Yeah, but I mean, you gotta leave that up, but to get you a fair use act. Just make.
But
you
that could be.
Just
I
make
gotta
you
be that. Okay. Yeah.
you can just put it right here, so you don't have to have that running. But it's okay though. You plugged up to the Ethernet or you on just Wi-Fi internet?
I'm on the Ethernet.
You on the Ethernet?
And then when you come to Michigan, you come to the city.
Wi-Fi, hold on. Make sure your Wi-Fi is off and it's not picking up both.
On the walkway.
Yeah, it's not on there. I made sure.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to help you figure out, boy, because I had to do everything I could to try to figure out. I'm like, damn. Huh?
No, I said I was just saying.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know.
Why do they do that? When there's people all around the world from different countries and different walks of life and different cultures, and those people can be different. But when it comes to us, because we got tightly curled hair and dark brown skin, oh, you're African. Like, that's the problem we have. And that's why we put all these things out, man, so we can bring these things to the forefront and expose these things. You know, that's I feel like that's important. And that's what we're doing. So we're gonna get another clip. This is from the Roots mini-series. Watch this.
Stay home at night.
Well, we just had to tie a bell to his paw so the gal couldn't get coming. Okay. That's right, Daddy. Oh, he was thin bones of spare.
Pay for no doctor. He says we need to use our own ways.
I need to see a doctor, Daddy. Feel stronger every day.
And this is Irene, or Tom's first.
You see that? He said you got that Cherokee hair. It's crazy to me how Hollywood knows who we are, but if we try to say these things to our own people, we are met with resistance. That's crazy to me. Hollywood putting it right in our faces, telling us what's going on, but we will sit back and argue with each other, but we won't do no research. That's crazy to me. It's right here in your face. They're telling you in your face. Haley, watch this.
E is for elephant.
No, child, that's elephant. Elephant.
Elephant.
Right.
What's elephant?
Well, see, an elephant is a great big old animal with a long nose. And all your family.
My name is Cherokee. I ain't never been to Africa.
You see that? That was Jasmine Guy. She said, my mammy Cherokee. I never been to Africa. You see that? She said, my mammy Cherokee. Now, why would they even know? Like, for this to be in the movie, for these movies and these mini series and all these things, for them to be saying that, they know something that you don't know. For them to be saying these things and put these things in movies, they know who we are.
That's
they know that
because
lets me know that they know who we are.
That's
So
because when those movies came out, our people was already calling
exactly who we
themselves
are.
The best pitcher around here. The other ones had completely special orange. This one doesn't. I don't see any bad scoring on it. What's good about that?
Go ahead, Screech. Go ahead.
They playing with us. Now, let's get another clip.
No, we playing with ourselves.
This clip is from the movie Cadillac Records. True singer.
Is he? You know who else he is? He's me.
Says he's Chuck Berry. Let me see some ID.
All right then. ID.
Look at those
This
driver's
license says
license,
you're
y'all.
Indian.
See?
That pin up make you Berry.
That pin up make you look like a white man. What are you? I told you they couldn't say what we was back then.
whitewashing, sis. That's what they was doing. They stick with them black and white pictures, but they wasn't showing no black person boy coming to perform. You know what I mean? Yeah. Word. That ain't you on that picture.
See? They now go back in the
And
day.
I can be whatever you
Wait a minute, hold on.
need to be.
Wait a minute. Hold on, I got something for you to do. Go back and see when the first driver's license was issued. See what year the driver's license was issued. And his driver's license said Indian on it. So that means your great granddaddy's driver's license said Indian on it. Your granddaddy's license said Indian on it.
1899, Chicago and New York first.
And it said Indian on it. 1899. Ain't that something?
Damn, but shit, Cadillac Records, that's what, the 50s?
You know what Cadillac Records really is? Do y'all know where were Cadillacs built at? Let me show you something. Where was Cadillacs built at?
Here.
Here where?
In America.
Where?
That's an American-made car. I don't know
Where?
where the first one was built at, but I know it's in America.
I'm gonna tell you where it was. I'm gonna tell you where they were built at. They were built right here in. Listen. They were built right here in Detroit, Michigan.
Okay, bro. I was listening, but I was about to try to answer you.
I was making a point.
Detroit is the Motor City. That's the first place the first car was built at. The Model T Ford. Damn. Why wouldn't that goddamn other car be built there? Go ahead.
Well, the point I was making is the reason why they use the word Cadillac Records is because the original Cadillac, when they say Cadillac Records, that's actually Hitsville, USA. They named it Cadillac Records because it was behind Seymour Cadillac, a Cadillac dealer on Jefferson, Michigan. This is where they were doing all this recording at. So they call it Cadillac Records because Seymour was involved in the investment of that record company.
Right. I got you. Okay.
Now I'll give you another one. What is his name? A blues singer.
They name it Cadillac Records because of the Cadillacs?
Yes.
Okay. They all had Cadillacs, right? Muddy.
Yep.
Lil Herbert, right? Lil Herbert, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Lil Herbert on the harmonica. Yeah, yeah. And then you had old Wolf. Old Wolf.
That's all them brothers and sisters here in Detroit drove at that time was Cadillacs. I'm telling you, when I was growing up, that's all they would. That's all I seen. Some of them with 9.8s, some of them with Deuce 25, some of them with Pontiac Bonnevilles. But the majority of our people here in this city, they drove Cadillacs. All Cadillacs. You get any documentation on any Cadillac anywhere in America, it would show that it was built in two places. One was the plant on 4th Street in Detroit called Fleetwood. They built everything from the firewall all the way back to the tail light. Then that body itself went over to what is known as Cadillacs and Fisher Body. That's where they put the frame together, the rear end together, the drive shaft, the brake lines, the exhaust. The exhaust system, the gas tank, the gas lines, the engine and transes, and stuff like that. They hooked all that up to the body. The body itself, without the fenders on it, was made at Fleetwood on 4th Street. The train would run them over there to Cadillacs, and that's where they would assemble. That's where they would assemble those cars at. And Albert King, a blues singer, made a song called "He's Going to Detroit, and he's gonna get a job on the Cadillac assembly line," and that's the name of that tune. It's called Assembly Line. And if you listen to his story, he did work in Detroit on the Cadillac assembly line, just like Wilson Pickett, who's another singer, and so did Joe Louis, Ray Robinson, Coleman A. Young before he became mayor. All of them worked at the Ford Rouge plant in Dearborn. And so all them guys that you've seen in the Temptations, they worked over there at the Ford Rouge plant on the assembly line. We knew all of them guys when we were growing up.
Just stay in place. So let it sit there.
Then you had some of them, they were getting jobs over there at the because of Reverend Franklin, Aretha Franklin's daddy. He was connected in with the
Chuck Berry. That was most is your Indian. This license is your Indian. Like, it's crazy this stuff in the movie, man. What more proof do you need?
We don't need no more proof. We know. We just have to act upon it.
What more proof do you need? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. We got to dig this.
We have to act upon it for our own children and grandchildren.
Right? An actor by the name of Woody Strode is in this movie. And he's actually Indian too. You can look it up. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So this ain't nothing we just making up. Watch this.
Now do the talk. Oh, Bonapaka. You know me.
Trying to trade.
Oh, this is my partner here. It's Jim Gary. He's from up north, Montana way. He's a good friend. He's big brain.
Lie. Aponines, soldier.
Well, you got a good memory. Yeah, I was with Major Fraser last year when you signed the peace treaty.
Now you break treaty. You've come here.
No, I'm not in uniform. You see, my coming here has nothing to do with the Army. We're here to trade.
Yeah.
Show him, McCabe.
You're still giving the orders, huh? Quan, I'd like to talk a little business with you. You got 2 pack horses here, first class, pretty merchandise. Oh, you.
Coming to do trade. You know what I'm saying? That was one of our downfalls too.
And OTK, don't that look like some form of sign language also?
Yes, that's what that will be. Yes.
Okay. Because I remember that conversation we was having on your panel too, and then how it was going up about sign language. But hey, it was always put in, man.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta respect it, man.
They got to.
Paul! I took the hoe!
The reason why I like that clip so much is because that clip showed that there were 2 cultures here, all right? 2 cultures, our modern Native American brothers and the natives that look like us. You know what I mean? You know what I'm just using these terms just so everybody can understand what I'm trying to say. I just love that clip though, man, because that clip showed that there's 2 cultures here. There's the culture of our modern Native American brothers, and there was indigenous people that look like us. And that's the funny part about it is they always try not to show the ones that look like us, and they only show our Native brothers bringing this information out.
How do you feel about what he had to say, OTK, about it being 2 cultures of people here?
Yeah, that is truly correct. I mean, we got to admit that they damn sure did come. And they assimilated in. They say that they saw us when they came. They say this. And they started intermingling with us, especially on the northeast, southeast coast, middle-wise and all that, Midwest, like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely.
Actually, they started they started on the Pacific Northwest and moved eastward, because the majority of them are from out there off of Easter Island and stuff like that.
Well, they didn't move no eastward to the southeast before the goddamn ones came from the top of Canada down through New York.
Oh no, I ain't talking about them. No. Those are different. Those are different.
First, yeah, they came. They got brought here with the Bible. They came with the Bible too. God damn it.
Yeah, those are different. I'm talking about them that came over here from the Pacific side. Them.
Well, shit, they all say they came from the Pacific side. The Bering Strait is the Pacific too.
That's where the shit all went. What you gonna say, Carper?
And they also say that they had 2 different migrations here. They say that.
Yeah, I knew about the ones. I knew about the ones that come over here on the Pacific side, the Pacific Northwest, because they were at war with our peoples in the western part of the land.
Yeah.
Major wars was going on over there.
Talk about like the Uti and all that. There was war
Yeah.
with them. Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. I follow you. I follow what you're saying now. I follow. But oh damn, you dropped off. Go ahead, Sharice.
They remember they joined in with the Spanish against our ancestors over that way.
Yes, that's where you have the mixture at the Navajo. They started mixing in. The Navajo got 3 different, maybe 4 different bloodlines. So does the Comanche. But
something like that, because
they said one thing they do, they committed.
The only ones that they couldn't conquer was them Apache. Them dark skinned jokers wasn't nothing to play with. Them real Apache? Oh no. I'm talking about them that's out of the Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri area.
Yeah. That's another thing I noticed too, but when you get close to like the southeast, but when it start getting darker now.
Shoot, yeah.
Huh? Go ahead, Sharice.
All right, hold up. We got some more.
Yeah, you could.
I know a lot of that stuff I, initially didn't catch.
What that sis?
We are the indigenous. And the first clip we're gonna get into is a clip called Women's of Brewster's Place. Watch this.
Love this clip. You don't have to live in the slums to care, Melanie.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to try to be something you're not. God, I can't stand this. Trying to be something I'm not? Trying to be proud of my African heritage?
Woo!
That's being something
Lord,
I'm not, then fine.
Shouldn't have said that.
I'd rather be dead than be like you.
Oh.
Look at the picture in the background. Y'all see the picture in the background? Y'all see the Indian picture in the background of the chief?
Yeah,
right there. There you go.
Talk about that one right there. Yeah, it's good catch, TK.
I'm gonna get this video. You know, when you get the video, you can crop that picture and not crop it, but you can tap on it and find out where it came from. Okay, go ahead.
Was a full-blooded Iroquois. I know all of that, Mama. Then know this. I am alive because of the blood of the people who never scraped or begged or apologized for what they were. They asked only one thing of this world: to be allowed to be. And I learned, people, that black isn't beautiful. It isn't ugly. It isn't kinky hair. It isn't straight hair. Black is just black. I gave you my grandmother's name, a woman who bore 9 children and educated them all. Who held off 6 white men with a shotgun when they tried to drag one of her sons off to jail for not knowing his place. And you had to reach into an African dictionary to find a name that would make you proud.
Why are you not investing?
I love that, man.
In tax liens. No, seriously.
You see that? Cicely Tyson said my grandfather was a full-blooded Iroquois. She understood exactly who she was. And it's crazy how these gems can be in the movies and we skip right past them. When we young, we don't realize how important they are. But when we hear them and run them back, and we realize how important they are. Now we're honing in on it because we understand that Hollywood knows exactly who we are. All right, so the next clip we're gonna get into, this is a clip from Little Richard, the architect of rock and roll. Watch this.
That's pretty good. Georgia Peach too. Oh, you're the Georgia Peach too. How do you find time to do both?
Well, you know, I'm from Macon, Georgia. I'm from there. James Brown is from there. I believe so. I left first. So they're making me the best.
Oh, you silly.
I think something before you go from me. It's something I've always wanted to do all my life.
Uh-oh.
And I've always just wanted to host a show.
Host a show?
I've been in the business so long, and I'm the only Indian in the business today.
Whoa! You see that? Little Richard said, I'm the only Indian in the business today. See how he knew who he was, broke us into another nationality.
And that's why I read that article, because we need to understand how we was tricked into a nationality based off of political agendas, people. It's so much bigger than what, you know what I'm saying, than what we can realize, like them trying to take us off of our home base. Young, this shit will never be okay with me, and it will never sit right in my spirit, ever.
I got one for y'all. Everybody in here know about the Negro League baseball teams, right? Okay, did y'all know before it was the Negro Leagues Baseball League, it was called the Indian Baseball League?
Just like some of them Indian football teams, them Indian college.
That's right.
I figured teams, you know, like the names of baseball teams and football teams. Yeah.
See, I didn't know anything like that until, you know, my grandfathers and my father, because my father played in the league. But my grandfathers, the ones who told me about the Indian baseball league.
Yeah, it started off with stickball, bro. Remember, now, we had stickball here before anything.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I used to play stickball.
Yeah, maybe not every state, you know what I mean? But I know here in the South, though, we had stickball.
Yeah, we played stickball. I love stickball. Except when you growing up in New York, right?
Yeah.
You just did, you know, we just didn't have a stick. So what we did, we would take, you know, the broom in the house and cut it. And of course, you already know what's going to happen once you do that. But it was well worth that whooping.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I know, because I done had plenty of them whoopings because of that.
Yes, I remember we going from wiffle ball and back, and we going to with the broomstick and the tennis ball.
Yep.
Then we graduated into a wooden bat with rubber ball. Used to play strikeout on the wall.
Absolutely. You're absolutely 100% correct. That's exactly how we did. And that's why we were so good at hitting. We already could run, but we became good at hitting because of that stick.
And everybody playing strikeout, but everybody learned how to pitch. So yeah, go ahead, Sharice. You cooking with this, baby. You cooking. I ain't see this in a while, so I forgot all about this, but you cooking. It's always somebody who didn't see it that need to see it. Go ahead, sis.
I hope the same go back there. I'm a little worried because we took this guy outside.
Changing our race, all of these other things. And it's crazy, all of our ancestors knew, and somehow we forgot and got lost just in one generation. We done forgot who we are. It's crazy. We appreciate Little Richard, the architect of rock and roll, for dropping that gem. But the next one, we gonna Ice Cube. Watch this.
A 20-year plus plan that when you think of Reconstruction. And so with that in mind, you have folks who, I'll start first, who said, Cube, why are you putting Native Americans in here? Why isn't this just for Black people?
Well, Black people are Native Americans. You know, we've had,
a lot of proof that, some of us started here in this land. Everybody wasn't brought over from Africa. So, we have to, like you say, unpack all of that and try to, find the true lineage of people in this country, because some, I used to tease family members who would say, I got a little Indian in me. I would think they didn't want to be all the way black. But when I really do the research, a lot of them did have a little Indian in them. So, it's one of those things where, we want to be counted on all levels, not just, through slave ships. Like I said, make sure that's included and not excluded.
You see that? Ice Cube said black people are Native American. And he also pointed out how we were here before Christopher Columbus. And I love Ice Cube because Ice Cube's always been the one that's been conscious. And it's crazy to me that Roland Martin allowed that to be said on his. So he knows about metaphors. So you don't think they had that conversation before those cameras start rolling? You better believe they did. So I appreciate Roland Martin. Salute to him for allowing that to be put out on his platform. And that's going to help bring more awareness to our movement. Letting that gem to. This is a clip from 1994, Beavis and Butthead. Watch this.
I think you're not supposed to say Indian either.
No way, really?
Yeah. I think you're supposed to call them African American.
That's crazy. That's crazy that they need for Beavis and Butthead. Watch this.
I think you're not supposed to say Indian either.
No way, really?
Yeah. I think you're supposed to call them African Americans.
You see that? That was a metaphor. He said, you're not supposed to call them Indian. You're supposed to call them African Americans. Look at this. When I posted this clip in my shorts, I got a lot of flack for that. Many, you guys are dependent on a cartoon to tell you who you are. It's not the cartoon. It's the message in the cartoon. He didn't say, he said, you're not supposed to say Indian. You're supposed to call them African Americans. That is a similitude. You got to pay attention to that. That's a metaphor. They understood who the indigenous people were. That's why he correlated Indian with African American. That's a crazy gem. All right, so the next gem we're going to get into is from Jerry.
That's insane right there.
Yeah, man. Listen, that's that generation. Yes, sis. That's that generation that he talking about where that shit just got changed over. TV, movies, books, school rather. Church. They played a part in it too. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. That was a major movement. Go ahead, sis.
Man, that African American, man, that shit took us completely out of who we are. Completely.
Springer. This is a show called Racist Kids. They had a show, and this kid stood up and dropped a gem. Watch this.
You say you don't hate blacks. What do you feel about them, and what do you want done with them?
When time comes, God will send them back to their homeland, Africa.
But the Native Americans, which we used to call Indians, they were here first. We have to get out. No.
Well, for one, I am a Baptist child, and for one, who do you end up saying stuff about our white people here? Us black people were the first people here. hate y'all. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all saying y'all gonna kill somebody? I dare y'all come and touch some of them. Because all of us is one color. Because when the lights go off, all of us are black.
God bless
You see that? Little kid said, black people were the first people here. I'm Indian. You see that? And that was way before the internet. So back then, people knew. All our ancestors knew. We are the only ones that did not know. We got lost in the sauce in the 80s.
And Copper Color, mute your mic up.
Came out with all of
Mute your mic up, Copper Color.
Lights go off, all of us are black.
God bless.
Hey, Tariq, mute him up.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you got a bunch of air in the back. There you go. All right.
All right, gotta run that one back, man. That was crazy right there. Because even with them saying hating blacks, it's like they're still putting Black and Native American in the same category.
Yeah, well, Therese, you know, Native, Native. Well, you know, Native was applied to the original people here first, and then it got used for them. It got taken away and got used for them because it started being used in a derogatory term. So they moved that Native American to them, but they say they sell a Native American. We was Native American Indians. We always kept the Indian, always kept the American, but that Native was used for us at one point. And if you don't believe me, I'll send you the research. You know what I mean? Because they was calling us Native as meaning, hey, they from here. But now the Native got applied to them, and then now we apply first Americans to people like us. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's go, baby girl.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Springer. This is a show called Racist Kids. They had a show, and this kid stood up and dropped a gem. Watch this.
You say you don't hate blacks. What do you feel about them, and what do you want done with them?
When time comes, God will send them back to their homeland, Africa.
But the Native Americans, which we used to call Indians, they were here first. We have to get out. No.
Well, for one, I am a Baptist child, and just saying stuff about our white people here. Us black people were the first people here. And y'all gonna kill somebody? I dare y'all come and touch some of them. Because all of us is one color. Because when the lights go off, all of us are black.
God bless
You see that? Little kid said, black people were the first people here because I'm Indian. You see that? And this was way before the internet. So back then, people knew. All of our ancestors knew. We are the only ones that did not know. We got lost in the sauce in the 80s. When they came out with all of these terms like Afro-American, African-American, that's when we got lost in the sauce. All of our ancestors knew they were Indian. So shout out to Jerry Springer. Rest in peace to him, and I appreciate him for that gem. The next clip we're going to get into is a clip from the Wayans brothers. Watch this.
Hey, what's up, baby boy?
What's the deal, man?
What's the deal? Yo, what you doing here, man? What? I thought you and Chrissy broke up. Yeah, just because I ain't tapping the moms don't mean I got a flake on the kid. I think she plans on taking little Chester to the powwow herself. Don't worry about it.
Marlon, I thought after last night you weren't going to take Dexter.
Oh, no, I'm not going to take him. I got him a little replacement.
Marlon here came by my job and told me about Dexter's powwow, and I don't want him to go without his father.
You know what? I'm going to take you to that powwow, and Daddy is going to be around a lot more from now on.
Marlon?
Hey, what's up, little man?
Thanks.
You see that? Little kid was going to a powwow. He had his regalia on and everything. He said he going to take you to that powwow. I thought Marlon was going to take you to that powwow. They kept saying, that don't know, it's time for us to wake up. Peace.
And it is. We gotta stop sleeping. gotta stop sleeping. He got one more. I think it's 3 parts to it or 4. Hold on.
Hear that?
Yeah, he got a few little parts to it, you know? But it's really dope because I don't really think we realize how much the gems be dropped. And we won't be seeing it. And I know I used to watch Dwayne's joint. So I know a lot of people did. Oh, she's still over here worried about that goddamn. I'm gonna leave her alone.
Hollywood Exposed, showing that everybody knows we are indigenous to America. And the first clip we're gonna get into is with Kevin Gates. Watch this.
What does that feather mean?
Talking about that one you seen I had in my head.
Yes.
In South Carolina, when I come through there, I'm a chief.
Okay.
I'm a chief.
Shout out to OTK.
On my mama's side of the family, they Indians. They Taino Indians. And most people don't know what a Taino Indian is. These are the Indians from Native America, like the Choctaws, the Cherokees, call themselves black now.
You see that? He said, we are Indians, the people that call themselves black now. He said, I'm tired of themselves black now. Man, Kevin Gates been dropping gems like that. He been wearing feathers in his head. You can watch all his videos, indigenous to America. Crazy. All right, now the second clip we're gonna watch, this is a clip from BG Knockout. He is famous for being on Eazy-E's Compton City G's. Watch what he says on Vlad TV. Watch.
Are you mixed? Yeah, I'm mixed. I'm mixed mainly with Native Indian. I have 2 Native Indian grandparents, my great grandma and my grandma. And then on my mom's side, we have Cherokee.
You see that? He said, I am mostly mixed with Native Indian. He said, both of my grandparents are Indian. And he said, my mom's side, we got Cherokee. You see that? He was dropping gems right there on Vlad TV. Everybody knows we are the only ones that was stuck in the dark. Why? Because when African American came out, Afro-American, all these different terms, we got lost in the sauce. That's crazy. All right, so the next one we're gonna watch is from legendary rapper KRS-One. Watch this.
United States. We were already here from like 50,000 years ago. We were first called Native Americans. We were called Indigo. This is where you get the word Indian. That was the color of the people that they first saw. The original human beings were blue-black.
You see that? He said we was already here from like 50,000 years ago. We were first called Native Americans. Everybody knew who we were. And KRS-One has always been woke. He's always been the type that's been knowledgeable. His name says it all. Knowledge reigns supreme. So when you understand that and you understand who he is, you will understand that man's always been woke and been dropping knowledge on us since the beginning. Crazy. All right, so the next clip is from the series Bel Air with Bill Bellamy.
Hey,
Watch
now.
this gem gets dropped in the series.
Y'all all right?
I may live
Yeah,
here on
so
the
far.
West Coast, but my roots. Right. And it's the whole title to the Yamakra tradition that my father Joe started many years ago.
You see that? He said, my goal is to hold the Yamakra tradition. Yamakra Indians. You see that? It's right there in the clip. It's right there in the clip. They steady dropping these gems and putting them right in your face. And we don't even pay attention to it. We just let it slip right by us and they putting it right in the movie. It's a shame that now they're not even hiding it anymore. They're not even hiding it. They're not even ashamed of what they've done to us. They just put it in your face and expect you to just watch it and, oh, yeah, Yamakra, and you don't pay attention to anything that's being said. But I caught it.
Did he say
South
Yamakra?
Carolina, for real, them wild ass Indians.
Did he say Yamakra?
Yeah, that's in Georgia.
Okay, he said Yamakra. He didn't say He didn't say Yamasi, did he?
No. The Yamasis wasn't in. The Yamasis was like it was in Georgia, but that Yamasi
What they
oh man, hold up. How was it?
in the clip.
They got a statue of this
It's dropped in the series. Watch it.
I may live out here on the West Coast, but my roots remain in the South. They do. Right. And my goal is to hold tightly to the Yamacraw tradition that my father Joe started many years ago.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
That in Bel Air occurred in South Carolina.
What happened now, Sharice? Mike Low, I can't hardly hear you, baby. I don't know what happened.
He said Yamacraw. So all these years, I've been hearing people say Yamasee, but it's Yamacraw.
Yes, Yamasee is also there. Yamacraw, they got a statue of the last king, the last chief of the Yamacraw out there in like Atlanta, like out there close to Atlanta, somewhere out there in that area. But I seen the statue. Somebody sent me a picture of the statue. But the Yamasee too, but the Yamasees was more like towards like Alabama, that side like that. But they were so big till when they came to time to do battle, they incorporated every tribe whilst they came to do battle. Like
okay, that's what I heard. That's why I've been hearing it like that. Okay, yes. It makes sense.
It also breaks down. You know what I'm gonna leave that alone. Like Top Cat said, man, I'm gonna leave that for them to explain who they is, and if they can't explain who they is, then that's a problem. But
no, I'm just saying it makes sense.
The Yamasees came up there too in South Carolina. Matter of fact, the war ended. The war of 1715 ended right here in Goose Creek, right where I'm at.
Okay,
like 7 minutes away from me.
Yeah, that's why I said that, because I caught that. As soon as he said Yamacraw, I was like, wait a minute, what? I knew about the Yamasee because I know they were made up of many different tribes. But he said Yamacraw? Oh boy.
Yeah, they was like, okay, so so when you leave out of Charleston, you end up in Beaufort. After you leave out of Beaufort, you end up in what your first major places like you see Brunswick, you see Savannah. Okay, right. These are the first parts of Georgia that started coming out of South Carolina. Georgia only consists of what from Beaufort to Savannah at first. Okay.
Okay.
So we talk about 17. The Yamacraw, them boys like 1700s. Like 1720s, 30s, somewhere up in there. So they was the Creeks. They was part of the Creeks, but they was like on the Savannah River side. So they was like going into the Tamaku. You ever heard of the Tamakuan?
Yes.
Oh, they would be like right above the Tamakuan. They would be Gully though. They would still be on that Gully coast.
Now, y'all know Sam Cooke, right?
The singer, yes.
Okay.
Change gonna come. Yeah.
Yes. Well, he is a Creek. I grew up with their family right here out of Ecorse, Michigan.
Yeah, they had an Upper Creek and a Lower Creek too. I got it on the map.
Yeah.
I got it on the map. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I remember Sam Cooke telling us this years ago when we was little children.
Yeah, but that's who the Yamacraw was, man. You know what I mean? Southern Band tribe, you know what I'm saying? Like Pocataligo. Man, they go into a couple of tribes going down into Savannah, but you talking about like so they would pretty much be the same people that's in like Beaufort, Charleston, you know what I mean? My area, cause straight down, like I'm like 2 hours away from Savannah, 3 hours away from Jacksonville.
Oh yeah, you over there in the deep south part.
In the deep south, the swampland. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. Shit,
I done been down all up in there. Kin people all down up in there. Yeah. I tell everybody when I come up here to Detroit, You know, everybody up here, they'll tell you Detroit people are a different type of people, right? But we're a mixture of all of the people of the South. That's what we are.
Right, right.
All our ancestors out the South. All of them. You go to Chicago, it's almost the same thing.
But you know, Chicago, Detroit, Arkansas, them boys don't got no problem acknowledging that they got family in the South and Mississippi. It's just my New York brothers. They don't say it until they have to say it. When they trying to say like, yo, what you trying to say? I got my people from South Carolina too, or North Carolina too. Then that's when they say it. You know what I mean? But it's like they're not proud of it because they think it's a bad history or something, but they don't know.
No, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Y'all remember the movie Glory?
Yes, that was filmed. That was filmed. Well, it was about here. The 54th Massachusetts Regiment came and stayed over there in Shem Creek. They still be finding cannonballs from that war today.
Yes. Now I'm gonna tell y'all what the problem is. The problem is a lot of those brothers, a lot of our kin people came out of the South and joined the Union. Okay. So when they started getting married, they were marrying women of the Union up that way, those Indians. So that's the reason why you got a lot of them saying out of New York, New Jersey, Vermont, Connecticut. Well, not Connecticut, because they acknowledge they Southern heritage. But like you said, mainly out of New York. Now you got to remember, New York is a very, very diverse place. It's got every nationality of the world in it. So you might run across a few of them people there, or a lot of them people there. They people may not be out of Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, places like that. Because a lot of them came from the islands and came this way. And a lot of their people married into the Indians, but it wasn't a lot of them that had the Southern roots. They were taught of the island roots. And that's why you might have that. But you come up in here in Detroit with that nonsense, these brothers will get with you quick. Chicago, same thing. You ain't gonna tell them brothers that. They know where they people from.
He said my goal is to.
I've been delivering orders to Nielsen's for about a year. They're pretty busy.
Hold to the Yamakra tradition. Yamakra Indians. You see that? It's right there in the clip. It's right there in the clip. They steady dropping these gems and putting them right in your face. And we don't even pay attention to it. We just let it slip right by us and they putting it right in the movie. It's a shame that now they're not even hiding it anymore. They're not even hiding it. They're not even ashamed of what they've done to us. They just put it in your face and expect you to just watch it and, oh, yeah, Yamakra, and you don't pay attention to anything that's being said. But I caught it.
Shoot, I caught it too.
What is a home warranty? Your service plan that helps cover costs.
And I know me caught it too. But I'm paying attention to everything. And you should be too. Crazy. Okay, so this next clip is from a pro skater named Terry Kennedy. Watch this.
I remember him.
Richest Native American alive. It's a picture from the 1700s with Cherokee. You know what we do to y'all?
You see that? He said we Cherokee. Everybody knows. All the celebrities have been known who we are. We are the only ones that don't know. Why? Because the government put a spell on our people. They wrote us out of history, made us speak English, took away our indigenous tongue, took away our customs, took our names off the rolls, and then forced us to prove who we are. Crazy.
Now, wait a minute. Hey,
but
Sharice,
gems
can
are
you
being
stop that
dropped.
for a minute?
Crazy. All right, so this next clip from
Here, check this out. Now, part of that I agree with him with, but the other part I don't. When they say they took our language away from us, no, they didn't. What they did was change the name of our language from Americanese to English. That's what they did. And so many of us believe that we speak in English when we're not speaking English. If you're an American, you speak in Americanese. If you China or Chinese, what you speaking? Mandarin, Chinese. You from India, what are you speaking? See, what they did was change the name of the language that we spoke to English, and that's not the truth. You ever hear of an Englishman speaking? Listen to that language. All they did was copy your language because they really couldn't speak. They really didn't know. That's why the whole world speaks this language, our native language, because it's universal. And it always has been. They didn't give this to us. They had to learn this. And that's where we're getting it messed up at, thinking that we speaking somebody else's language. No, you've been speaking your native language
Angela
the whole
Bassett.
time.
Watch what.
Go ahead, Elaine. I'm sorry. Crap Aborigines.
Yeah.
I was saying, go ahead and land your plane. My bad.
Oh, no, I'm just saying our people spoke multiple languages. Like, listen, there's a brother in here, I don't know which one it is, but he's from down there in the South, where he's down there now, where he's saying in the swamp area, right? Now, if we go back 2 generations or 3 generations, and you listen to them people speaking the same language that we speak right now, isn't the tone differently? You understand it, but it don't sound the same, but you understand it. Am I correct?
Yes, our dialect could be different.
Exactly. And that is what was the difference. It's the dialect. But we've always spoke this language. Went around the world with it. People from around the world come here, they got to do what? They got to learn this language. We can go anywhere in the world, ain't got to learn their language. Because their language ain't universal. Ours is. Everybody on earth speak this language. And that's where we getting screwed up at, thinking that our language was changed. No, it wasn't. The dialect is spoken differently, still is. Man, look, what I'm about to say, because you brothers down south, y'all know. You got to realize I didn't know at the time. And I didn't know that you didn't play with your elders, okay? I did not know. And when I say I didn't know, I mean those who were my great aunts and my great uncles. I didn't know you didn't play with them people. I didn't know you wasn't supposed to joke with them people. I didn't know they'll hurt you.
Hell no. You ain't even supposed to be in their company.
Well, I learned that. I learned that at the age of 30, believe it or not, y'all. My aunt pulled her 38 out on me for playing with her. For real. And she told me, because I was burying my grandmother on my birthday. And she told me, she said, look, I'm burying my niece tomorrow. You want to lay down there next to her? And she meant what she said. And all that joking I was doing, you know, clowning her about the way she spoke, all that left. That stopped. I had to beg this lady. I had to let her know that I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. None of that. That's when I knew that them elders carried pistols with them. I was like, what the? I had no idea that this woman done killed 2 husbands. Believe me, I stopped messing around like that after that. I did not clown them elders no more after that. And see, a lot of y'all younger than I am, and I know y'all thinking in your own minds, like, are you a fool? Are you crazy? You did that to one of them elders?
I know my folks didn't play either. Like, it wasn't none of that. It wasn't none of that.
All of them in the South knew that.
It was.
Sharice, all of them down South knew not to do that. You got to remember, I'm born I'm born in New York, in New York State. We ended up leaving and coming to Michigan. So it was none of those greats or great greats with me. It was just those that were uncles and aunts, and you know how they let us clown around. Well, I didn't know you couldn't do that with their parents or their great uncles and aunts, and I did it right there in the household with full of them. And as soon as they looked at Aunt Susie, do you know they all cleared that room out? And the only ones that was there was she and I, and she had that pistol in her hand. Them people got up and got on about their business.
And I play with Aunt Sue.
They were waiting on the shot. That's what they were waiting on. And when they seen me come out the door, they didn't hear no shot. I told them, I said, y'all should have told me. No, you should know better. Oh, okay. She scared you to death up in there, didn't she? I'd like to lost my life up in there messing with that woman.
Shoot. I know when my father come on, I can't wait because I know hopefully he'll delve and talk into some, things about his life. I know he had an incident when he was young, so I know he was growing up in the 60s,
yeah,
the 70s, and
how old is your father?
He's 64.
Your daddy and me is the same age.
Mm-hmm.
He know.
Yes.
We the same age.
Yeah.
He know.
Yeah, see, but you from New York. I mean, there's no way that he would have got away with anything even remotely close to that. Because they would snatch you so fast. And you know what I think what was going on in that, or in my personal opinion, just hearing his story, I think a lot of the men back then were, like they were like the sole, responsible for their families, like the sole proprietors, the men were really that type of backbone for their families. And I think a lot of times they would come off crazy, you know what I'm saying, when he came home or whatever, and sometimes would inflict unnecessary, punishment onto my father. I just think, we get that, I don't know where we get that shit from. We didn't get that from my father, but we got that from my mother. Ooh, we God dog. Oh man, you talking about a stick of dynamite? Oh my goodness. I love him, and she never was. Not my grandma. No, that baby. She was strict, but she wasn't. She ain't never raised no belt. Not from my knowledge. No, but that was my grandfather. It was never her. See, now
my grandma didn't do no stuff like that.
See, like my grandfather.
My mother would.
He wasn't the one of the two.
Shoot. My mother was a firecracker. I mean, a real one. And you know how most parents say, "Didn't I tell you to?" No, that was not my mother. She told you one time, and that was it. Slow up if you want to.
I'm telling you. I think even back then, because my grandfather was a hardworking person. They had what, like 10 kids? I think it was 10 of them. My father, brothers and sisters. Yep, it's like 10 of them. You really don't even hear about people having that many kids in the family anymore, or like that often. And I just find it just interesting, like when you think about those types of times that they grew up in, even down to the point where one of their parents had a mental breakdown and pulled out a gun on everybody in the house.
Hey, it happened. I've heard of it.
Yes, and that type of stuff was going on. So, I just think that our people always have been under some type of unnecessary duress or stress or all of the above. You know what I'm saying? Like dealing with this society and, trying to make ends meet and, trying to take care of your families and survive and still be happy. This shit wild to me.
Remember, some weeks ago, I wrote in the chat and I told y'all what the word was. And one of the words is called waging war. And when you look at how they waged war on our people, and they still waging it today on us, then you really start to see it. But many of us don't even think that there's a war going on. because they living so, what do they call? Might be happy-go-lucky, or they're so busy on TikTok or Instagram or some old nonsense like that. And it's fictitious. No, they're using that to occupy your brain. They're doing that. They're using stuff like that for the program. And if you notice, many of the content characters on YouTube, they trying to shut y'all down. Saying things are censored and all that. Man, forget all of that nonsense. It is us who have to put this back in order. And see, they've been using a long time
Angela
ago.
Bassett says in the clip.
And you got from us. Voodoo slave girl who graced us with her black magic. She couldn't tell her love yet. You made her a slave. Before that, she came from a great tribe, the Arawak. She learned the secrets of the other side from a 2,000-year-old line of shamans, necromancy.
You see that? She said, you made her a slave. Before.
Hey, that American Horror Story. that joint was nice. I always appreciate those little jams.
That she came from a great land, the Arawak. A great land of shaman. You see that? It's in the movie, man. You don't pay attention to this. They putting it in our face. And I know some of y'all, because I catch a lot of flack for everybody. And I know people going to come in the comments and say, oh, you guys are using the movies to... It's not the movie that we're tripping on for. It's what's in the movie. Hollywood knows. That's why this stuff is being scripted. They're putting it out in front of our faces. They can't come right out and just say, yes, these so-called African Americans, y'all are the true indigenous people of America. They can't talk like that. It has to be coded. And you have to catch it and pay attention to it. Crazy. The next clip is from Ayana Van Zant on her show, Fix My Life. Watch this.
European-based culture believes that they value standards and measurements for everybody else is a problem. This ain't my culture. If I look to my patriarchal lineage, I would have on moccasins and beads. Understand? Because this is the land of my patriarchal ancestors, who were indigenous people of this country.
You see that? She said my patriarchal ancestors were
Daddy, they was here.
Indigenous people of this land. You see that? She said it right. It's in your face. That's why I wanted to do this. If you hear from celebrities, if you hear from a diverse group of people other than just me telling you and bringing out books and showing you this history, if you hear it from other people, then it'll register, setting in, and you will realize I'm not the only one saying it. And it's people in our community, they're not the only one saying it. Everybody knows. You're the only one that does not know. Crazy. Watch this.
He calls himself Ghost Dog. I don't know, a lot of these black guys today, these gangster type guys, they all got names like that they make up for themselves. Is that true?
Sure. He means like the rappers. You know, the rappers. They all got names like that. Snoop Doggy Dogg, Ice Cube, Q-Tip, Method Man. My favorite was always Flavor Flav from Public Enemy. He got the funky, fresh fly flavor. Live lyrics from the bank of reality. I kick the flies, dope, maneuver, technicality to a dope track. I love that guy.
I don't know anything about that. But it makes me think about Indians. You know, they got names like Red Cloud, Black Elk.
They've been known.
That kind of shit.
Yeah. Say.
You see that? He said Indians, N-word, same thing.
Yeah, shout out to research guy. Yeah, shout out to him. 'Cause that's some real shit right there. Like King of Kampala, shut your Pan-African goofy butt up, honey. Like, what's the tea? I guess everybody else is taking a break tonight, so you want to come over here and stir up trouble.
He ain't starting no trouble. He just confused. That's all.
It broke up.
He confused.
Shoot.
And he want everybody else to be confused with him. And he's losing a lot of people because of their not being confused no longer.
I'm telling you, just weirdo energy as always. You know, you don't go bothering them; they come and bother you. Shoot, the only one that's fake is you, honey. And the only thing that's fake is your African DNA. That's what's fake. Those slaves. That's what the fuck is fake. Okay.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. And I ain't the only one that's thinking like this or feel this way. See, they online saying all this nonsense, okay?
Powwow, dog. Where was powwows invented at? Do your fucking homework. No fucking powwows.
They're gonna mess around here, and they're gonna mess around here in the next couple of years, if that long, and they're gonna find out as their heads are being cut off who the Indians really are. We're not the type of people to keep pushing us with this nonsense. You'll be swimming back across that ocean whether you came from there or not, trying to get up out of here. Because you're gonna start some stuff. You're gonna start some stuff with these Indians up in here, and we're gonna be cutting y'all's heads off. Guaranteed, whatever you all are talking about or doing, you're gonna shut it up then, because you're gonna end up losing your lives.
Hey, let me ask you this. King Kapala. I wish my sister, boy, I wish I was on my show, because I tell you, hit the link or you can get the hell out my chat. One out the goddamn two. Get out my chat, trying to be a chat superstar. Disrupt in the chat. Get your ass on the panel and say what you got to say and just come with respect. But let me ask you this. Can your DNA test tell you who your fifth grandfather is? Let go.
Right in the chat.
What Gibbons is, man. These boys be calling out people names that I ain't never even heard of before. I'm in the South, dog. I don't know none of these up north niggas. None of them. That sound like somebody up north on some other shit. But Albert Bibbins, who the hell is that? Fuck. Come on, King Kapala, you saying take a DNA test. If I take this DNA test, would it tell me who my sixth grandfather is? My third grandfather? Would it tell me who my grandfather is? Yeah, you probably don't know who your mom is. But I know one thing. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. So fuck if I don't know who daddy is, goddammit, I know who mama is.
Ain't that a fact?
Patriotic line, dog. This matriotic shit around here, dog. Daddy only determine the sex. They both get half and half. So you can do with one or you can do with the other. Whichever one you choose to, dog. And I've been raised by a single mom, and I'm a real good ass nigga out here to the streets and to my peoples and my community and my family. Own business, ain't going to work for nobody. I write my own checks. I work my own plantation, homeboy. Community work. Y'all niggas always be coming on people panels trying to destroy people's images when these people are trying to bring out the information. You know what I mean? I ain't no Aboriginal anyway, man. I'm a Aboriginal to my boys, them back them. I rep it for them boys, man. I'm American Indian, bro, but we all the same. Fuck. You know what I mean? I ain't no Morris Abel or like that. I'm not in Morris doctrine now.
Ain't that the truth? Fact.
I respect the Aboriginal. I respect them. Shit, that's why I always say American Indian and Aboriginal. I don't call out no other names. You know what I mean? Brown Wolf. We don't even know who Brown Wolf is, dog. Quit guessing. Who brought you to YouTube? Who brought you over here?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Who brought you over here? Come on, man. Don't be doing that, man, when people out here trying to bring information and stuff. Y'all like that as a distraction. We don't come on y'all boys' channel in the middle of y'all bills or at the end of y'all bills and start typing all kind of crazy stuff. Now, other people might do that to y'all, but not us.
Exactly.
Don't be doing that, man. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that, dog. I'm gonna tell you like this, dog. When y'all boys be doing that shit, I take that like this is my business, and y'all trying to disrupt my business. Now, when you disrupt my business, you taking food out my family mouth. When you take food out my family mouth, you got problems, homeboy. Stay in y'all own lane, man. We ain't at y'all to come over here.
Exactly. We know y'all don't agree. Get y'all ass back to the fucking slave boats. The fuck?
Father Ray, Reed Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey, hey, hey. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phone it. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Trying to get back to them slave boats. Hey, trying to get back to them slave boats. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Begin. Yo, so PC, the acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
Yeah, damn, cop Aborigines. Lord Jesus, that background be doing some shit in it.
She be doing some numbers, don't it?
Like, hold up. Nah, it can't come I got something for you and you and your precious DNA. You know what I'm saying? Because I hate that I have to keep pulling this out for y'all paying goofies every time. But before I actually play this, I got another song by my baby brother, Big Brother Juice. Yeah, because I'm tired of y'all.
Yeah. With them wild Indians like though. Say what? Get them high, hit them low. Aboriginal flow. You pants, Mr. Lay low and get the wrath for show. coming round here trying to tell us who he is. But these niggas don't know who the fuck they is. With that pseudo talk about we came on boats, chained on boats, fools can't even stay afloat. Debate league, where they all get choked out, smoked. Riding on them boards with the truth we spoke. Deplete they whole fleet, burnt mesquite, tear them out the front. Every time we bang, bing, bing, on they brains. Got them slumped up on the panels. Fools don't stand on candles. World all in shambles and begging for handles. Sitting at the back door for hours talking about let me in. Nah, nigga, we ain't friends. It's all about the Aboriginals, wild Indians. It's all about the Aboriginals, them wild Indians. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. That's what's up. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. When I see a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan when I see a pan, kill 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 a pan when I see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan when I see a pan, when I see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan when I see a pan, come see a pan, kill 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 a pan when I see a pan, see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan when I see a pan, kill a see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan when I see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan.
Shout out to that brother. And thank you for your diss. Thank you for sending it to me. Hopefully, me and OTK will work together with Straight Smoke. We'll get some visual on that joint. But yeah, that thing fire right there. Killer Pan when I see it, pan. We tired of y'all. So look, I never played Grandma Said, and I like YK. We cool. You know what I'm saying?
So I recently took one of those at-home DNA ancestry tests. All I had to do was fill up a vial with a disgusting amount of spit and mail it off for analysis. We're going to be here for a very, very long time. I just spit it back up in my nose. A couple weeks later, this is what I got. It's a neat little pie chart with these specific percentages that were color matched to different regions on a world map. The report told me I was mostly Southwest Asian. No surprises there, considering both my parents are from Iran. That's my DNA, that's West Asian. But it turns out that's not exactly what ancestry tests are telling us at all. This is an ad for one DNA ancestry test, 23andMe, an ethnically ambiguous woman chart in my test. All right, so what are ancestry tests really telling us? Can you help me understand what my results are telling me? Because I'm getting mixed messages from ads and how other people talk about the results. This is Wendy Roth.
I'm an associate professor of sociology at the University of British Columbia. Okay, first of all, these test results are not about your entire DNA. They're about a tiny fraction of your DNA.
So a tiny fraction of your DNA is African. It is.
To understand how genetic ancestry tests work, let's start with the DNA itself. There are about 3 billion base pairs in our genetic code. Those are the A's, C's, T's, and G's that form the instructions that make us, us. Of these 3 billion base pairs, 99.9% are exactly the same in all guanine, where another person has a guanine. These single letter differences are called single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs. Groups of SNPs can help explain why some people are taller than others, or why some people have green eyes while others have brown eyes. But most SNPs have no known effect at all. What many DNA tests are looking at are a relatively small DNA in order to give you your results. When a testing company receives your sample, they compare your pattern of SNPs to different reference populations in their database. These reference populations contain SNPs known to exist more frequently in different modern populations in the world. Then the testing company will give you a percentage that represents how strongly your pattern of SNPs resembles that group. But this process has a bunch of important limitations.
Lots of markers are found in multiple populations around the world.
First, even trying to classify humans into groups in the first place is tricky. Human genetic diversity isn't organized neatly into groups like countries or continents. Take a look at the distribution of this SNP that affects how a person absorbs folic acid. It's commonly found in Mexico, but also in Chile or even China just as often.
So let's say that a particular marker is found in the South Asian population 30% of the time. There's still a possibility that when you inherited this marker, you got it not from somebody who was South Asian, but from somebody who was in some completely different group that also happened to have that marker.
Second, testing companies put together their reference populations based on academic research and other people that have taken genetic ancestry tests.
So once again, people have to take the damn test. And when he talk about some blood, he not talking about blood, OTK. Nigga, the DNA test is done with spit.
And most testing companies aren't clear about how many people are represented in their reference populations. So each company might have different reference databases, which helps explain why you might get different results from different companies. So what does this all mean for my results?
This is a probability with a margin of error. So it's not that you overall are 80.
A probability with a margin of error. A probability. Nah, King Kapala, don't ignore this motherfucking DNA shit. Don't be trying to argue with OTK.
5% West Asian, but that the particular spots that they happen to look at, 85% of those locations are associated with Western Asia in their reference population.
So what about these other results? Am I really 2% African?
You've got a lot of, sort of small trace percentages here. Again, because that could be affected by having one person in the database. And if that one person gets reclassified later on because they get, a larger sample.
Can y'all hear me clearly? Yeah, come on now. Reclassified. Stop this fucking nonsense. I like that background music. That shit cranking.
That percentage will disappear.
Ultimately, DNA ancestry tests are really just giving us a probability, the testing company's best guess, and that uncertainty isn't made very clear in the results. Buried in my results, I found this confidence slider. It turns out my results were presented at about 50% confidence by default. When I increased
50% confidence by default, y'all.
that to 90%, my results got much more vague. All of a sudden, I was broadly West Asian, and a lot of my genetic markers were unassigned. So DNA ancestry tests don't actually tell us where our ancestors lived. They're really just giving us probabilities of where we're likely to have relatives today. But so what?
So you heard what he said. They don't tell you where your ancestors live. Ancestry DNA, any type of DNA test. Those joints can't put us nowhere in Africa, bro. Stop trying to come in my chat with that bullshit, because I'm gonna pull it out every time. Now you could go argue with the lady that is from that university up there, and you can argue because who made the joint. But stop coming in here with that shit. You might be an African by lineage, but we wild Indians over here. Stop trying to put your agenda on us. We already said it already. The link in the chat, if you ain't gonna talk, you know what I'm saying? The people with their blickies gonna make it do what it do. So hit the link and stop being scurry. Yeah, grandma said grandma right. And y'all dumb enough to not listen to y'all grandma. That's insane. Motherfucking paying goofy. I ain't never seen nothing like it in my life. It done gone too far now.
Yeah. That's what y'all grandmama said. Y'all grandmama said they sold y'all ass. Y'all goddamn granddaddies and great granddaddies sold y'all ass. Don't leave out that part. Don't leave out that part. Y'all always worrying about us. Dang, Callaway.
Always.
What the fuck? Why every time somebody say something, y'all always refer people? Man, I put this on my G's. I probably watched 2 of their brother show. And they wouldn't know nothing about no American Indian shit. They was shit like about the constitutions and about bills and shit like that. So chill out, bro. Get the hell out of here, man. Ain't nobody out this bitch my master teacher. I came in this bitch on my own shit with my own info. I do my own research. Ain't a motherfucker out here that I know really do the kind of research I do or got the books I do. They got their own research. That's hella good. And we just all join together and build. They all got their own part of research. That's hella good. That's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all only in the same motherfucking lane. Ain't none of y'all gonna get outside y'all lane. Y'all got the same fucking talking points, the same questions every time y'all come. You jumped on DNA. Can DNA tell you who your grandfather is? You said, so it's what grandmama said, and fuck DNA. And fuck blood. What is grandmama? Is grandmama blood or is granddaddy blood? Can that fucking DNA tell you your second grandfather's blood? Let's go.
His ass don't know. Tweaking ass. Seriously, that's insane to be over there tweaking like that. I don't know, like why y'all we don't understand, y'all. Why y'all want us to be from Africa so bad? Like
fucking
I
test
was
tube babies.
fast or something. What is their African tribe? I really want to know that. Like where is your tribe? And
This
don't be
motherfucker Uganda. Oh my god.
he ain't gonna hit the link because he's scary as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Chat room war. Seriously, I don't be liking that. That's their
But
problem.
you ain't gonna be in this motherfucking chat doing no crazy stuff like that. Get on the goddamn panel. If you got that much information, you deserve to be on the panel, homeboy.
Seriously.
Your American history. Does your African history tell you that we are African descent? How about that? What your African descent tell you? That we different. Your African doctrine tell y'all we different people. Hit the link.
Seriously, hit the link.
Let's go.
Or I'm gonna tell them to block your ass. I've been trying to be nice, but I really don't even care. Like, hey, listen, y'all, let me make this disclaimer real quick. Man, y'all got wrenches for a reason. Y'all don't gotta ask me who to block, time out. Well, I say block. Don't block nobody. But you know what I'm saying? Y'all can time people out if y'all want. That's what y'all got it for. The fuck? I'm not gonna tell y'all what to do. I'm not controlling that shit. Y'all is. Don't be scared to use your power. Just don't abuse your power. It's a difference. Like, yeah, because you ain't gonna get on the panel. That's why. With your wild ass.
What is an African American, KOK? Tell me, what is an African American? Y'all got some explaining to do. What is an African American?
Seriously.
Let's go. Let me find out what an African American is. I need to know.
From any of the origins, any of the places in Africa. From any place.
Let's go. Nah, don't put that shit on me, man. You's a fucking Asian African then. How about that? Or you might be a European African. How about that? Because we know the people that's in the place really ain't in the place that they originated from. Correct? Oh. And Uganda was one of the ones inside the slave trade. What that king name was? Alfonso? Man, you better do your own fucking homework before you come around here, man. You think you slow?
Yes, go off, bro.
Let's go. I need to know what an African American is, though. Don't just say me. Seriously, what you call an African American, homeboy? That's all I want to know.
That shit, that misnomer got everybody messed up out here, young. I'm telling you, that joint is the biggest whatever. That's the biggest fallacy of all of this shit.
Hey, dog, you one of the goddamn. You know what, bro? Now I know what's really wrong with y'all, man. Seriously, I really know what's wrong with y'all. But Donald Trump is your leader. My God. Oh my God. If you in America, whoever the president is your leader of your country too. Don't y'all got a leader over there? Huh? Hellhole. Boy, this boy say Uganda. This boy say America is a hellhole, but we saved y'all life over there. Y'all bitches can't grow shit. Not even here. The fuck? Especially not in Uganda. When y'all started growing hair, that's once the Muslims came in. Y'all ain't never did nothing great without the Muslim help, without Christianity. We got the research on it, man. We got the research. And I know people from down there who really in it. What tribe you from in Uganda? Name a tribe. Name one. Which one you from? What language you speak? Ugandan? Your uncle Mugabe. My God. And you on YouTube. And you on fucking YouTube with us.
Making it up.
My God. You right to put cap behind what you said. You talking about your damn self, boy. You are absolutely correct. You're weirdo though, dog. But I'm gonna tell you, if you ain't gonna hit the panel, we give him 2 minutes, Teresa. If you don't hit the panel in 2 minutes, man, execute him out the chat because he's a distraction and you go back to building.
Okay. Sound good to me. In the meantime.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind and I can't fall short. Keep it 1,000. Slow-mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind and I can't fall short. Always. Keep it 1,000. Slow-mo.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution since the beginning. Fuck evolution, or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Yes, yes. Peace and love to all the American Indians, all of my indigenous American Indians. Peace and love to y'all. Thank you guys for coming through. Thank y'all for stopping by. For those who leave, but I wish I would just stay. God damn. Like, y'all can't stay for a little bit, people? The fuck? I feel like we gave him a lot of time to come up on a little link. So, you know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna hit it. He not gonna hit the link. And you know, so interesting too. Like, I was listening and which channel was that? Was that BAP channel? I think I was listening in on BAP channel.
Okay, they live over there?
Huh? Nah, this was a minute ago. I think I heard Ling Ling. This is probably like the other day. But I remember speaking about the Bureau of American Ethnology. You know, like, OTK, I'm gonna need some help with that joint. That shit's 700 pages. So, whew. But, you know, I remember pointing out in one of my Jack Forbes articles, or, you know, part of that that whole Jack Forbes compilation situation, that they reported the blood of the Southern Negroes being unquestionably Indian. And I think that's just super significant, because I think that, like, no matter where it's noted at, people want to overlook, like, facts. And I'm just done with it at this stage. Like, we've put out too much proof, especially for all of us who are on that southeast side of the country. So I digress with all of that shit when it comes to these paying goofies. Like, to me, y'all are not showing no sources. Like, the wave is to try to come beat up on the Aboriginal Indian community. That's the wave. And that's why a lot of y'all are blocked on, like, the main people's platforms, because don't nobody want to deal with that shit. Honestly. So, so chat, mods, do what you will. I mean, I'm gonna put the link out here one more time. Shit, I'm not tripping. I'm having a good time with OTK and
He
Carp
say
Aborigine.
he say he
Huh?
OG. He say he OG Philly cousin. I say shit. OG Philly cousin ain't gonna be talking to us like that. No disrespectful way like that. No shit. OG Philly
I
people.
love you, but I don't know about this.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I have to ask Philly. I have to ask him, but this ain't the time to be asking about who his cousin is right now. Though. Shouts out to Big Dog Philly OG man.
Ain't
Mama,
nobody denying. Oh
mama,
yes, I forget.
rest in peace.
Matter of fact, because we gotta love our moms, man. Like, it's been a minute for me since my mom has been gone. It's been 11 years, and it don't feel good. So I will say, we have to love on our moms, cherish your family, period, while they're here, because, we just never know when it's going to be our last time ever speaking to someone, ever talking to them again, seeing them alive, all of that. And we just need to be so conscientious of these things. And that's why we need to be careful about how we speak to each other. We just got to be better. So
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Big Ma's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
all right, y'all.
Look at my sis. Always going, always going, working. Always working, sis. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
So look, y'all, this is okay. So I feel like I want to go back through this again real quick, because motherfuckers be really getting shit misconstrued every time, man. Like, we gotta be able to discern the language that is being used when they are talking about who we are. Like, I just can't believe like a full percent African is making it seem like I don't like the notion that the complexion is the way it is because of some African mixture. No. So anyway, I'm gonna start right down here because this is actually about, hold on, let me show y'all the classification of Native Americans as mulattoes and Anglo North American. So we're gonna go down. Where was I at? Okay, right here. Oh, bitch. Okay, anyway. As early as the 19th century, the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology. Can y'all hear me? As early as the late 19th century, the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology noted that a considerable proportion of the blood of the Southern Negroes of the U.S. is unquestionably Indian. The 1937 doctoral dissertation of James Hugo Johnston, belatedly published many years later, went further. There developed in the colonial period much intermixture of the Indian and Negro slave. The class commonly called the mulatto is the result, in many instances, of the union of the three racial elements. To the visitor in the South, the physical characteristics of many Negro slaves bore witness to their Indian origin. The mixed race in America today is the result of the union of the Indian, the Negro, and the white man. Johnson also noted that many Indians were enslaved along the eastern seaboard. The end of Indian slavery came with the final absorption of the blood of the Indian by the more numerous Negro slave. But the blood of the Indian did not become extinct in the slave states, for it continued to flow in the veins of the Negro. You know it's talking about us. I know you mad. I know you mad. I know you mad. I just gotta laugh because I know you're upset, honey. But it's a fact. They noted this. So you go and take it up with them. Okay? Who is the Southern Negro? Who are the Negroes? Who are the Negroes? The American. You're mad as hell. Hold on, let's read it again. What did it say? The 1937 doctoral dissertation of James Hugo Johnston, belatedly published many years later, went further. There developed in the colonial period much intermixture of the Indian and Negro slave. The class commonly called the mulatto is the result, in many instances, of the union of the three racial elements. To the visitor in the South, the physical characteristics of many Negro slaves bore witness to their Indian origin, Indian origin, Indian origin, Indian origin. The mixed race in America today is the result of the union of the Indian, the Negro, and the white man. So that's why a lot of them keep saying we are mixed. Like when I talk to other Africans and things like that, that's what they say about us, that we are like Black Americans are mixed. That is their opinion. Okay. And I'm not saying that we are mixed. I'm just saying what people think about us. And I'm not saying that I agree with this, but the part that sticks out and what I want y'all to pay attention to is who visited to the visitors, people who came to the South and saw the Negro slaves. They knew that they were Indian. They were witnesses to their Indian origin. That's what that says, clear as day. So we can't keep trying to refute. That's what I said. It's always like that. When you pull out the sources, oh, now it's not talking about us. Yes, it is talking about us. Who were they called? Who were the Negroes in America? Who were the Negroes in America? That's why I say you don't got to go through a lot. All you need is a few little gems to drop on these Negroes, these Africans, these Pan-Africans who don't know nothing about who we are. They bore witness to it. They saw it. Okay? We don't got to keep reiterating this over and over again, but we do. Somehow, I made it up. Okay, so let's go down here. In the article published in the Journal of Negro History, Johnston remarked, where the Negro was brought into contact with the American Indian, the blood of the two races intermingled. The Indian has not disappeared from the land, but is now part of the Negro population of the United States. The latter statement might offend many Indians today, who will survive, of course, in great numbers as Native Americans. But nonetheless, the significance of Johnston's thesis as regards the extent of Native American African intermixture remains before us. Nor was Johnston alone. Okay? These were their thoughts.
You know how you tell me to rinse off my sink sometimes? I wash my own plate.
Good for you.
I washed it with soap and water.
Oh, you're so amazing.
And I washed the dishes.
You did?
Yes, I washed it. You can even tell my hands are wet.
I know. Go get a paper towel and dry them off. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up in a moment. So anyway, y'all, listen. My bad, I gotta have beat. So listen, y'all. Man. Go ahead. That's it though, okay? Yes, y'all. So listen. This is OC. Okay? But it's facts. When they talking about came about, that's a mixture of us. That's us. It ain't no us and no Indian. It's us. But they have to word it the way that they word it. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to ever be able to really fully tell the truth. Okay? Ooh, excuse me, y'all. I'm sorry. So, OTK, what you think about that? The Bureau of Ethnology, what they had to say about the Southern Negro being unquestionably Indian, and then, visitors coming and bearing witness to the Negro slaves who apparently had Indian origins. So
correct,
I mean,
because
what's your
correct because we got to realize, we got to also understand that these Spanish and these Portuguese was calling the Indians inside the Caribbean and South America and all that Negro. They was calling them Negro. So they was bringing them. You got to understand the American Indian slave trade happened way before the African was brought here, or supposedly African.
Yep. Yep. Okay. The first slaves was Indian.
Facts.
At least that's what they say down here.
Facts.
So let's see. Only one can also cite other authorities whose work calls them to consider the intermixture of African and American racial stocks. Helen T. Catterall, in her work on slavery in Virginia, noted that we have shown that the first slaves were Indians, not Negroes, and that the enslavement of Americans continued for many, many years. In 1903, a historian of New Jersey noted that unions between Indians and Negroes were so commonly frequent indeed as to have left permanent impress upon many families of Negroes of the present day. E.B. Rudert recognized that African-American mixture had taken place within slavery and said the Indian slaves were gradually absorbed into the Black population. You see how they trying to lie? You see how they trying to play games, y'all? Y'all gotta be able to discern.
Yeah,
gradually absorb.
Go ahead. This shit crazy.
Go ahead, OTK.
1 minute they use a Negro, next minute they use an African American. Yeah. Shit, this is the first time I seen them boys ever write an American African. Oh, Paul Cuffield, that crazy ass. It's crazy. And then right here at the next line, they write African American. What the hell?
Yep.
But I mean, it's what they wrote, though. It's what they wrote. It's what they wrote.
It's what they wrote with this impressionable slave trade story and all of that shit. They gonna forever embed that shit within our historical context until it's cleared up. Who came from Africa and where and when? And not based off of these numbers today. We talk about back then. You know what I'm saying? So right here, let's read that part. Also, during the 1920s and 1930s, the Journal of Negro History frequently featured articles on Black Native relations in Massachusetts on Paul Cuffey and American African mixed blood, and on other examples of red-black interaction. Within anthropology, a few scholars, such as Ashley Montagu, have recognized the significance of African American contacts. With the discovery of the New World, intermixture between the Negroes and the indigenes of the West Indies began almost at once. It must be supposed that these Negroes from different parts of Africa were already very thoroughly mixed among themselves and with the Indians of the islands and of the mainlands of Brazil. You see how they're trying to mix it up? By the time most of them reached North America, the mingling of Negroes and Indians, of course, occurred first in the West Indies. See how they try to, that's my problem. So we mix with them, and then we mix with all them in Brazil too. Then we mix with all of them, and that's how we get what we get. Yeah, okay. Bitch, we was there. And your European counterparts was mixing in. It is significant that Montagu recognized that many of the slaves coming not directly from Africa, but from the Caribbean, might have had American ancestry. Thus, it may be seen that not only was there much mixture between different varieties of Negroes in the islands, but also complete mixture with the indigenous Indians, and sometimes with Indians who were not indigenous to these islands. Montague also recognized that once the people of Africa.
Go ahead. No, I was like,
Did you want to comment on that?
No. Go ahead.
Okay.
I want you to finish. Go ahead, babe.
All right. Montagu also recognized that once the people of African descent had reached North America, intermixture with Americans continued. The available evidence indicates that ethnic mixture between Indians and Negroes has been of vastly greater proportions than has hitherto been realized. The American Negro population of today is a composite of African, white, and Indian elements. This is what they say we are. I don't agree with that, but let's keep rocking.
But hold on though.
But they're saying that the
was
Indian
already
blood,
mixing, if they was already mixing in the Caribbean, they was already mixing with indigenous Indians. Just like I said, these would be your Negroes. You know what I mean? Your Negroes. Some would end up being what? If the European mixed with them, they would be mestizos or whatever like that. Because we got to understand, they're definitely got to be talking about the Spanish at this time. The British and the English had their little couple of colonies, but the Spanish and the Portuguese pretty much ran the Caribbean and mostly South America and Mexico too. So you know what I mean? For a time until they got over. So, but if they got indigenous already, and they supposedly came from Africa, which I think this is what they've been taught. You know what I mean? And then they come here and mix in with another indigenous. Shit, how much African y'all got in y'all?
Shit, I ain't seen that one African ancestor yet. Please point them out. God damn.
You might find a Caribbean ancestor.
I did.
You might find a Caribbean ancestor though. How you can find a Caribbean ancestor, but you can't find African one?
But it just say West Indian That's all it say. So I don't
Yeah.
know, you know.
So the West Indies,
It just
the first map that had the West Indies comprised of Virginia all the way down to the top of South America and all of those islands.
And he ended up coming to South Carolina. His name was Prince Bossier. That was his name.
Mosier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bossiers. Yeah. The pastels. Yep. I'm
Mosiers,
related
the
to them.
Mosaics, and the Mosaics. Yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. They was Moors. Well, what we would call today Moors, but yeah, they was like Barbadians.
Yeah, because when I
know
saw
the
it, like
Mosaics that I know are from Barbados. They call the Barbadians.
and when I saw his picture and shit, I was like, I gotta, make sure and solidify some things and, really tighten it up, make sure it's airtight. You know what I mean? But I was just like, dang, that's crazy. Cause that's on my father's side, like way up. But they was in South Carolina. Like even my cousin hit me up because he said he saw some Gullah Geechee. So now we gotta talk and figure out where the fuck that was at and how we gonna put this all together, because we really finding this shit in our history, because that's what matters. They
But that Gullah Geechee, when you hear a person say Gullah Geechee, when you hear, I'm starting to find now in South Carolina, I'm starting to trace it on down, and what I'm starting to see is that it came from through the church. The church was pumping that Gullah Geechee. Some schools, you know what I mean? Because that's relatively new now. You feel me? The Gullah Geechee together. That's relatively new now.
It is.
But now the
that's
Gullah
why I told
people,
we're gonna do some research, find out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The Gullah people and the Geechee people
I don't know. That might be on his father's side. Shit. I'm just saying. I'm on his mother's side.
It's not nothing wrong with that, because that is really a dialect speaking. But when they say Geechee Gullah, man, that's really a dialect. To say that they got this dialect from Africa. Y'all the only ones that kept y'all dialect and y'all culture from Africa. Out of the millions that said that came across here, y'all the only ones.
Yeah.
That don't you know what I mean? Yeah.
He said it's on his pop side.
Knowing
the
damn
ancestor
well
that I'm talking about, that's also on his side too, on his side with me. So, because he is a Bossier. That is his last name. He's actually a Bossier. So, but it just comes down because our family name ended up changing. So, I mean, on my father's side anyway. So it's a lot with that. But it just gets complicated. So we'll see. Like I said,
a lot of them came in with the law proprietors too. You hear me? A lot of them came in as law proprietors too. I got the Mosaics coming into Goose Creek and branding off from the law proprietors and becoming part of the Goose Creek men.
And I read some stuff on that because I was like, well, dang, were they over there in Goose Creek? So we gonna see, man. We gonna, yeah, because I know for sure, like being
this
from like this
man, this was the hub. With no slavery, and around here, man, this was like wherever you find land at, though, you better cultivate it. You know what I'm saying, like that, because we had small bands, like we stuck to ourselves. You know what I mean? Here we go to the ocean, we fish, we come. You know what I mean? Oh, when I bring out the burial practices and see that we still do the same burial practices today, right here in South Carolina. Oh my God, in Goose Creek, rather, this part of the swamplands. You know what I'm saying? The southeast period. But yeah, man. Yeah.
Let's keep reading, because this shit get crazy. So, unfortunately, however, the prevailing trend of more recent years has been similar to what happened to Alex Haley's roots when it fell prey to the television scriptwriters. Haley's book notes that the family absorbed Indian ancestry in the Carolinas, but this element was eliminated for television viewing. There are exceptions to the above trend, however, including J. Leach Wright Jr.'s The Only Land They Know, The Tragic Story of the Americans of the Old South, and Creeks and Seminoles, and Daniel F. Littlefield's Study of Africans and Seminoles, 1977, The Cherokee Freedmen, 1978, Africans and Creeks, 1979, and The Chickasaw Freedmen, 1980. Considerable controversy has developed at times among white writers as to how much American ancestry Afro Americans actually possess. This controversy is apparently not found among Afro Americans, many of whom love their Indian ancestry. Others related the same thing to Melville Herkovich, August Meir, and other researchers some years ago. So they're saying that our people have told these people that they are Indians. And these writers somehow have written this shit out of our history by not writing it. And somehow have incorporated this African nonsense. Come on, y'all gotta get on, y'all gotta get on point. What it just do I need to read it again, OTK? Because that's clear as day. Because it's this is getting out of control. Now, if our people are reporting their Indian origin, why are they not recording it?
To stimulate us into a bigger picture. You know what I mean? Into a plan to get rid of the Indian problem.
Man,
Yeah,
one of the
I know.
basic problems. It's sad. It's sad. And that's why we know, like, the African notion, that was just something that was placed upon us. It was a label placed upon us. We have to understand that. They have to, young. And if we don't, we're going to continue to stay in this bubble, arguing with motherfuckers about shit that don't matter, when we need to be focusing on why this happened. Writing us right out of our history. Like, yep, man, you right. Wrote us right on out of that shit. If they're reporting it to these people not recording it, that's a problem. They get to tell us who we are. They get to change our race and records. And actually do a real life paper genocide on our people. And how the fuck they get to say how much we got? Because none of y'all is American that's writing this shit. With the name Melville Herkovich and August Meir. Nigga, get out of here.
Right. So this is the beginning of us getting written out of history, babe. They already done started at the beginning. They already done started at the beginning. This is the beginning of writing us out of history right here. Eugenics, all this comes into play right now. You know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Right here. Yep. Yep, that's where it started to get real. When not only are they wiping us out of the shit historically, they also doing they were doing a real genocidal attack on us physically, trying to harm us by trying to sterilize our women without their permission and doing all kinds of wild, vulgar shit.
Vulgar shit. Tuskegee. I ain't in school. None of y'all.
Sending our people to fight for them. Oh yeah, that experiment was probably one of the worst ones. Tulsa. I mean, we could go on and on and on. We could go on and on and on. We could talk about this all day and all night. For real. Because the shit is out of control, if you ask me. And when are we going to say enough is enough?
It says, check your email. I sent you like 4 things. 2 of them are literature to read, and the other 2, when you after you finish reading this and you get to a point, I want you to pull those up for me. Those last 2. Those first 2 we'll read over that.
All right, let me. All right, let me send it over to my student joint, and then that way they'll already be there when I finish up. Because I ain't gonna do this one for too long, but I just wanted people to understand like the contradictions and the back and forth You know what I'm saying? And y'all, and I want y'all to be able to like decipher that and discern that for yourself. So y'all can know like this is the truth about who you are. You are not primitive. None of that shit. They didn't beat you. They didn't fuck with your people. Your people had their land. Your people was here. And then they came in, they took it via paper, writing us out of our land, writing us out of our history, writing us out of our rights. All like it's just a big old mess, y'all. Just give me a second, cause that shit be having me y'all like worked up. Cause there's no way. Yep, they making it on over there now. Who write these books being taught in schools? Yeah, those motherfucking traitors, those treasonous motherfuckers. So, like I said, we are the creators. We are the revolutionaries. These are facts. Nothing's going to change that, people. They said it right there. If they telling people they was Indian, like I said, they were not acknowledging their Indian ancestry at any point. So look at this. Elsewhere, I will use the term American for Indians in the colonial era and African rather than Negro for presumably unmixed sub-Saharan Africans. Y'all, you see this? So everything up there, he's talking about the Negroes. Now here, I will use the term American for Indians in the colonial era and African rather than Negro for presumably unmixed sub-Saharan Africans. Okay. See how they be trying to twist up the damn terminology on your ass in 2.5 fucking seconds. 2.5 fucking seconds. Yep. How many times did it change?
You know, we always talk about reclassification and all this, but we need to talk about the Replacement Act. Shit. Damn, we was getting replaced by everybody but ourselves.
Man, look. They weren't playing with us. Remember you said a great meal? A mulatto was a great meal? I remember you said that before on your channel. A mulatto was a mule. Somebody said that. Hold up. Yeah, OTK, for real. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, a lot of
You know
those
what I'm
stuff.
saying? Like just the constant twisting and change.
My bad. Go ahead.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Speak.
I'm on a delay. I'm on a
That's
delay.
what we up here for. Because I know we haven't even been able to do one of these bills. Oh, true that.
Yeah, you
all
good.
right,
My bad.
hold
That's
up.
why.
Let me go ahead.
That's why I interrupt you like this now.
Let me see.
Sound like I got a little Not that one yet. Not that one. That's
Can you
something I
see
want
that,
me
bro?
and you to do. Yeah.
That one.
You want you want to do this? Or this is something I wanted me and you to go over and then we do a bill on. That one and the second
All right,
one.
hold up. So let's go.
Oh, My bad.
Okay,
sis.
that's the one you want. Which one is the show?
It will be,
Maybe I
it will,
misunderstood you.
yeah, damn, I told you the last two, but shit, the last two I
We're just
sent
gonna
you.
do that on the
first.
All right, hold up. Let me. All right, let me send this one over there. Yeah, because I'm sick of it. I realize I can't deal with it no more, man. That's why we gotta keep letting our people know the truth, like, and letting them know. You know what I'm saying? Y'all been here.
Those two
And never
documents
forget
right
it.
there I sent you is.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air,
Just that job theft, that chow mein, that pepper bull, that towel main since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Zane, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See the pattern is panic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ethers. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make you met the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Oh, that's the other one right there that I want me and you to go over. Matter of fact, this is the beginning. That first one that you showed, this is the beginning of it. And that article that I showed you with your boy, and it comes out of this. But like I said, Sister Sharice, what I did is I sent you 4 of them, right? I told you look for the last two, but these were the very first two that I sent you. So the last two that I sent you will be the first two on the list. So go two above those. Oh, she gone. Yeah, man. Shouts out to everybody that's in the chat, man. You know what I mean? Copper Aborigines being on the panel, cooking earlier. Christopher Smoke Signal on the panel earlier. Marigal, Enox. You know what I'm saying, man? Chief Hakeem Luo. You know what I mean? My dog. That's my dog right there. I just call him Chief Hakeem. You know what I'm talking about? Shouts out to y'all, man, for coming in. Cole, Aura205, you know what I mean? Goddess, Centurion, Atlantean, Jeremiah. I don't know. She got Papua's Free Papua TV. She had them starred too. So send shots out to him too. Till my sis come back. Attentionist, my dog, 101. You already know. Attentionist, you gonna like this one if you still in here, man. What she about to pull up. Yeah. Okay, sis.
All
back.
right, my bad.
You good? You good? I was just giving a shout out to your chat.
As you should. Go ahead, carry on.
I just finished. You right on time. I just finished. I just told Attentionist, I said, man, you gonna want one-on-one. I said you gonna want to see these two things when she about to pull up real quick. Yeah, that moving background, boy, that Joker taking up some speed. If you notice when I show stuff, I take my background back down. I take that Joker down. Even that stuff flashing across the bottom of the screen, I be taking that down too. All that be slowing me down, but I gotta keep it everything on. Just get some more data. Somebody say get some more data and more memory. So get some more memory. Seeing somebody told you that.
Yeah, that's what I need to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too.
Shit, they ain't never lied. I be trying to keep it together, y'all. Shoot, I had to change systems and all that. Y'all know how that shit go. So is that uprooted one, the 1950s plan to erase Indian countries? The one?
No, not that one. That's the one I want you to read over, and then me and you gonna do a bill on it. Those two with the literature on it.
Great. Okay.
So, but it's two that I sent you before that. One from the Library of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
You got that one?
I see. Let me see. I'm gonna send this one over, and then
I sent you like 4 of them. Yeah.
Because that one don't say Library of Congress on it. Hold up. Okay, so the Hoover 1950s joint.
All right, that's that. Okay, now that's the other literature that goes with the uprooted. That came out of a source inside of uprooted.
Got it.
So those two right there with me, and you're gonna do
all
a
right,
bill.
let me see.
You're already 7 hours in. You know, we're gonna bill for about 3 hours of that. Real.
At least, okay. So hold on, let me see.
I think one like 80 pages, right? I don't be having.
Yeah.
I don't be having little.
Hours. Hold on.
I be having.
Because I don't know. This is the one that.
If you can't see it, let me resend it right.
That's not the.
So then.
Yeah, that's not it, is it?
No, that's another one I sent you. That's about Native and when Native and American people.
Man, shout out to the chat because y'all been going easy on this paying goofy up in my chat, trying to give fake static. Okay, that's because all the other girls is banned, honey. Shoot, I don't know. They blocked knacking them shit. But then when I went over there to his chat, OTK, I'm not gonna even fake. He gave me a wrench and everything. I was laughing. I said, "This is Olive Branch."
Right.
Huh?
Yeah, they trying to convert you.
Trying to woo me. Boy, you better, you got people on over there ever. I don't like you. Y'all be doing us wrong. Y'all like, then they the lightest, brightest ones talking about they all the way from West Africa somewhere. You better stop it.
And
Because I heard they was light brights.
please stop it.
And I love my light brights. Don't get me wrong, because I got a lot of them in my family. My baby one. But
Okay.
hey,
I just
you send it.
Yup, I just sent you two. Why you bringing up people's name, man? Hey, KOK. Quit bringing up Sister Bethy name, man. You know, we respect Sister Bethy over here, dog. You ask her that. Why you don't ask her that? Y'all messy, man. Y'all some messy ass people, dog.
Try and get somebody involved.
Man, grown men messy. That's crazy. And
no,
men keep other women in name in their mouth.
She do, okay? She'll up on you.
Yes, we will pull up on you.
That's because he's so worried about us over here. Ain't they live over there in the Pan African world? In the Pan African world? I'm sure they doing something over there.
Somebody done arrow his ass up. Somebody done arrowed him up. Yeah, man, you know what I mean?
You sent it. Hold on, let me check.
I don't want that shit in my chat neither. Don't you even come on my pants. I don't want you to bring up no other, especially don't try to talk about nobody around. No. Even if they don't hold me down like that, I don't care about that. Just know that I'm not that type of person. I never was that type of person. Let somebody talk about somebody else who ain't there to defend themselves. Then when they do come around, your story change.
Period. Exactly. And we not gonna be, it ain't no Sister Bethy slander over here. So period.
Swear,
okay. Put some respect on that. On her name.
Swear.
Yep.
They mad because they can't do what she do. That's all.
It's an easy thing that you know, when you come into this paradigm and you put yourself out there, none of that is easy. None of that is easy. Like, it take a lot of courage. I had to think on this for months.
I heard you say you think you been gonna fall back for a second and take a vacation. I was like, yeah, the hell you is. I thought you were saying like,
man, because this shit could get tough on you.
Yeah, because you had just graduated from college too, man. You did damn good to balance both of them, you know what I mean? And a child, all three, child first, family first, then it was school second, and then this third, man. You did hella good to graduate and get up out of there. Congrats again, sis.
Yes, thank you so much. Shit, man, it was a lot of hard work. Like I keep telling people before. I mean, shit, and I'm going for some more. I'm gonna get another degree, and I want to be able to put it to use to be able to, better combat these things that we deal with so we can help each other. And that's what it's all about when it's all said and done. And I also telling people too, like I still want to do the DMV Aboriginal link up. You know what I'm saying? Like, girly girl. But anyway, I want to.
There go my dog. They go Indian business. Tell your mom I said hi. They go take
and I really want to get that link up together though, OTK. And I even said, like, the South Carolinas, the North Carolinas, y'all could come out too if y'all want. But just like everybody trying to start touch bases with each other, because I know top.
You got to think now that DMV is incorporated of parts of the Carolinas, because you got to think it was just South Carolina, then Virginia. So North Carolina came out of Virginia and South Carolina.
Agreed. Agreed. All of
You
that
see
shit
what
was one
Yeah.
stretch. I
Yep.
agree 100%.
Tennessee came out of Virginia, or Kentucky came out of North Carolina, or also Virginia and South Carolina. Listen, you know, we gonna get into it though.
Yeah, and I want to bring everybody down. I want to get us together because we all be in the chat. We be kikiing. I be seeing this a lot of people from DC, like Maryland, the VAs, all of that. You know, everybody just need to come together because, like, yeah, we talk shit on the internet, but like, you know, I'm the type I like boots on the ground type work. So outside of all of this, you know, we do need to figure out, you know, how we gonna get that camaraderie, be around each other, and really, you know, spread our message because I know some people coming on the 4th of July from what I heard, and you know, supposed to be some other stuff going down, but I'm gonna try to see what we could do for like August or September sometime, you know, like right around Labor Day. I'm gonna try to see what we can do, but you know, just throwing something together just to bring everybody in one place, you know. Even if, you know, like I said, the next time we can do it on somebody else's end, you know, closer to where somebody else stays, like closer to Georgia or Texas or whatever, you know, like just change it up. But, you know, so that everybody can, you know, be able to get a feel for one another because we be around each other too much in these chat rooms and stuff to like not be able to reach out and touch each other. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you know, it's crazy. This is the first time me and you talked since we was in the chat. Both our birthday, February 3rd.
I know. Twin.
Big old Quemini.
I was nice when you said that shit. And I should have known he was an Aquarius, young. I should have known.
Water bearer. You know what I mean? First astrological sign.
Man, you know, we in the age of the Aquarius too right now. So it's
Yes.
a woo. So we got a lot of good shit coming on the horizon for us.
They
All
say
of
this
us.
the Aquarius and also the age of information.
Yes.
So what's that telling you?
Our information. That's
Thinkers.
Aquarius. We love to say the word. Telling you. I mean, there's a lot of people like that, but I know we are in particular like that. So, you know,
And like my boy Smoke said, this is straight smoke. This is also the age. This is also the age of no more ignorance.
Yeah.
If you ignorant now, it's because you want to be.
Yep.
Bar.
Gotta keep putting up with that bullshit. Keep coming up in our chats with that shit. Y'all better get your ass back to that slave boat for real. Stop trying to put us on it. Straight like that. Because that's what they doing. Keep trying to make us a
Hold
part
up
of
though. Hold up though, Sharice. Why would they want to get back on the slave boat and go back to a place where they got sold from? That they own people sold them from. See, this is what they forgetting about. They people sold them. I just showed a piece of the documentary. I only going halfway in. I ain't going all the way in yet. You know what I mean? I only going halfway in now. You know what I mean? But y'all was selling so much of y'all own peoples to the British had to step in and say, man, y'all gotta stop this shit. The British came in to stop them from selling the fucking their own African slave. Now that is crazy. In Uganda, Kenya Alfonso. We got him. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Sharice. Did they come through?
Oh, there you go. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can share it real quick.
Check this out, Atantinus. Peace and love, Atantinus 101, man. My dog right there, dog.
Yes, peace to them. Hey, boo.
I love dealing with my dog now. Yeah.
Now, what do we have here?
Hold on. Okay. You see it say Savannah in the Ogeechee River. Since they don't think that Geechee is here. Before that word, before they thought it was a language, okay? So just let them know that there was a tribe. So you see that arrow right there? You see that arrow next, you see your plus, your minus, see that arrow? Hit that first. Right. Next one. Right there. Hit that first.
Right.
Okay. And now you can match the plus button, to make it bigger. or you can put it on full screen too.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah. Okay. So you got the Ogeechis, you know what I mean?
Like the where it was.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
You're absolutely right. Copper Aborigines sold into the air. They sure did. Take your time. Work with it. Work with it.
Okay.
So you can hit the plus. Yep. Okay.
Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate it.
You
want us the names of now?
Yeah, you see. Yeah, so stay right here on this Atlantic coast right here and slide up. All right, keep on sliding up some more. So you see right here. Here goes this is where you will find your Ogeechee. Up in this area right here and along this river, the Ogeechees. Uh-oh, boy, you moving. Yo, mouse, what kind of mouse you got? You got that straight smoke mouse?
Savannah. Hold up, the Ogeechee, little Ogeechee.
Right there in the middle.
Ogeechee River.
Yeah. And it comes all the way down over here towards your Savannah, towards your left.
Okay.
So this is where your Geechee people will be located.
Wow.
Now remember, they said Geechee came from Africa. So now I'm showing you Geechee before Africa was here. So this is modern day Georgia right here now.
And that's why.
But this will be South Carolina in the past. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not mistaken, I think this like what 17. I forgot what year it is. I know it's 1700s. Yeah. It's at the bottom what year this is.
Yep. Look at everything around it.
Go ahead, sis. Well, you got it in your possession now. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know, I'm not stingy with nothing I got. Anything y'all ask me about and I can find it, then you know what I'm saying. I definitely gonna send it on through. Definitely. And that was just a low scale of 50 miles. You see that, right?
Dang,
you see that? That was only 50 miles. That was only like 50 miles.
Yep.
So they got to get out. They got to explain how the Geechee Gullah is African. No, the Geechee. How the Geechee is African right here. You know what I'm saying? They got to show me that. This shit was here a long time ago. It's a tribe, man.
Yep.
The boy gonna have to
watch. Who the fuck is y'all trying to keep African?
Yeah, they're gonna have to watch how they come around here. And just to prove it, I have it right here in the Dictionary of American Indians, right here, page 263. Right here. Where's it at? Right here. Ogeechee. Right there. Yep. A tribe of the Yuchi who lived along the Ogeechee River in Georgia. They were assimilated by the Creek tribe in the early 1700s. So that means they was there early 1600s or earlier, way before that. They've been in there. They've been there. But they became part of the Creek in the Uchi. They was already part of the Uchi, but they became part of the Creek in the 1700s, early 1700s.
Yes, OTK busting their head out here with that money.
Pull that other one up. Pull that next one up.
All right.
I
Let me see.
think that's the other one. Hold on, let me see what. Let me make sure what I sent you.
Yeah, because I know. Hold up. That might be the same one. Okay. Okay, I got it. Let's see.
That one right there was from the Library of Congress, right?
It's a
That
Google
last,
image. Hold on.
yeah, that last
Yeah.
one you just showed was from the Library of Congress. Okay, all right. I just want to make sure. Get my time frame. Okay, so now here you go, the Gully. This is the Gully tribe. This is the Ogeechee River. This is the Gully. Now they putting these people right here together, two tribes together. This is going into Florida, Georgia, the Temakuan. This will be with like with a Yamaku, the Yamaku what he was talking about. This would be like the area, the Yamaku, the Tuscaroras. They would be going up in this way right here. Tuscaroras would be what? Not the Tuscaroras, the Temakuan right here. The Tuscaroras did come down later and set up shop like in Savannah after they got pushed out after the war, after the Yamasees came in and fight them for some shit. But yeah, they ended up setting up around here too. But here you go. This is the Gully, and they call it Gullah because of the way of the people who was pronouncing it. But here you go. This tribe right here. That's the Gully. That's the coast. All the tribes on the Atlantic coast is considered the Gully. So now they go your Gullah Geechee, y'all. I don't want nothing else said. Nothing else. Please. Leave this alone. I tried to tell y'all I wanted to leave that shit alone because I was from there. Ever since I came into this, people kept asking me about the Geechee Gullah. And I'm like, yo, y'all don't know these people. Y'all need to know these people. I really know these people now. Some of my family. But hey, I just showed it to you. There you go, right there.
Shoot. I mean, it's always nice to be able to show this shit though. Because I always tell people I love being able to pull out, man. I had a slave owner that was black in my family. I love being able to pull that out and smack that on y'all. Because y'all really think somebody was out here on some other shit. Nah. Shoot, I even got the article where it was 800,000 acres of land taken from the people of Mississippi. You know, like I'm tired of it. Taken from the African Americans, so-called. That's why I don't understand how this whole slavery thing really happened for real. Because we had all this land, and somehow we was y'all was owning us too. I don't look. It's all starting to jumble up in my head, OTK. I swear to God. But you won't hear when I show part of my I only got 2 of my shorts up. I thought I had more shorts than that up. Hold up. Give me a sec.
I sent you one more to now, sis. Look at that one right there and pull that one up right there.
What's the other kid?
Okay. All right. I need to put my other email on there.
Great show today too. Great show, sis.
Thank
might want to
you.
keep this one authentic. You might want to keep this one authentic like this. You know what I mean? And, you know, if you start a new link or if you just keep going on this, I mean, I know you ain't gonna be up too much long. You know, I already gave 7 hours of your time from the baby girl. Yeah, go ahead. I missed this earlier. I came in. Yeah, tell him my baby girl no when she asks you about the controller. I heard her.
she be trying, trying finesse, but we just be in here though, because I don't, be like I cooked and everything, like all that stuff was going on. I cooked dinner and all that shit. Like I already had it set up, so because most of the time we'll be here on the weekends and then at school about to be out. Right now we just chilling. So I'm just chilling, okay, and I'm enjoying my little time off. And I be telling her like, because it's not safe outside. And we live in a dangerous neighborhood, so I just want to protect my kid. So I just think that we're safe inside, like point A to point B. Trayvon Martin.
Yeah. So I had questions.
So I'm like, so I'm thinking I'm African. So I'm like, okay. So they just kidnapped us and got us over here on this land. That's when I start making common sense out of it. Like, okay, so we're all just prisoners on this land, and nobody came to come get us, or none of that. What's the other kid name?
Trayvon. So it's just a little short, just showing y'all what's to come with that interview. Hold up, I think we got some more.
Why were they teaching you, and who funded those teachers? Once you question that, so first you learn your history, you question who taught you your history, and then once you understand that they have to teach a curriculum, and that curriculum is funded by someone, that's going to show you that whoever funded that curriculum can push whatever narrative they want because they're footing the bill. That needs to be understood. Then after you understand that, because that's very, very, very key, is to understand who's funding your education. Why were they teaching you, and who funded those teachers?
Look out for this interview. You can hear the voice.
Yeah, that's gonna be fire. That's gonna be fire.
Yeah,
it's probably kind of small to Tontinus, but he can hear it. But yeah, that shit gonna be fire.
Yeah, but it's like an hour long. I'm trying to get with Straight Smoke so we could work some stuff out where we, he could help me with some editing and some things like that. But I just kind of wanted to show y'all. It's another one. I just can't believe it's not uploading, so y'all can see that. Hold up, OTK. Let me pull up. Let me stop sharing real quick, and then I'm gonna put up your stuff. But yeah, me and him, we talked for a minute. I really wish we could have got into some more stuff, but he said he'll come on and do a live one day with me, and we'll coordinate some time and do that together, and he'll talk to y'all, and we'll just build on this information. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what this shit is all about at the end of the day. So I'm gonna try to find that other clip that like for real, because I was kicking that shit. But so was he. So there we go, OTK.
There you go, Atontinus. Atontinus, your boy love topography, man. I love topography. I swear to God, I love it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love to look all in it, man. I love to just look. Look how small Florida is, sis. Okay.
Yeah.
I keep telling people, man, like, yo, Florida came out of South Carolina. So did North Carolina. So did Georgia. Yeah. Yeah. So now, if we are talking about the transatlantic slave trade and saying that all of these slaves was being brought in Florida at first, man, look at all those little Florida, look at them Florida Keys Islands, how they got them right there. But come on, man, be for real.
See if I can get it a little bit bigger.
That shit stretch over the parts of Louisiana, man, Alabama. You see that, right? Oh, he said drop the link. Attention to say drop the link, baby. This is 17, and this is 1715 now. For King
That's
George.
as big as I can get it, y'all.
Okay, you good.
All right. Because I know people want to really see what
No, did you go to your 3 dots right there in your right hand corner? Up underneath your boxes?
Hold up, let me go to them, not these ones. Nah, see this
no, not that one. No, not that one. Your 3 boxes up here by in the corner.
These joints, yeah.
Yep. Zoom. Boom. And then you can also go to Zoom too. Or you can go to visit to make it bigger too. I sent you the link to all of the maps. You don't have to scroll down and show no more. You keep that for yourself. It's good for studying. It's good for studying. You know what I mean? It's good for studying. Damn good for studying. You see, they already got North Carolina on here. Well, all North Carolina, that wasn't North Carolina. So 17, what was it, 1703, 1709, 1713, somewhere up in there. But that's when North Carolina became North Carolina. That was the 12th colony, North Carolina. The 13th colony was created out of South Carolina and to make Georgia. Yep. So over here, where you got the French at over here to the left, you also got the Spanish. The Spanish got a little corridor up in there too. Now, that's why I say the Spanish was in South Carolina at one time. So I kept looking and looking like, well, how can that be? I don't see that except for one dude who tried to come, but they ran his ass off. And I looked and I keep looking at maps and I find some maps that they're over there. They got a little band right there by like Louisiana or whatever like that. Like, I guess that would be what, modern day Mexico, Sinaloa or whatever. Something like that. So you see this say the Western Ocean, right? The Western Ocean and the Bay of Mexico. So you know this old. This old. What's going on with your Tontiness?
Nothing much. Peace, family. How you doing, Sharice? How you doing, OTK?
Hey,
y'all doing?
Peace and love. Good.
Man, I see this build. This is a beautiful build. I had to get on, and I see the Carolinas with this at the. I see that Carolina right there, man. People don't know about that. That Carolina, Florida, Louisiana, all being one, and then they just giving it names and changing it, and it's all one land, all southeast. You got 1 point it was Florida, 1 point it was Louisiana, 1 point it was Carolina. But like OTK said, it was all Carolina before it was those places. And then they just kept going, changing the name. And you can even take it all the way to like the Solomon Islands in Liberia, when they sent our people to. You got a Georgia over there, and you got a Florida in the Solomon Islands. You got Mississippi and Liberia. But then these is places where they was for sure sending our people once you look at the records.
Okay. So if you look closer into this map, Sharice, I know you probably can't do it unless you visit it. But this is actually, right? This is telling you, this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is my map that shows like how they travel when they was going to a war.
Oh.
So 715 is the Seminoles. You know what I mean? I'm not Seminoles, the Yamasees. You feel me? This is the end. This is supposed to be the end of the Yamasee War. So these are trails, and they showing you how much men are in these locations. And I think up here they say the Cherokees had like 4,000 men or something like that, and the tribe over here had something. And this is like the thing. And they say the Carolinians dropped they dropped their canoes right here, and then that's where they set up shop. And then that's how they went on down in the I forgot how this shit goes, man. But it's right there written. It's right there. Everything is written on that map, man. This is a beautiful map, man. And we gotta understand, the Spanish and English was warring too at the same time, and the French too. But shit, France and Spain been done mess around and join up together. 1715 is also the start of the Pirates of the Caribbean. They also started up in 1715 because there was no more work for them. So you know what I mean? A lot was going on 1715. A lot was going on. And all this time right here doing that, 1715, they're also bringing damn near 100,000 slaves that year, right? 50,000, something. They're bringing African slaves supposedly doing all this wartime too. And the pirates raiding these Caribbean oceans. Now there's no way to get around them. No way to get around them.
And then it's crazy how they say where these names come from. But if you really sit back and think about it, these names had to come from us. Virginia and Carolina, they say it came from like Virginia comes from the Virgin Mary. But once you really start doing your research, you learn that it's from Virtus. Virtus is the Greek goddess. But I don't believe that she's really a Greek goddess. I believe it had to do with American. They putting it open to Greece. Because her story is very similar to.
I got some map with South Carolina, with Carolina being called Cackalack.
Oh shit!
You know what I mean?
They changed it up. They changed it up.
Catalina. then you know Carolina in Spanish is really Catalina.
Yep. Catalina.
Mm-hmm. In England, it will be Caroline, or however they pronounce that. Man.
And then all these names is names that you find really on your relatives. Caroline. You can go back to the 1800s. You find tons of Carolines, Annas, Annies, Augustines. Like you got Augustine, like St. Augustine, Florida. My grandma name is Augustine. I'm like, I don't really find the pale skins with these names until like recent times. Then you go into our records, we got all of those names that we look at as white names today. George, like Georgia.
Right. So if you look right here, I don't know if you can see it, Tontoners, but right here, right up underneath North Carolina, straight down, you see it say French refugees, right? Okay, so where these French refugees at will be pretty much modern day Savannah. All this will be the Gullah tribes. This will be the Ogeechee River, Savannah River right there, the Ogeechee. So the French refugees sat up there. This is when they started mixing in with the Indians. These refugees. You see what I'm saying? That's why maps are helpful now. Maps are very helpful because they'll let you know where they at, what location they at. Sometimes you can't exactly pick a location when you're reading it in a book or somebody, a parent or somebody is telling you the history of the state or whatever like that. So that's why I tell people when they do Georgia history, don't leave out South Carolina history with it, because you might find some things that's together. North Carolina the same way, parts of Alabama, parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, and vice versa. The top part of South Carolina, which is North Carolina, has a lot of Virginia history.
Yeah, because the way Chief Sekou was explaining it, he was basically saying that like the Yamasee, the Seminole, the Uchi, the Gullah Geechee, he was like, we all basically the same people, but it's just slight differences. Just very slight differences. But he's like, they're the same people that speak the dialect that's damn near the same. He's like, Atichi is basically Muskogee, and Muskogee is basically like the Seminole language, which is Muskogee.
Is pretty much, Creek.
Yep, it's all Creek. Yep, there we go. It's just all Creek. Any Creek person gonna speak a Muskogee dialect. So,
and that's all we got is Creeks.
Yep, that's what we are. We're Creek Indians.
I live in Goose Creek.
From Arkansas all the way to the Carolinas, and all the way up into Virginia and Tennessee. And shit, a Cherokee basically is even a Creek, and people don't believe that, but that's the same people. And Iowa is the same people.
I mean, you got to let them know what Cherokee, because you got to up in the Lord.
Yep.
That's all. Let them know you got a big band. The Cherokees was big.
Facts.
The Cherokees is like the Cherokee would be considered a nation.
Yep, that's what the elder was explaining to me. Yep,
have more tribes up underneath there. The Muskogee, like a nation. You know what I mean? You feel me? So that's when they be saying Chickasaw and Choctaw. They're not talking about the individual group.
Right.
That's when they will say Choctaw. So when they say Choctaw, they're talking about the nation. A bunch of tribes got named underneath that for their ass when they created these 5 civilized tribes.
So you got the Watch, the
it was an amalgamation of fucking tribes in the fucking one name.
Facts. Like for the Choctaw, you got the Chitamacha, the Washa, the Yaganachito. Because I'm Chitamacha.
Okay.
It's all one people. You got the Biloxi, Mississippi people who are all Choctaw. But then they'll tell you, oh, we're Chitamacha. It's like, no, we're Choctaw. We are Choctaw.
Right. Well, you know, right here where this sea at, that's like Alabama area. You know that, right?
Yep.
Where this sea in this S at on South Carolina, you know that's like Alabama, right? Before it was Alabama. All going to over here by the French, getting into Louisiana and shit.
All one province.
Louisiana, yes.
That shit one land. and people try to separate. That's why when I hear people saying, "Oh, Georgia stole," how Georgia gonna steal some culture from the Carolinas? How Louisiana gonna steal culture from Georgia?
People.
They be
They the same
they be
damn
tripping on each other. They be like, these niggas be coming out here
Listen, they
stealing
didn't
our
never
shit.
move. They didn't never
Exactly.
move.
Exactly.
The boundary lines just moved, not the tribe.
Exactly.
They still there. The boundary lines just moved, not the people.
I know
Some
you done
people
heard that before. I know you done heard that before. Rappers and these young dudes, they always saying Georgia dudes would be like, man, they come out here and they take the culture. They be talking about people from Louisiana. It's like, bruh, them is your people. Y'all the same people. Y'all all Creek Indians, bro. They can't take nothing that's already theirs. It might be a slight difference in the dialects and stuff like that, but y'all the same.
That's because certain places, as you can see on this map, this
Yep.
little small section by the Ogeechee and the Savannah had French refugees.
Yep.
You look over here to the left, you see the Saints and the French. Huh? Why people over here in Louisiana got pretty much a very, very, very similar dialect to my real Geechee speaking people
Hell
from down
yeah. Hell
and James Island and Johns Island. Them boy got a deep Geechee accent now, like real deep, real deep.
Know ya. And they talk about the know ya. They all say know ya.
Right.
That make know ya. Even Florida make know ya.
Yeah. And let me tell you what else though. What else crazy? Jeremiah speaks a similar dialect when he say certain words.
Yep.
No bullshit.
Yeah, you do. I know what you're talking about. People make fun of that shit, but Baltimore sounds very southern. You just gotta really listen to it because they got other stuff that's in there. It is a little something else mixed in there that sound kind of a little British, but it's a lot of southern twang in there. You just gotta really listen. You're right, OTK.
And that's how you. That's another way how to trace your peoples them too. But I seen though, like, damn, after time of being in a place for so long, your dialect can change. Your dialect you can adapt the dialect that you're around, that you've been around for multiple years. You can.
Cause I was in denial about that shit until I got around a Negro in LA. This fool, he'd be like, fool, nah, fool. He literally sounds like a Mexican. He's a Sureño and everything. Like he's a part of one of the Mexican gangs. And that's all he's ever been around. He's from East LA. He's been around nothing but Mexicans. His babysitter was a Mexican that spoke Spanish, so he knows Spanish. I'm like, oh yeah, that's why this dude is he's a black Mexican. he's a Mexican Indian. But that brother really sounded exactly like them.
So what you been working on? What you been working on lately at Touches?
Shit, nothing much. Really been trying to like engage with the people more, trying to tell them who they are. Not really tell them who they are, but engage with them and try to, explain to them, who the original people of America is. Even with Mexicans, I've been talking to them lately, and a lot of them just don't know. They just don't know.
You seen that one that came on my panel, right?
Yep.
He was from Sinaloa. He didn't know shit. He was going off of DNA. I was like, yo, bro, you gotta do genealogy. That fucker came back up later on that night, and early that next morning, like, yo, I took your advice, man. Let me give you your flowers. I'm gonna start doing my genealogy.
And did he say that he had already started talking to his family just right after talking to us? Right after talking to you, he was like, yeah, I talked to my aunt and something. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, see that right there?
That's when Sweet Feather brought it all home.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
He was like, damn, sister, boy, you ain't got no channel, no number. You teaching me shit, and I'm from there. I was like, oh shit.
Because what we got to do is, and I started to realize this is, them is our people. So, all right, look, it's like this. If you got mixed people in your family and they're extremely mixed, what you gonna do? Are you gonna say, you know what, I'm not taking them in, I don't accept them because they're mixed, or are you gonna accept them because they're your family? You're gonna accept them.
Right.
You're gonna accept them. I got family that literally walk around right now that look like Mexicans because my cousin, who's half autochthonous and half white or half pale skin, got with a white guy, and all her kids look like little Mexicans. They literally look like Mexican people. But I still accept them. I still love them. That's still my family. And that's what we got a lot of these little Mexicans walking around right now who's misguided and being taught by the wrong people. They've been taught by people who are trying to claim who we are, not knowing that that's not who they are because they're being misguided. This is all this bunch of miseducation, and we got to lead them back to the right direction. That's it.
Facts, 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 man, and that's it, man. You know, it's got to be patient. That's why certain people, man, when they come through, I actually sit and talk to them, and I listen to them. When I sit back and listen, I'll be able to figure out rather what their intentions is. You know what I mean, and then I
Yep.
go from there. Like I realized brother misinformed, though he was going off of what he heard, and he told us, "Hey, I'm going off of what I was taught." All this, so I was like, "Well, okay, well, ain't no problem about that shit. We all have been mistaught,
Yep.
you know what I mean, in time or two in our life. You know what I'm talking about? You know, the good thing is we got a chance to not get taught wrong no more.
Facts. We can teach the truth now.
You can go and find out for yourself. You ain't got to listen to what OTK say. Go look it up yourself. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? Just like I
Tell
try
people
to
all
get
the
them,
time.
I try to get them time to, you know what I mean. But when I first started telling them about the Ogeechee River and the Gully Coast and all that, man, people didn't believe me. They won't believe me. They still out there
Yep.
saying Geechee Gully. Y'all mixing these people together. You know what I mean? Like, you know, oh man.
I tried to do the same thing, OTK. They're like, no, that's the same people, or no, the Gullah is the Gola from Africa because they're Angola people. I'm like, bro, Angola is from America. That word is literally an American word. This is why you got Angola prison in Louisiana. You had Angola plantation in Louisiana as well as in Tennessee. There's Angola everywhere. Just like you got Congo everywhere. These are words that they got from America and took over there. You got the conga drum. The conga drum is from South America. It was
The thing is,
it was over here before it was
you would
over
have to
there.
ask them, who brought the people from Angola over here? You would have to tell me that because the Portuguese was the only one that had the base over there. So the Portuguese never came to South Carolina. They ain't never had no colony. I don't even think they ever had a colony in the States. I don't
That
think
don't
the
make
Portuguese
sense.
ever had no colony in the United States, bro.
They have
In North
not.
America.
They haven't. And that don't make exactly. You just killed the whole narrative right there. How would the Gola people be getting their name from these Angola people if they have no connections, no ties? Because the Angola people literally are from Portuguese. They're literally under the Portuguese. They're not under the Spanish. They're not under the British.
Right.
They're not under the people who came here and was taking over. So what
Underneath
y'all
the French.
doing, bro?
Not underneath
Yeah,
the
they're
French.
underneath the French. Yeah, the French too. Hold on, we can't get the French.
That was a Portuguese outpost.
Yeah, the Portuguese only in Brazil. They
And
was
they
in
ain't never
Brazil
had
and South
never
America.
had no colony in North America.
Yep. So right there, that kills the whole narrative. Like y'all can't say that. Then they'll try to
Well,
say
let me
things
put
about
this out there. Let me put this claim out there. I don't think, from what I researched so far, I don't remember coming across them in South Carolina nowhere or Georgia. But I will check again. Let me check again now to make sure the rest of the states. I don't want to speak too fast because
No, you on point.
I like to stay with my state now.
You on point though, because I've never in my life even heard of them doing nothing in North America. They've never done nothing except a few of them eventually settling here, but not doing nothing. They wasn't making no moves.
Right.
They wasn't
But I see them coming here.
planting.
They was coming through as conversos.
Yes, exactly. They was already trying to be something else. They didn't want to be the Portuguese. They didn't want to
Conversos,
claim their
Spartans.
original. Yep, they didn't want to claim their original title. Yeah.
I definitely got to search that. Oh, you found this, sis? All right, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
This is the last little short, y'all.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, baby.
Still gonna be good.
Enslaved over here. It's facts.
Exactly.
Independence came because they were asses were enslaved over
to the fact that in the 1700s they were slaves.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole 400-year narrative is flawed. That's how they became free. Like to. They being tried. You cannot make that up.
No.
That is insane. Look it up. If you look up Charles Town,
their independence came because their asses were enslaved. So we were talking about his build on Leave the World Behind. And he touched on
Don't skip out of it, sis.
the
Don't skip out of
Declaration
it
of
because it
Independence
was skipping. Yeah, play it again, sis. It was skipping.
It was what?
It was skipping and jumping,
Okay,
sis.
hold on. Let me.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
it.
this
Skipping
joint
some
getting on my
important parts.
Man, that's gonna be cold when it releases. Man.
Drop a bunch of shorts out on that, man. Build hype
We
that out.
released this joint, man. We was going in. That's why
I
I
want to
like
watch
it. Yeah, it's about to go down. I'm driving it the 15th, like an hour long, but you know, we had to take some pauses in there or whatever. So I just want to kind of, get that clear. We'll drop it for y'all. Well, I'm gonna drop it, and yeah, it's gonna be lit. And I'm excited. Like I want to hopefully have more conversations with people, just on a different, level. Just getting to know everybody in the community, and just we talking about who we are, and we talking about our truth, and that's what matters. So I'm gonna play it again. Saved over here. It's facts.
Exactly. And that's what I'll bring attention to, the fact that in the 17th, so this whole 400-year narrative is flawed, because, and guess how they became free. That they being tried. You cannot make that up.
Nope.
That is insane. Look it up. If you look up Charles Thompson, they're going to say that he was in
their independence. Yeah.
And that's crazy now. They don't want to give us our props for free in the ass. If they was enslaved, they don't want to give us our props for free in the ass.
TK, we gonna have.
Yeah, they ain't gonna give us our props for helping their ass on that so-called Underground Railroad. All right.
All of that shit.
Fuck y'all.
When I watched
how the hell y'all just come here and y'all know how to navigate the swamps and the woods and shit? Make that make sense.
How was African slaves able to do that? That's what I want to know. I still see Africans right now. They be like, "How do I get here? How do I get over here? Hey, where is this?" They be asking me for directions, bro. Like, y'all, like, come on, bro. There was no way Africans just hopped off. It was like, okay, this is how we do this here. We know this land. This land, we've been here. No, you've never been here, so you don't know this land. You got to learn the land.
Then the
and that's
thing
what
is,
the Pale story.
And autonomous, you never hear one story about them marking a tree or anything to know, so they know their route. They just memorize that shit. Man, let me tell you,
ass shit. That's
next
crazy.
to the goddamn woods, dog. And let me tell you this: when we go hunting, when we go in woods that we don't know, dog, we have to put orange band or spray paint or orange or spot on it, so we make sure how to get up out those woods, because when the woods could make a canopy over you. Look here, man. You don't know.
You're
man,
lost. You're lost.
Boy don't know nothing about that stuff. No, woodland.
Your ass going into the abyss.
And they say it was so much woodland from Florida to Canada, all the way up the East Coast, to a squirrel can go from Florida all the way to Canada without even touching the ground, just from trees.
Yep, tree to tree.
I said, damn.
Name a land that got trees like that. Just that alone. Just that
us
alone.
In South America, just us in South America, who is the #1 producer of oxygen in the world.
Nothing but agriculture. That's us. The land of abundance.
How can life start in a place where oxygen level is not at its highest?
It's deserted. Yeah, they can't breathe.
The high oxygen level, if this is responsible for what they say 70% of the world's oxygen, the South America. Okay. If they responsible for that much oxygen in the world, wouldn't that cause some kind of spark of life first?
Yes, that right there is showing you that that's where the life come from. It's literally here distributing all of its air and its oxygen to other places. How the hell?
Yeah, Juice, y'all redwood forest, right, Juice? Y'all redwood forest supposed to be the oldest trees in the world. Or pines. I heard that, man. Hey, Juice, boy, Juice, boy. We might have to do some tree cutting, boy, to count some lines, boy. I think I got some old trees here, Juice. I got some old. I don't know if you ever heard of God damn, an angel oak. I don't know if you ever heard of an angel oak tree. So it's a goddamn oak tree where the branches come all the way down, touch the ground, and then go back up in the air.
Man, that's that Carolina shit right there.
We used to play on them shit as like swings because it's like a vine when they smaller, but once they get big and thick, nah. But you know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie to you. Now they got stories about those motherfuckers used to get hanged. Indians used to hang a bunch of motherfuckers out these trees now, but I leave them stories alone.
Exactly what you talk about. People don't know nothing about the stories of the others getting hung. But yeah, like you said, we can't talk about that. We can't talk about that over here. People coming into our jurisdiction and not making it out. They don't know nothing about that. Like Mound Bayou, Mississippi. I didn't know Mound Bayou, Mississippi was getting down how they was getting down. They got a whole newspaper article, 1800s, talking about no white man can step foot on this land.
Man,
Whole news article.
That Mississippian culture is, we in that mound, we in that mound builder, you know what I mean, kind of culture, the woodland, bottom woodland culture, Sea Island coast culture, whatever. But that Mississippian culture,
Nothing else.
Them boys rolled up and down that joker. Them boys was treacherous too. Nah, I ain't lying. I hear some story about them boys too. Now them boys, they're serious too, especially
Like
when they were
Tennessee.
joining it together.
Like go to Tennessee, the Tennessee people. Oh man, I just tell people tread lightly and don't get into no arguments with people from Tennessee. I got cousins from up there, and they don't think. They do not think at all. They just don't go straight to getting crazy. And
I would
you
love
don't
for
want
them
that.
boys to start. Yeah, I would love for somebody from Tennessee to come on my panel. And I know Bap got a bunch of info, man. You know what I mean?
I love Tennessee, man.
But definitely give me some info on Tennessee. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Tennessee.
Yeah, man. That's what my new thing is, Conscience. I want to meet people from different states, and I want them to tell me about their state. Ain't nobody can tell me about your state better than a person that been there, that grew up there from the soil, your bloodlines them there. You know what I mean? Yeah, y'all might have come from somewhere else, which we know. A lot of people on this side trace a family member back to South Carolina. Now, I bullshit you not, and that's because it was so big. That's because it was so big at one time.
Yep, because I got family that's in the Carolinas.
We gotta think now. The 13 United colonies was the first names of states before anything else was named. You know what I mean? Everything else on the side of the United colonies, all that shit was Indian territory. That's how they carved that shit up.
And all they had was little settlement names of whatever the Indians named those communities.
Yeah, they coming up with all kind of shit, up and down pretty much the Appalachian Mountains. That ridge line pretty much, you know what I mean? When you look after the 13 colonies, 90 colonies came about, they goddamn showed everything on the other side of that was Indian territory. Till eventually each state started getting a little big and bigger. Sister Reese, you been on fire today, baby. You okay? Computer must get stuck or something. Yeah, man. But yeah, Toxins might have stepped off for a second. But yeah. It's crazy though, man. But you know, Rich and Neil Bay, you see the map I pull up when I show the Ogeechee people? And the Ogeechee name in South Carolina, before there ever was any Geechee Gullah put together, who they calling these people up today. And I show the Gullah Coast, how we would pronounce it, the Ule Coast, but they call it the Gullah Coast. Yeah. Yeah, we bringing it out, man, so they can just stop. So they can stop, man, with this Geechee Gullah people are African Americans, and they the only ones that kept their culture. Yeah. That's the South Carolina one right there. That's when South Carolina was all over Rich and Neil Bay. And Shaq just came in too. Yeah, what's up, Shaq? Rich Neil Bay, man. Shouts out to you and K Glover L. Goddess. Keep doing what y'all do, man. You already know. Shaq Fu. Tell ya, she might be about to pull it up, Brother Rich. I don't know. She might be. Kill all the naysayers. You see how big South Carolina was? You see how small Florida was on that map, though, Rich Neil Bay? Florida was pretty much, what would that be? That would probably be what, like Orlando or West Palm Beach, like about from there. Yeah, but I'm about to show you. Remember, I told your wife we needed to talk about that, right? Rich Neil Bay. So tell Goddess K L. This the Sea Island. These the Sea Island cottons, right? The Sea Islands that was growing wild rice and cotton on them. These same places right here. You see the Ogeechee River right there? And this is the Gale Coast. I don't know if you can see that. Tell sis, check this out. This one right here, I got we got another one too that breaks down, but this one shows the Gullah and the Ogeechee together on the same map. Mm-hmm. So this our Omaha, the Omaha River, that would probably be thing. Mm-hmm. French mercenary. Yeah. I was waiting for somebody, Rich Neil Bay, to come out, man. But you know, there's one brother out there now who you know they know who they is now. You know what I mean? The boy been basket weaving, dog. Enemies Public, what's going on, baby boy? Yeah, they been basket weaving. Rich Neil Bay, man. Still to this day. And they basket weave, what they use the basket weave, they it grows wild too. Hmm? Got them little kids, man. That's how they get their hustle on downtown. by Market Street, you know what I mean, where they say the slaves came in at, them boys be making the flowers, making birds, making all kind of stuff out of the flower that grows wild that they make the baskets out of. Go ahead, Sharice. I can hear you now, sis.
Nah, shit. I was over there trying to get some stuff together over here in the home front, but it's all good now. But yeah, y'all. Woo. I'm just so grateful for y'all. Peace and love to everyone in the chat. Shout out to everyone that's watching that doesn't comment in the chat. I hope you guys got a lot from this build today, like just learning a little bit about the straw man situation or understanding what it is, and also going over the African American term. So, and then obviously now touching on that American Indian business, really getting into who he is in this motherfucking bitch. So hang on, y'all.
What it look like, man?
Listen, you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want to rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life, well come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug, well come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
Say you like me is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take these flights. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
Peace to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous American Indians. Peace to everyone in the chat. Peace to everybody that's watching. Yes, peace to you motherfuckers. I love y'all. Seriously, man.
Hey, you fuck with me, dog. This shit, that's a Thompson. He stepped off for a second, but he'll be right back. The shit, we can keep building. I don't care, sis. You know what I mean? All this, trust me. Those long streams I was doing, it paid off. People see it. And they
I
enjoy
don't know.
it.
Like shit, I was looking at the John. I said, shit, Smoke about to go live. Shit.
Oh, he is?
I know
Oh,
everybody
okay.
about to go hit Smoke up in a minute.
Yeah. But I ain't gonna lie to you, because the reason why I tell you that is because you gotta think we on the East Coast. So if we going in 2 o'clock in the morning, that's good timing for people over there in Cali and Mountain Time. They just now getting into their swing. And I found that a lot when I first started streaming. Like, damn, I had to stream like all night because I didn't want to miss my West Coast people.
I see. And that's because I don't know, because I be like, fuck it, shit, my ass going to bed, okay? I don't be playing. But
yeah.
Just
do two. Do you like a 2-hour build? You know what I mean? In the afternoon, and then come back and do like a 2-hour build. It don't matter if somebody else is going live. Don't you worry about that. You go ahead and do your build. You can still do your build and still be able somebody else build on your other channel and hitting them and chatting and staying in that. That's how you got to support. You got to be multitask, and people gonna understand. You know what I mean? I mean, people they should. Shit. You know what I mean? But keep supporting like how you do.
Yeah.
But you got to put your work in.
Shit, sometimes I agree. And that's what I need to do, because I was like, dang, I need to be over like on other people's platforms more, talking and, getting my face out there more, just letting people hear my voice, like all of that shit. So, and I enjoy this paradigm. Like, I enjoy what we doing, like, because I know it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? And I know it's business that I can 100% stand on. And that's why I do this. And that's why it's important to me, because I want us to be liberated in who we are and not to be ashamed. And, after everything that we've been through, you know what I'm saying? I want us to be able to still come out on top on the other side of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this information is one of the keys to that.
Definitely. Like, we all play a part. Just remember that. We all play a part. So you can't lay off your part. You see what I'm saying? You can't. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna tell you like this. We at that point now. Okay, just say like when I came in, I had the opportunity to where I could have waited to catch everybody else's show. I had time to catch everybody's show because they went in from in the morning to the afternoon. I mean, to the midday to the afternoon, and then that late night, I had it. 10 o'clock, I'm coming on. But it was wintertime, you know what I mean? So I couldn't do that because I work slow in the wintertime, you know what I mean? So in other words, you got to take advantage of this in between time now that you got since you just graduated. Go ahead, build and put in this work now while you got time, because you don't know how life can change. You might have an opportunity come knocking at your door to where you might not even be able to go live but one time a week.
Exactly. And I said, shit, where I'm at in this joint, I need to be like, regularly hitting the people with that work. You know what I'm saying? Showing people what I be doing, showing people what I've been researching, what I find out, you know what I'm saying? And how I've came to this conclusion myself, you know what I'm saying? On some real live shit. Yes.
Yeah. Shit, I got a bunch of because of I'm about to say, damn, look at him. Because of Brother Richard Neal Bay said, I'm on TikTok. And I ain't even got no TikTok. But I got a TikTok following. You know what I mean? I know some of my subscribers came over from TikTok. I know that. Because they probably was trying to find me, but they couldn't find me on TikTok. So they had to come and find me. I know some of them from TikTok. I know it.
Right.
Man, peace to you, Brother Richard Neal Bay. You and the goddess.
Peace. Oh, definitely, bro. Hey, what I do is I share all my people, right? Instead of going live myself, sometimes I use my TikTok. I share BAP. I share you. I share anybody who teaching. If they teaching the truth, you go in there, you'll see about 300 to 400 likes. So they definitely coming over from TikTok. You see what I'm saying? And TikTok is where all the information is really coming from besides YouTube. So yeah, let's keep cooking. You got educated sisters now, right? With a podcast that's going to pull in a lot of others, true Americans.
Right.
And look, y'all be twinning though, for real. She'll cut you out like you. I'm like, oh, she kind of rougher than what I thought, right? But then she said, DC don't play. Then I said, OTK got her. So a mixture of DC and OTK. Oh man, you're gonna be good, sis. And like he said, somebody else can be live. Go ahead and do what you got to do. Sometimes OTK will be live, Smoke will be live, and BAP will be live, and DJ Cuddy will be live. And my wife might be watching one or two of the shows, and then I'll be doing the other shows trying to keep up and a monitor with them all, and still gonna like, share, and get them all out. It's just hard to do a TikTok for them all when they all live. But definitely keep cooking, sis. We're gonna put you out there.
Shit, when I get a full panel, Sharice, I got a full panel, I mess around and I ask them a question, and I know that question gonna piss them off or something like that, or gonna make their brain think. I know I can go on mute. Boom, I'm on my other tablet or my damn phone. Now I'm over there with BAP or somebody else. So, you know what I mean? Showing love to them, I ain't gonna lie, man. You know, it's just, hey, you just gotta show love like that, man. But I feel that it shouldn't be no space, no dead space. Like constantly, when they come around this bitch, it's something else, somebody always on. God damn it, there ain't no dead space. You know, and that's what it's coming to. That's what it's coming to.
Yeah, and see something, and see someone, and be able to, you know, come into the community and connect. You know, but shoot, so what you said, Uncle Rich and Bay, I try not to be rough around the edges. I really do. But when people try me, okay, like like I'm very nice, but please do not, don't cross that line with me, because then after that, it's all over, okay? But I do my best to like not engage, you know what I'm saying? But like if you come at me sideways, like, you know, some people have, you know, then you just might catch it.
I gotta buy some sunflowers.
Hey, sometimes I be hearing that. I say she be, I hear a little Sister Betty coming out, but then I hear that a wild Indian come out real strong, and I be like, yeah, that go OTK. Yeah, OTK definitely right there with her, because listen to her, she cutting up a little bit.
Confidence.
You have to though. You have to take heads off, because if you don't, they will run over you. So you gotta let them know, this is my house. Wipe your feet and let's get to it.
Especially when I know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
That's the shit. I know what I'm talking about. Like, you're guessing. You can't show me nothing to go against what I'm saying. You're giving me your own personal opinion. I can't compare your opinion. You're obligated to have that. You're totally obligated to have that. But when I'm bringing up information that I found, you're not obligated to put your personal info up against that. No.
Man, think about it, OTK. Like my wife said earlier, you know, y'all reading books, man. You're not giving your own ideology, theology, or whatever. You're reading books. The sister said, what is 700 some pages that you want to try to get into? Who could dispute with the book?
The Bureau of American Ethnology. Yeah, I wanted to, like, they noted that, you know, the U.S. Southern Negroes were unquestionably Indian. So I said, I want to get into it and see, you know, where they came to that conclusion that maybe they got more stuff in there, excuse me. They got more, you know, they got like some little more background behind that shit. That's all. That's it. That shit like 700 pages, though. It is.
Man, salute, because my wife do it all the time, and to sit there and read a book, nobody can argue with you when you're reading the book to them. They ain't wrote the book. They ain't wrote no book. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing, sis, and keep cooking.
No, but the crazy shit was I came up in a time when they used to say, hey, you want to hide something from somebody, put it in the book. Now, motherfucker reading the book, they like, and I'm telling them like, yo, I read the book, but I don't take the book for everything what it said. I just compare that shit. I cross-reference that shit along with other info that I got. I got like 3 different ways I have to cross-reference before I really jump off the ledge about something that I talk about. Anything I talk about, trust me, man. I be acting dumb because I don't want to show it because I'm tired of showing shit and they just taking what we showing. They don't never show shit. Not even their face. But anyway, but yeah,
period.
Yeah, man, I just be having to show them, man, brother Richard Neal Bay. Brother Richard Neal Bay, you know, I had this book right here ever since I came into this thing. I've been showing my books, right? I had this book. I've been at the definition of the Ogeechee tribe, but I was just letting people, sum it up for themselves. You know what I mean? Yeah, but hey, I mean, I got the maps to show it too, where they at. We got rivers named after these people. We got landmarks. These are the name of an area. I mean, come on, what are y'all doing? These are people. So I kind of got tired of that, brother Richard Neal, baby, because they was holding on to that too much. So I just had to show that, just so I can clear all that up. Because this is my state, so I'm in the state, rather. You know what I mean? And I'm in that low country part, right next to where they say the Gullah Geechee are or whatever. But oh my God, there's so much information, man, brother Richard Neal.
You cooking, bro. Keep cooking. Keep doing what you're doing. And again, intelligence is what we need. We need more people with intelligent conversations and not just a lot of rhetoric. And I don't even support those channels. If they're not cooking and sharing true information, I don't care. More, whatever it might be. I don't share it. I run from it. So keep cooking.
So what you think about Sis show today with the straw man and stuff like that? What you think about that?
Look, I was there from the beginning, and I got to say, a lot of people, like I've seen some people come in like, this is old information. It's never old information because it's still going to spark something that you need to hear. We need to understand who we fighting and what we're fighting. It's not one group of people we're fighting. There's many, and we need to understand the systems that they're playing on. So I saluted 100% to come out of their corporation and come back into our original corporation. You know, we fly a 48-star flag here. We don't even support any other flag outside of that old republic. That's us.
Yeah, and like I said, that's the disclaimer I gave. I said some people may know this information and some people may not. You know, I think that people who always, I always say you could always go back over something. You know, you're not too good to read, you know, to go over information and make sure that you got a proper understanding, because it's just like when you watch movies. You will watch a movie one time and then you be like, damn, you watched it again and you catch some shit that you ain't seeing it the first time you watched it. So I think that same logic needs to be applied when we're learning. You know, like, you know, you're never too good to learn.
Here's my clothes.
And like you said, while you was playing the video, your baby was right there. So your baby is getting the download of the same information. So it's never old information. We supposed to be past it. If it came to you, share it. Mainly with information like that. Because a lot of people, if we say some of these things, people will look at us and say we lying. But when they hear from the others, they accept it.
Exactly. And it seemed like that's what most of the people was doing. It's like they was accepting it when she was saying it, but had I been saying all this stuff, it wouldn't have been the same type of response. So, you know, I don't know what people be on. Just like in back chat, somebody got smart and was like, what the fuck they say? Oh yeah, we know Job Bricks. It's not about you knowing him. I don't know him, so I'm getting to know
Right.
him. Like I don't be understanding angles sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like this supposed to be about support. This ain't supposed to be about, you know what I'm saying? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think all that stuff is weird. It is weird energy. Like you can keep that over there because I'm not really the one for it. You know, I'm building my platform the way I see fit, and I see his videos on on Instagram all the time, and that's what made me want to talk to him.
I
So
just
you know,
came back.
hey,
Who y'all talking about? I was
shoot,
trying to get my son and stuff right.
that's no, yeah,
We
please,
already know.
yeah, please. You know, no
When
explanation needed.
when the doorbell rang, you went mute. I said, "Oh, that's important."
But when we building, you know what I'm saying? I want to make sure that that's what we're doing because everybody always saying, you know, ain't nobody giving the information, no one's doing this and doing that. And then, I guess, you can never please everybody. You can't please everybody. That's what I'll
That's
say.
really all you do. Anytime you come on here, you don't even really do the panel stuff. You just come with straight information, showing
Yeah.
whatever it is
You
that
know
you
what I'm
know.
saying?
So
That's what
with
people
that,
we
like,
respect that.
like what the hell? Like people want to talk just to talk because they don't got nothing. That's what it be. They want to hate because they don't have it,
Exactly.
and that's what we see a lot in our
And I know a
community.
lot of
If
them ain't
you ain't
seen that.
that, yep.
It don't matter. That shit need to be showed every fucking 6 months.
No, for real.
Facts.
Yeah,
Somebody, because
look,
we
some of
get
y'all might.
somebody
It's gonna hit somebody different every time, sis.
that's always somebody new, y'all. Always. And somebody want to hear
Yeah.
that. So maybe the
Yep.
ancestors put it on you for that one person. We just got to be patient, you know? Some of the
But
things I
shit,
heard, I don't heard
like
some of this, but I'm going to still be patient and have an ear to hear, period.
I ain't gonna lie, I love hearing it. Even if it's some stuff that I done
Exactly.
heard multiple times. I'm an
right,
autodidact that knows tons of information about the
right.
Mississippians, the West Tech, the Toltec, the Teal. I don't even know how to say the damn names, some of them, but I be knowing about the information. But I still want to hear it from a brother because it make me feel a certain type of way when I hear a brother just coming into the knowledge. It make me feel good because I know, okay, we on the right path. And if more and more of us start gaining this information and really start utilizing it, where we going to be in the next 10, 15 years? We're not going to be saying we black and African American. I love it.
And that's the hit.
And
And
if
that's
I
why
can
I
add real quick, my wife
sure
just
go ahead.
said in the back, she just said in the back, your channel, sis, and OTK channel, not only you dropping information, but you're coming up with solutions so that we can become
Mm-hmm.
better here in America, period.
Yes.
Check.
Facts. Say it again.
Shout out to K Glover L. Shout out to Richard Neal,
Solution.
baby, beautiful wife. Shout out to you, sis. Peace and love for real. Because that's what this stuff is all about. Like for me, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like I'll also say too, like shoot, like we've come like so far in terms of like coming into this knowledge, understanding our original place and where we belong, and that's why I followed up with that article about the African American and how all of that stuff transpired. Because, like I said, it's like we gonna understand it from like a colonial front. We're gonna understand it from a pre-colonial front. All of that stuff we're gonna understand it there, and we're gonna understand it within the context of our people being black, so called, in this country. So we're gonna keep it in context and understand that
Mm-hmm.
our placement was right here. It was never anywhere else. And when I show y'all these fucking articles, when they're twisting the words and interchangeably using African and Negro and doing these things, I'm trying to teach y'all to discern this information and understand what is what and what are they really saying here. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Because a lot of y'all will see African and just take that for face value and run with it. And like that's not what you're supposed to do with that. Because if we've shown you that only 300 and something thousand Africans were actually here during a so-called slave trade, why the fuck do we gotta keep justifying our indigenous origin. I just sat right here and read an article to y'all about how people reported their indigenous origin and they were not recording that information. Okay? We got to be very clear. And I don't think people be getting that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't think people really get it. I'm not about to fuck around and play with y'all out here, respectfully. Because we not gonna keep playing. We not gonna keep playing about this. And that's why I showed that video, because people need to understand how these people got a right to get down on you. And why and how this is happening. Because not only are they doing it, but our people sold us out so they could do it. And everything else. To the point where there's no control. So on that I'll relinquish in the words of Sister Bethy.
We need more like-minded brothers and sisters who are educated, who are thinkers, who can think outside the box, who can also, like you said, hey, look at this word, look at this term. Which I think this means. Because see, you got a little bit more education than some of us that's on here. So we got to fall back and know our place, have an ear to hear so we can be fed. That's what it's about. And if you don't want that, move around. Go talk to AI or something. Hey, OTK, how we going to get these crabs to the wifey? She ready for those blue crabs from her cousin. Oh, he done stepped away.
But that's facts, though. And then we got to get away from a lot of these people who we not realizing got mental illness. Some of these people, it's not even just COINTELPRO. Some of them really mentally ill. And we don't talk about it. We be forgetting that we on the internet. It's still the real world. It's still people with mental illness that's getting on this social media and saying a bunch of stuff that they feel and believe, and they don't have no type of basis. They're just saying a bunch of crazy stuff. And that's what we get from some of these Pan-Africans. But then some of them, yes, they are paid. But
they definitely got to be paid.
Like, for instance, you got people like Real Rap. I hate bringing up certain names and certain people, but that's mental illness. That is mental illness.
He'll never come over here. So.
Yeah, that's mental illness. You got people like Shy Bum. That is mental illness. You literally will come up out of nowhere and start disrespecting women like you was never taught by women. Something ain't right with you, bro. Like, it's not just you're disrespectful. You got mental illness. A woman that come on there talking to you respectful, you BITCH this, hold that. Why are you doing that, bro? What's wrong with you?
They hate education, man. They hate it.
Yeah. And then yeah. As soon as you come with something that's real pivotal, you motherfucker, oh, bro, you got some serious issues, bro. Something ain't right with you, bro. As soon as I said some shit that triggered you, bro, like, yeah, you need to get back on that damn slave, bro, and get away from us. Far away from us.
Slave, bro.
Get on the slave, bro. We don't need you, bro. We don't need you, bro.
I've been saying that.
And we got to keep people like Root Words and Hawkeye on deck so they can be ready to take heads off. See, just like how they come, Root Words stay ready.
He back around. He good.
Yeah,
he's back. He's back.
He said he's been away for a little while though, because he's fucking Pan-Africans. He said, I ain't gonna lie, y'all be letting these motherfuckers on the damn panel. He's like, I'm tired of this shit. And I ain't gonna lie, I had took a break for a minute because of the Pan-Africans. It was like a whole while, maybe about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, where I just was like, you know what, I'm not getting on nobody's panel because y'all keep allowing these people on this panel and I'm not dealing with it. I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to debate them. I don't want to have no dealings with them. I'm cool on them because they too disrespectful. My grandma told me what we was. I got my genealogy. I don't want to keep going back and forth with you. It's not a joke. It's not a game. This is my life.
And you just said, what you just said is what Mama Chief been saying for about a couple of months now. Why are we, the true Americans, with an open panel and they got wrenches? Why are we on a call talking about America and they talking about Africa? We got to know the difference.
Man, here we go.
Hey,
Thank you. Thank
Sharilis.
you.
Hey,
That's
y'all see how I just put her name all together? Hey, Sharilis instead of Sharilis.
Hey,
That's
that's
that
clean
American
though. I
stuff.
like that. I like that though. That's a
Hey,
clean nickname though.
hey, Sharilis. You see what I'm talking about? See, like Anton Yah is a perfect example. He's in Cali. It's 7, 8 o'clock to him, depending on what zone he's in. He said, "Damn, I wish I would have
My
came
Sacramento
earlier."
dog.
You see what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So
They
he's
missed
just
a good thing.
he's ready for action now. You know, it's 7
Exactly.
o'clock for him. He's ready, Sharilis. You know, I like that.
And
Yeah,
my wife said she ready for action. She love bills like that.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
So you right on point, sis.
Yeah, I like them little night joints though. They be nice, and then like the time be fly by fast too. But it be fire though because we be really
So
getting.
you might have a channel going on over here, and Smoke Signal might have to have a channel over there. But it's like OTK say, hey, if it's 4 of us on here, then hey man, we gonna sew it up. Hey, but we ain't talking about over here. They talking about over there. If we ain't talking about over there, they talking about over there. It's 4 places to go. Find you one. Let's go and share the video and get it out. We got to do that. We got to get it out there.
You can always. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anytime I miss a show, so say like I'm at work and I might miss back. Oh, when I get home after work, I'm watching back first.
Yep.
And then I'm watching DJ Cuddy. Then whoever else done came on, who alert I got that I missed. I'm gonna watch some of all them boys show throughout the day. You know what I mean? Sometimes I be 3 days behind with shows. I bull job y'all not.
Yeah,
I be 3 days behind because there's so much info out there that's getting put out now. It's beautiful.
Man, somebody put the ABB out on Cosmic Cow, man. For
what happened? He was with me yesterday.
Okay, because I thought
he was on the live with me yesterday for the
Yeah,
fight.
he was. He was.
On the fight yesterday. Yeah.
All right, shit. I would have liked to see.
Oh, you know my dog. My dog always. You know.
I told you. See how y'all acting like OTK and her both loving on cars, man.
My dog, man. That my DOWG, man.
Yeah, that's my wife, bro, too.
That's a straight fool, man. You know, he just got a good energy by himself, man. You know, I like energy. Like when I know I need a laugh or something, I'm gonna call either him or Swordfish. When I know I need some goddamn advice or you know what I mean, some motivational type shit, I'm gonna call Big Dog Philly OG. You know what I mean? If I need to find out something about like, cuz you ever heard of this or such and such like this, I call back. You see what I'm saying? So I you know, real type stuff, man. You know what I mean? When I just want to build and just parlay and build, I call goddamn Belioso. I call Straight Smoke. Damn it, we talk. You know what I mean? We used to talk every damn day or some shit. You know what I mean? You know, before Belioso got that new gig and before goddamn Straight Smoke doing that goddamn lively transition, but it's all gonna come back. Everybody just getting comfortable right now. They just getting themselves comfortable. I already was in the situation to be comfortable. You know what I mean? But I'm a real ass nigga. I ain't gonna leave them behind. Goddamn it! Hey, every goddamn show is the cleanup crew. I ain't changed my intro video. They still live with me. They don't have to be there in the presence with me, but they still with me. You know what I'm talking about?
For real, for real.
How in the fuck is you hustling with these grams, man? I know it's all cap. All of my face with that fake smile, yeah, you can't get no doubt. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. Up on the scene with them 2, 2, 3s and edit bitch out. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. I be the one to blame, so please don't you make me click. It the block like a march. Yeah, like a parade. Drum sound and you ducking and hiding. Oh, better cover your face.
Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Niggas still killing niggas. Pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising their children. Cluckers still paying deals, trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gonna have this. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in their head, mumbling rapping shit. Make a nigga say what he said. I know you think I'm tripping, this boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Man, y'all got an old nigga singing and sweating in the booth trying to get this shit heard. Way too far. Bump your brakes, partner.
Yes, peace and love, family. We back with the bullshit. Yes, let me bring baby up here. How you doing?
Peace. What's happening?
Peace to the panel. Peace to you, bro.
Peace. What's going on? What's up, brother OTK?
I had to tell my
Y'all
brother
already
come
know,
up.
man. Oh, well, man. Peace to you, Anton. You know,
The
it's all
realest,
blessings,
the realest.
Yes.
Islam.
How you doing? Thanks for hitting the page.
Islam, Mo.
Islam. Hey, niece, you right on it. You came right in there. You listen. OTK right in there. You see how he told you? He right in there. I'm right in there with you. We right in there with Smoke Signal, and we right over here too. What up?
Hell yeah, because he playing music. See, that's a good thing too. You know, we play music for damn near 30 minutes, you know, where I play music for an hour to give everybody a chance to go ahead and wrap up. You know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, man, we do it, man. We already know, man. It's all love. I think it, you know, well, I don't know, man. I think it's love, man. I just hard to explain. I don't know. I know what it takes. And I'm telling you, sis, just keep doing you.
That's right. You telling it right. You telling it right.
Definitely hit more panels. You know what I mean? You definitely need to build with them sisters from Unscrambled Mind more too. You know what I mean? Because your mind thoughts will come in good on some of the topics that they have, and that's bringing another thought to the room. You know what I mean?
A younger thought.
And them sisters love you too over there too. You know what I mean? I love my sisters them over there too. You know what I mean?
And they doing the work. Look, I'm gonna say the sisters are doing the work, man. They got a professional panel over there. I ain't never been over there, and it's out of control. Brothers, I'm gonna say it again. Don't get mad at me.
They don't allow it.
I have never been over there to Unscrambled Minds and heard a lot of arguing and fighting without them stopping it before it even get there.
Facts.
I mean, we got to look at that, man. Ain't no way for us to be doing what we doing, and we got the whole world. Mind you, y'all, when I share this, I send it to those I used to work with in Club Live. So I send it to managers in the music industry, et cetera, et cetera. You see what I'm saying? So if you ever go on my page, you might see French Montana, you might see Nas, you might see Rick Ross or something like that. I actually tagged them in your videos. All right. I worked with them all in Miami, and I tag them because I know they keep up with us and rap about what's real to what they see and hear. Like Kevin Gates. I actually gave Kevin Gates a nationality card for the Moorish Science Temple of America when he was incarcerated in the state prison here. You see what I'm saying? So certain things I tag him in, certain things I don't tag him though, because he'd be all over the place. That I hear.
Him out. I didn't hear him talking about Islam. I can't think I remember what Satellites. I gotta go back and listen to that album, but I don't remember him talking because see he came down before he had a big
he's a Blackstone.
Yeah, right. And then you know what I mean? Okay. And then later on, okay, well, yeah, well, if he's Black Keystone, El yeah, I got you, Jeff Ford.
So he everything, you know. I mean, in a respectful way. I mean, he'll represent the tribes over here, but he also go to Africa. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
But if we keep cooking, y'all, I know they watch those videos, you know. I know they do. They probably don't watch everything, but they got to tap in. This information is hot, and you got to go to those who know. You can't go to a Cherokee, you know, respectfully. You got to come to one of us. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you know about that information that they talk about. So you got to keep cooking, and we need educated minds. We don't need no misinformation. Say that again. We need brothers and sisters like my wife. She don't mind reading. OTK don't mind reading. Sis don't mind reading. Anyone who don't mind reading, we need to be on their channels first.
Real shit.
And I yield.
Period. Because most people don't like.
So what you saying is less preaching, more teaching.
There you go. There you go.
All right. There we go.
I love my brother, man. I love my brother. I ain't gonna lie.
That's what this shit about, man. We got to just overstand that. We really do. Hold up, did I send something else over? Hold up. Thought I had something to
Hey,
show.
sis, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I had rewinded. I wanted to go back and see. So I saw the article that you put in there about the mulatto. That article.
Yes.
Where can I find that at?
Put it in the back.
That is by.
Put it in the back chat for him.
Okay.
Yeah, put it in the back chat.
Put it back
I took a snapshot
I should
of
be
it. I
able
was
to.
just saying, just in case I can't find it.
Yeah, but put it in the back chat. Put it in the back chat. We're no longer putting out sources in the big chat no more. We're not no longer helping them out.
Never. No.
I like that. My wife laughed at that one. Okay.
I'm about to start dissecting their shit since they like to do our shit.
That's all I do, OTK. Because I like
y'all
to beat
know
them
that?
up with I like to beat them up with their shit.
Y'all notice how they changed the whole platform of Oxford English Dictionary? Y'all seen that, right? And you gotta pay to like really get the you gotta pay a subscription to get the real information too.
Hey,
that's something that I think that should be something we can possibly think about, putting something in the pot so we can actually go get those things and not worry about that. We just go ahead and smash through that, you know.
Right. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Anton. A lot of stuff that I be having, I paid for.
Yep.
Either I ordered it, I bought the book, or either
Can you say that again, brother OTK? Because you know what, I be trying to get people to understand. My wife actually paid for her law classes. It's not given to her. Say that again for us, bro, please.
I paid for it. I mean, I give out some things. I give you an outline. Matter of fact, I lead you to the water. Now you got to drink your damn self. So that means once I lead you to the water, now you got to take it from there. If I goddamn got to put the water in your mouth, then you gonna go thirsty when I'm gone. You feel? So yeah, man. So no, yeah, man. We pay for. I be paying for a lot of my stuff, man. That's why I got stuff people ain't never seen before, and I got
Some of
plenty.
this
I
shit
got
ain't
plenty of
cheap.
shit. And the only people who seen these shit because they paid for it. That's
Yep.
why they had it.
That brother
Some of
pulled
it
out
ain't
a
cheap.
book. Hey, that brother pulled out a book and said, "Look, man, the Masons trying to take over the more science. I got a whole book on it. Look, check it out right here." I guarantee you that book cost over
Yep. I was about to say.
$200 or greater.
Yep. Yep. We be spending $250, $300 on books.
And that's a
There's a
low
there's
number.
a
That's a low number.
What these people spending on Jordan, we spending on books. Come
that
on.
part.
Let's
Hey,
Facts.
stop
there's
it.
a there's
Man,
a
and
there's
your
a
dog ain't got no paperback. Your dog got
Look,
hard.
look. We got them started. We got them
Oh yeah,
started. We got them started.
the hardbacks though. Them hardbacks like 500, depending on what it
Yeah,
is.
that's what I said. 200 deep.
Yeah.
These
Yep.
hardbacks, man. These shit
Yeah.
old too, dog. You know what I mean? These shit old. Look at that. Look at that way how
Mm-hmm.
that boy. Look at that boy been shooting that arrow. You know what I'm talking about?
Ooh.
Man, I got so much shit. Like I'm figuring out who I'm gonna leave everything to because I
Put
got
it in
so
the trust, OTK,
yeah, you
and
need
leave
to
it
Yep.
put that
behind
in
in your
your
trust.
trust. Yeah, you
Yep.
need to put that in your trust. And what you need to do also is you need to get an appraisal on
Mm-hmm.
everything and get that thing insured. You feel me? So Noble talking well. Yep. Now, I want to say before I forget, there's a library in New York that rivals the Smithsonian. I don't know if anybody knows, but there was
Hey, bro,
a
whatever you just said, my wife just said something. You said library. She said library right with you. She said, man, I'm about to just get on up here on this panel too. Hey, y'all cooking. Keep cooking.
it's a Spanish brother. He go way back. I think his name is Arturo something. There's a library in New York. Like you can actually go get maps, Columbus maps, books. I mean, that thing is right damn near next to Smithsonian. That's why that's another reason why the Smithsonian was created as well. But anyway, I digress on that. But this library is what's his name? Arturo something. You can look it up. Arturo something in New York. That library has whatever you need, but you're gonna be paying a couple zeros for that. Yeah, a couple zeros. But I mean, it's got some of the best stuff in there. Since we
It's
talking
probably
about books.
either Stephen A. Schwartzman. It's either
Nuh-uh.
Stephen A. Schwartzman or probably not okay. Is it it ain't the New York
What's
Public
his name?
Library, is it?
No, this ain't. No, I'm about to look right now. If I fall
New
off,
York
I'll come right back.
Academy of Medicine?
Hold on, I'm
God
about to
damn.
look. I'm gonna mute up real.
And
Congress. Oh boy, you about to give us some. Hey, you know what? You finna go all night, and then smoke gonna go all night.
yeah, I told her that. I said, you sure? Well, you be done pull 11-hour easy now. Okay.
Right.
Is she ready?
Out.
Is she ready?
Hey, quick question, brother Richard Neal Bay.
Yes, man.
You know Calumet Park, Chicago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's where I grew up at, the Wild Hunters.
Don't nobody want to play out there. You can't play out there. Lansing area, all that out there. They shoot that up, man.
Julian Finger, all that right there up in that area. Oh,
they not playing.
You know what a Calumet was? You know what they was named for? They wasn't actually a tribe, you know, unless they became a tribe later. But do you know that was the part of the peace pipe that showed significance? Like that would show Indians' power.
You teach him.
That's what the Calumet was known for. You know what I mean? Peace pipes. You know what I mean? They used to use it also for like peace pipes too. But yeah, you know what I mean? I just think that was a fun fact, you know what I mean? Because I grew up there, so you know what I mean, since I got somebody on on the air from Chicago, I say, well, fuck, I might as well talk to you about it because you know the area and shit like
And
that.
you see how you just taught an OG something. See what I'm saying? So we gotta have an ear to hear. You just gave me something to go research. See what I'm saying? I didn't know that. So you teach.
Yep, yep, yep. Check it out though. You know, they're gonna say it was used for the pipes too, because it got significant with the actual pipe, but on the stalk of the pipe, it was like designed or whatever like that, and that shows significance. And you know, those peace pipes was long, so they could have had a whole story on them.
Facts. You know something we did a couple of years here, brother OTK. We actually adopted the hemp plant because it traces back to here in America over 10,000 years ago.
Uh-huh.
So I'm saying, so we adopted it as our plant.
Mm-hmm. Even marijuana been here. They try to say it come from Hindu.
Man, cook. Are you cooking?
Come on, man. We've been that shit grow wild, damn it. I ain't seen.
Yep. Got it in Mexico, Colombia, Guyana.
Wild that they consider
Yeah, the
narcotics.
coca. The coca.
That's
coca
right.
too.
Yeah, the coca.
That's all
yeah.
in the south. It was crazy. They only tell you it's in Colombia. Man, you can find it in the southeast.
Yeah, that shit in
You find the
Florida.
coca leaves in the southeast for sure.
Yeah.
It just grows better.
Might not
It
grow
grows
as big.
better.
Might not grow as big.
There we go. There we me and OT. Oh, there we go.
Or as fertile as they want to grow. But
yes, that's what I'm talking
and I'm gonna
about.
tell you,
Colombia just got the better plants.
Thompson, all my life I've been here, bro. I'm gonna tell you, I seen our climate change from summer to summer, and it really changes once a hurricane might touch land or come close. Our next, you know what I mean? It's like our weather is thrown off. You know what I mean? So, boy, you might have an awesome growth season this year, but if some storms come through during hurricane season, which start in August, you know what I mean?
And they doing that shit. They're doing that. You know that, right? The hurricanes. I found out for sure, and it's not a conspiracy. All you got to do, they do shit under the water.
Yeah, what's the name of that device that the military came out with? What's the name of it? The name?
Yep, I forgot what it's
called. Heart.
Yep.
Heart.
Yep.
Yeah, the heart.
That's how they change the weather, and they do it from the underground, from the in the water as well as in the sky. It's not just in the sky. Everybody's like they're just spraying. No, it's in the water as well. That's how they make the hurricanes and stuff. It's like, bro, come on. Y'all gotta realize they trying to get us every which way. That's why they was flooding us out. You seen Houston? They got a lot of our people out of Houston when them floods was going on. A lot of people left. They was like, oh, I don't want another flood to happen. Some of my family left Houston. Some just the people I don't know left Houston. You just read articles. People were scared, thinking it's gonna continue to flood, and that's not natural for Texas to flood. It's the plains. It's not supposed to be flooding out there like that.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Hey, brother Richard Neal Bay, you still here?
Yes, sir. I'm right here with you.
All right, so check it, man. It's coming.
I got my wife up here with me now too, y'all.
It's coming out another hardback, another thick ass book, a dictionary. Go ahead, Sharice. I want to read this definition. Go ahead, Sharice. Go ahead, babe. My bad.
All right, hold on. I was just gonna say now, shout out to the Queen K Glover L. Peace to you. Thank you for coming to the panel. I just wanted to give her a proper greeting. Is all.
Peace, Sharice. Peace, everyone on the panel. Peace to the chat. Man, y'all in here really getting it in. Y'all really getting it in. The bill earlier today is definitely a bill. I was listening to it as I was multitasking. I had about 50 phone calls this today, but I was definitely listening. It was a good bill. I like, I love builds like that where you actually begin to dissect the entities that's really working behind the scenes to keep everyone enslaved. Sharice, you said something earlier today. You said when you're talking about this topic, it's not just about us, the Aboriginals. They have enslaved everyone on the planet. So, we got to figure out ways on how to get out of the paper genocide, the paper bondage that they have put everyone under with these paper certificates, right? Most of us was, given these paper certificates that created the quote unquote straw man or woman or person, whatever you want to call it, but it created this entity. And a lot of times, many of us, we don't know how to utilize the entity by controlling the entity and not owning the entity. So you don't incur any other debts or the taxes that the entity receives. Instead, you're able to set off whatever taxes or debts that the entity owes without you, the living woman, being harmed. So definitely, I enjoyed the bill earlier today. Y'all cooking. I've heard the brother Anton come on and said that OTK put it in your library. It is very important if you don't already have a trust set up to have your trust and put your assets within your trust. And as the brother said, definitely bond it with so that it'll be insured, and you can take that to the bank, literally. With that, I'm a yell.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
Definitely got the bill on that. Okay, go ahead, Anton.
yeah.
Peace to you too.
So,
Get out of 7. You know what I mean? My flowers to you.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's right. Right and exact. Now, I'm gonna throw a couple curveballs. I used to pitch. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't no problem.
I like change it. I like change it up to speed a little bit, but stay right there. And um, the one thing that about history, right, and what happened, and when it came over here, was the fact that those people that came over here brought slaves with them, right? So when you're dealing with that 13 colony thing, that was all based off indenture servitude, peonage, so on and so forth, because all them people, as we know, were prisoners. You know what I'm saying? They was prisoners, they was criminals, they was this, they was that.
Law.
You know what I'm saying? And that was a form of them eventually creating a small militia, right? Because if you go to a lot of the Southern constitutions, right, they got that militia language in there in order to eventually branch off, get big enough in order to go to war with us. It wasn't successful, so they had to figure out another way to do it. And eventually they got some of our people to slip through the cracks, and then here we are today. The one thing that I've done in doing this stuff, 'cause I haven't done a lot of what other people have done, but I have been able to separate myself from those entities, right? So regardless, if I didn't know nothing, right? This is for the people that know nothing, right? If you know nothing, you know that paper is not you. That you are a living man, that you are that living woman, that's somebody that came through the portal and chose to be here. And these things that were created, you had no knowledge about because you wasn't at that age where you were what they will say competent to know about those things. Now, the one problem that I have is that people actually go and accept those things and then try to do all the extra things with it before they get themselves straight. See, a lot of people, this is where things go wrong. They try to take those instruments and do a lot of things and create money and create these, these checks and things like that in order to set off things and so on and so forth when they really don't understand the law. Now, The reason why I say that is because there's a Supreme Court case, right, that specifically talks about what these codes and statutes are for and who they are not for. And once we understand that, then we get a clear idea how we're supposed to approach this. Now, going back to these 13 colonies. Now, once they created that ward and they did these things and brought it over to us, and then created an ensemble of different avenues that eventually confused our people, and people kind of capitulated to it. You know, when you get to that point, you know, as I briefly mentioned that OTK, at this point in time where we're at in 2024, we got to understand how to do business with this federal government, because it is a business. And a lot of these states that capitulated and agreed to uniformly go along with these things, you know what I'm saying, created a franchise, which eventually created another franchise, which created that name that became a franchise that gave a certificate of title that basically incorporated us into the system. But if you understand, and this is where I was into on the Smoke channel last time, trying to get that pale skin to come better, is like, you got to read the Constitution. We have never been involved. We have never been a part of it. Never. And these instruments were something that was actually issued, but it's not ours. It doesn't belong to us. Now, if we can claim it if we want, but if we don't, we still are good, because we're still outside of the system, right? I've done my due diligence, and I'll land on this part. I've done my due diligence, and I contacted all these different agencies. Not one of them said I was a United States citizen. Not one. So if I'm not a U.S. citizen, I mean, my mama ain't, my brothers and my sister ain't, my daddy ain't, my grandparents ain't, none of them are. So what are we doing here? You see? That's my start. That's grassroots, fundamental. And then once that gets corrected, even if I correct it, then all my lineage above me is corrected. All my ancestors is corrected. So I can claim everything. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I agree. I definitely agree. I think the first step is realizing that you're not that entity. And the sad thing about it is, because we've all received the Ford Institution, the Peabody Institute, Rockefeller public school education, we've been trained to believe that that's us. And so when you begin to realize that it's not you, right, you're ostracized within your communities and everyone else around you. You think you're better than everybody, or you're gonna go to jail behind that stuff, and just the fear tactics that has been pounded into all of us through this system of education. So that's the first step, is to realize that it's not you, it is an entity. And like you said, even if you don't ever, take control of it, and, so on and so forth, just by you correcting who you are. You mentioned that you contacted all the different agencies, and they all verify that you're not a U.S. citizen, right? That's one of the things that everybody can do with the Department of State, right? Department of Homeland Security, Department of Travel, which is within the Department of State, but and they'll all give you verification to say that you're not a U.S. citizen. So if you're not a U.S. citizen, you really have to learn how to contract properly without putting yourself into that status without claiming that you are that entity. And it could be done. A lot of people, they rush out and try to do other things without establishing that first. I think that is key, definitely. I yield.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this, right? See, when you correct your status, right? You guys agree, sister and Noble, that when you correct your status, what's the first thing you correct? Your name, right?
Yeah,
Right?
you
Right.
correct your name. Yeah.
You correct your name, right?
Mhm.
A lot of people don't understand why you do that, but we digress on that. But in doing that correction, right? The bottom line is I'm different than a lot of people. This is how I changed the game a little bit. Because a lot of people was actually acquiescing to these things without full knowledge of what was going on. That's what was getting people in trouble. People don't know how to ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And if you don't know how to ask questions, they're gonna get you. Because the bottom line, if you come in as if you know, guess what? That's the Fifth Amendment. You just release your Fifth Amendment rights, not to testify against yourself. Like, shut up. You dry snitching on yourself. You don't even know. You just put a jacket on yourself. You didn't know. They looking at you like, yeah, okay. Yeah, you one of them people. So, the thing is that, why would I want to contract with anybody unless I understand the full terms of the contract? I don't understand the contract. So why would
Mm-hmm.
I negotiate anything with anybody on a contract I know nothing about? See, this is the thing. This is why people got to get control. I mean, I agree with you guys. Yeah, you get control of everything. But even with the people that don't know this thing, because when I do my thing and I'm talking to people and I do my seminars and stuff like that, I'm talking to the people that don't know nothing. I'm talking to
Mm-hmm.
me 35 years ago that knew absolutely nothing. He was a nigga on a slave boat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking to them people. You see what I'm saying? So, we gotta pretty much teach this 101. We got to do the 101 thing and go straight from the bottom all the way up to the top. Like, people be bored with me. I said, yeah, I'm gonna bore the shit out of you. Why? Because I want you to walk out that door. Because when we get to the second round, we about to go in. But
Mm-hmm.
the basic things though, people need to know. I'm a coach. You come in my gym, I'm gonna drag you up and down the block before we even touch a basketball. And I'm gonna teach you some fundamentals. I want to bore you. I want you to leave my gym. Because the ones that stay is the one that never get cut. You got me for life. That's it. You on the team. I don't care what you do. You on the team because you want to know, you want to get better at this. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people be talking that yip yap and they really don't know what they're doing. They're getting people in trouble. But if you get to that point, even if you don't know, you still can operate within the system because the public trust is there.
Mm-hmm.
People be like, I don't want to mess with that system. Nah, that system is this. I don't want to do that. Nah, but it's already there. Our ancestors already set it up. It just got away from us, right? So if it got away from us, we can get it back. That's why I said at the end in closing is that I can correct my ancestors' mistakes and what they made over that time. Why? Because that's my bloodline. I can correct everything and I can make it right for everybody else. You see what I'm saying? That's the mission. If we ain't doing that, then what are we doing? We might as well get
Right.
out here and go get on the corner and curb serve, or go into the go get your seminary and then become the next Reverend Fried Chicken.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So that's just where I'm at. We actually correct it because see, my thing is I didn't took mine further. I didn't went to war with these people, sis. I didn't went to war with them, and the bottom line, I won a lot. But I
Right.
lost a lot because why? I stalemated. See, me on a stalemate, I lose. But at least it's a race. But there's no recoupment in that matter. You see what I'm saying? There's no credits being issued. They just want me to go away. But at the end of the day, when you do that, you're at least setting a precedent, right? In the sense. But the bottom
Mm-hmm.
line, if you're doing these things, they don't allow you to set a precedent. They're gonna stop you at the gate. Because if you set precedent, that's case law. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
memorandum
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
points.
Yeah.
That's points of authorities that
Mm-hmm.
everybody can come. The jackals can come eat that shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But my thing is, when we own this American Indian business, I've always been trying to figure, for the last 20 something years, I've been trying to figure out a way how this American Indian deals with law and deals with the whole issues, the underlying issues. And then once I was able to incorporate it, I said, oh, we're looking in the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
Because as long as you operating in business as it's taught,
Right.
that's them people. That's them 13 colonies.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all can feel me a little bit, that's them 13 colonies. See, them is the slaves, them is the blacks, them is the whites, them is the colors, them is them.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the point in law, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, we've never been a part of them. And
Right.
when they amended to the 14th Amendment, we was never a part of them. They said once we did the 14th and the 13th and 14th Amendment, they still made it sure that they knew that we was outside of the system. People
Mm-hmm.
looked at it as they was keeping us out the system. No, our ancestors set it up. Don't you do that.
That's
Don't
right.
you make sure you do not set this up and try to force us in there. Now, if we make you an offer, a public offer or executive order or a proclamation or a public offer or a public policy, if you decide you want to participate, well, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is, at this point, it's so constructive fraud going on, actual fraud, and so on and so forth, that at the end of the day, it's all out in front of our face. So at this point in time, it is fraud. It's fraud across the board. Because now you're taking people's livelihoods, you're taking people's land, you're taking people's property without compensation.
Mm-hmm.
That's Fourth Amendment.
Without
You're
just
taking
compensation.
without
Mm-hmm.
just compensation. Exactly, without just compensation. You're making us tell on ourselves. You're making us participate in fraud without telling us that we are participating in fraud, and you can put us in a bad situation. So that's it. So if you're talking about reparations and restitution, people say, well, they ain't gonna give it to us. If we don't want it, you shouldn't get it. Man, the hell with y'all. I don't care I don't care what nobody say. That shit belong to me. I'm not giving
Right.
up none of that. All that shit's on the table. It belongs to me.
Right.
You understand? Because this is my land. These are my things. Y'all was my slaves. And bottom line, God damn it,
Y'all gotta
you gonna
pay.
give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
you incorporated me in all this stuff without telling me.
Yeah. They
Boy,
when
hey,
you go
check
back.
this out, right? Yeah, I wanted to add in on that real quick, and then you about to go in. I seen a sign today. You know, it's voting time down here in the South. I seen a sign today. Guess what this sign said, Anton? Oh, anybody over the age of 55 and older, y'all deserve to be recompensated for the Jim Crow laws. This
Wow.
somebody who's running for a seat. I'm talking about this shit so big. This poster board is so big because you know what I mean? It's in the ground and it stands about 10 feet. Well, I mean, about 3 feet tall, about 3 feet, not 10 feet, about 3 feet tall. So I was like, Jim Crow laws. I was like, holy shit, 55 and older. I was like, okay. See, so now that lets me know that something is getting
Something is getting done.
Something
Something's
is
getting done.
behind, and it's something back there. It's something, and this is why I listen to y'all, and I just be sitting back and listening, because I agree. It's something back there that's ours. We just didn't know how to get it, but now we figuring out without even knowing we figuring it out.
Right.
And then you got people like y'all that's coming and trying to break it down in the simplest form for us. Plus people who that's not like us are saying the same thing. So you know what I mean? Hey man, yeah, I'm understanding. Like you say, man, I don't care about no reparation, dog. Let's get this restoration. You know what I mean? That shit I had to pay while I was on probation. You know what I mean? Restitution.
Right.
I had to pay while I was on probation. Y'all need to pay this for all the occupation years y'all been over here and the stuff that y'all sent. Not just my peoples or some of my peoples. Anybody in the South. Anybody in the North. Anybody in the Midwest. Anybody in the West. It don't matter if you was a indigenous place here, man, you had it. Something happened. Somebody tried to do something to you.
But see, but
But
that's the
because
thing though. But but
we
that
held on.
real quick, sister. Let me just go ahead and I'll put cap on what he said.
Thank you.
See, and that's the one thing that I have a problem with OTK. People say they don't care about reparations, but there's a such thing as called chattel slavery. You got chattel paper. I think somebody mentioned that earlier. I don't know which sister said it, but they was talking about chattel. You're talking about paper genocide. You're talking about paper terrorism. You're talking about paper slavery. Like I said, anybody that owes child support, go look at your bill. It says participant ID number. You are participating in it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So you got to understand the
I
language
got
of
you.
what they're
I
putting
got
out
you.
there. So
I got
even
you.
though we don't want to claim that,
I
but the
got you.
bottom line is silence is acquiescence. So through our silence, we actually agreed.
Right,
You
right.
know what I'm
I
saying?
like
To
how
what
you
was
put
going
that
on.
because when I think that when you first said chattel slavery, I was like, "But damn, dog, I can't find that nowhere in my history that any of my
Exactly.
people have been slaves." But then when you broke that shit down, like, "Yo, you punch a clock, you do this, you do that," I was like, "Oh shit,
What you
yeah, I
think a
did
W-4 is?
that." I
What you
like
think
that,
of
Anton. I
what you
like
think a
that.
W-4 is? Yeah, that's what a
Yeah, I like
W-4.
that,
Look at
bro.
everybody look at your W-4s. Your W-4 says voluntary tax withholding. If you volunteering to do something, that means you are participating. And that is a public as that is called considered a federal employee, a public employee. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. Don't leave nothing off the table, OTK man. All that get it all. And the bottom line is it's all due because through those 13 colonies, they was able to through paper, they was able to
Mm-hmm.
expand those 13 colonies or those 13 slave areas into our country, into the inland where we was at.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing you know, we woke up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Then we was black, Negro, and colored. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And now African American. That's what happened.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at just from uh just from beginning, like brother Anton, you've been in this way longer than I have, right? You was in the era where my husband, was in the era. I've been 13 years in this now. And then just my short time, right? We see how they change. Like, for instance, I give you an example. They changed the UCC codes. You see what I'm saying? So they're always changing something, making adjustments to something to continue to keep that pen stroke on us. Because as long as they can keep that pen stroke on us, a lot of the elders say, they keep in their foot on our neck, but it's really the pen stroke. And as long as they're able to continue to keep that pen stroke on us, they can keep us in the bondage. Right now, that is called human trafficking. Right? We all know that human trafficking is against the law, but they put public policy in place to be able to say, okay, we're allowed to do it. But until you yourself, right? Because everybody got to be able to stand on their own. Until you yourself say, enough is enough. I'm here to get the reparations, restitution, the grievance for my ancestors. The buck stops here. It's going to continue. The next generation will be trying to figure it out. But we're in a time now where there's so many brilliant minds. Many of us have figured it out. I like to be able to get in circles where these discussions are going on to devise plans, and not only plans, but agreements, because we got a lot of plans, right? But we have to come together for agreements. We have to recognize one another. And when I say recognize one another, real simply, if I'm here in Illinois, Brother Anton, you're in California, and I recognize you, you recognize me, right? Now we can go as a collective, right? Because we don't all have to say we're a part of this and we're a part of that. But if we're going as a collective and we're saying, as Brother Malcolm X said, we come to get our check, then guess what? We all showing up to go get our check. A lot of times we think that we're all supposed to be this one body, this one entity. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. We have libraries, and the libraries are full of different book titles. And that's how we have to begin to look at each other.
Gee.
All have different book titles, but it's still in one library. I yield.
And
Land of milk and honey.
let me say one thing to that, because your husband said that you practice not practice law, but you study law, and you know, we just kind of kept it right there. Based on what you said, right, is that treaties, Constitution, right? Now, when you look at those things, you combine it, right, and then you put the quote unquote American Indian in there with that, right? You got Title 25 USC that deals with the Indians. Then you have chapter 77, Title 18. Title 18, you know, is the criminal code. Title 18, 1591 on down.
Right.
Right. So, right, that deals with involuntary servitude and peonage.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And you apply that, you mix it in with the treaties in the Constitution, right?
Right.
So basically, you're talking about a breach of contract or a breach of trust, right? Because HJR 192 said that all the federal government was liable for all debts, public and private, once they suspended Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, dealing with, you know, how to pay a debt.
Right.
So once you blend those together, and then you can understand where your constitutional question come in and where you can go. Now, I'm going to finish with saying this. Noble Drew Ali, I don't care what nobody say, he was a bad boy. Because Cook County has a chancery court. If you guys know what a chancery court is, chancery court deals with land. And when it deals with land amongst other things. But the chancery court is more superior than the Supreme Court.
That's right.
All right. So now I'll leave it right there, sister. You can kind of, you know, blend on that, and then, hey, make it happen.
That brother ain't sleep
Hey,
at
I'm
all.
not gonna
That's
even
all I
lie.
got to say.
Indeed.
Yeah, y'all, shit. I'm about to say,
Definitely.
I'm about to get on that. I'm about to get on this
Okay.
out of here. I'm not live. Shoot, I love y'all though. Shoot, Smoke Signal over there on his channel doing this thing. So
Yeah, he cooking over there. He about to get it started. OTK. Look at OTK. Oh yeah, he had
Oh, go
something he
ahead.
wanted to read. Remember?
Go ahead. You muted.
You muted. We just, yeah.
Oh, you were talking about. Oh, I was about to read you this little quick insert, real quick. Okay, it said the calumet is also known as the peace pipe and the war pipe. However, strictly speaking, the calumet is the stem of the pipe. It is the stem that is significant. This is the decorated with feathers or carved for the occasion. There are calumets for sacred as well for public arrangements. For example, if a calumet is to be used for war and is smoked at a meeting of both sides, the feathers and the carving of the calumet will at once show what the intentions are. So another example to show what power the Indian felt was contained in a calumet. A band of Sioux was trying to destroy an enemy band of Indians and their French leaders. The Sioux presented 12 calumet pipes. All of the pipes but one were feather and designed for peace, but one was carved viper. One had a carved viper on its stem. This denoted that the Sioux would not live up to their bargain but with instead intact. So you know what I mean? Yeah. So I just had to tell you that, man. It's something to go into. So people think those pipes was only for peace. Nah, they gave them to tell somebody, look, it's wartime now. We're gonna smoke. You know what I mean? But after this, now it's on and popping. Word. So I just wanted to roll that off to
Hey,
you,
brother
man.
OTK, you know what we call that in the temple? We say signs and symbols for the conscious minds. You got to better read. Again, back to read. See?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Gonna smoke some. We going to war. Y'all ready? You don't even know what it means.
You don't even know. But yeah, man. But yeah. Hey, Sister Sharice, man, appreciate you.
Yeah, she
Sharilla,
did her thing.
the show today, the scream. I appreciate you. I'm glad I had an opportunity to come on here and build with you too. You know what I mean? And man, tell baby girl thank you for letting us borrow you for all this time.
Real spill. And let her have her way, because it's all about her. Remember, it's all about the babies.
Be a Richard Neal baby on your butt, boy, after you tell her no. Like,
They didn't actually come here, so hey, we gotta make them happy, man. Gotta make them happy.
All right, but I'm about
I
to go.
appreciate y'all
Man.
letting me run my mouth. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
appreciate y'all. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna see what Smoke talking about. Huh?
So everybody go on the smoke signal channel then.
Holla at Smoke,
Yeah,
man. And
we're
y'all.
gonna
Yeah, I
check
just
out
want to say
Smoke,
peace,
man.
peace to the panel, man.
Hell
He
yeah,
said he said he up all night.
Y'all ain't gotta go home, but y'all gotta get out of here.
Just like that. Just like that. Look, we ready for our own clubs, y'all. We ready for our own clubs.
Peace.
Peace, y'all.